Good morning. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is hereby called to order. Today's date is June 15, 2021, and at this time, the clerk will now call the roll and establish quorum.
Good morning, Supervisors. Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, June 18th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to ask my colleague, Supervisor Cerna, if he would mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So this morning I don't have a lot of announcements. I did want to mention about the warm days coming ahead. I guess summer has arrived and we're anticipating that we're going to have high temperatures on Wednesday through Friday of this week. And so our Department of Human Assistance is activating a weather respite response and sheltering opportunities, and our trained community navigators will be triaging individuals and connecting those who are the most vulnerable with hotel vouchers and shelter opportunities. We also have several cooling centers that will be opening at 28th Street, Watt Avenue, Fulton, Florin, and Research Drive. And so please contact our Department of Human Assistance, any of our navigators, or if you're struggling and you're not sure who to contact, you can contact any one of our offices and we'll help try and connect you with those resources. The Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting in person, telephonically, or in writing. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is broadcast live and open to in-person attendance pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. The county is requiring face coverings and social distancing while inside the board chambers until the state order is lifted. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on the recommended public health and safety guidelines. Please refer to the meeting agenda for current information. Public comments will be taken in the following order: in-person comments and then comments by phone. If you're making a public comment in person, a face covering and social distancing are required while inside the chambers. If you are unable to wear a face covering, you may sit in an overflow room and make a comment at the podium in a designated area. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis, whether you are sitting inside the chambers or an overflow room. If there are no seats available inside the chambers or overflow room, please form a line in the designated area and wait for your turn to make a public comment. Standing inside the chambers or the overflow room in lieu of sitting is not permitted due to limited capacity pursuant to social distancing. Please complete a speaker request form and give it to the clerk staff. A separate speaker request form is required for each agenda item or topic that is not on the posted agenda. When I open the public comments, I will call 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, please start walking towards the podium or to the designated area and wait for your turn to make your comment. If there's a need for an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disability Act, medical reasons, or other reasons, please see our clerk staff for assistance. If you're making a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine when is the best time to call and be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. I will ask the clerk to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected when making more than one public comment on a single agenda item or off-agenda matter. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding. You may also send written comments by email to the board clerk at, I always say that wrong. It's not the board clerk. It's board clerk at saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience and understanding. And at this time, I'll ask the clerk to read any announcements on consent matters.
Okay, I have a couple. So for your consent matters, items 1 through 68. For item 6, this is to approve the addenda for a 9-month extension for the Office Technical and Welfare Non-Supervisory Units represented by UPE. We're asking that you hold this until 2 p.m. And then for item 7, I do need a vote to drop the item. The department is asking to drop this item. This is to approve contracts for vehicle collision and body repair services to Davis Truck Painting, Harold Ford, and Transportation Services for the period June 21, 2021 through June 20, 2022 with an estimated maximum annual amount of $600,000 and to authorize 2 one-year renewal options for a total of up to 3 years.
Do you have a motion to drop?
Could I just have, so the reason to drop, I know I raised a question, so are they going to provide some additional information? Is that why they're asking to drop it, Ms. Edwards?
Really want an opportunity to explore the previous contracts and
Okay. Thank you.
then come back.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I would move to drop the item.
Second.
No, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
And that concludes my notes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now I'll bring it back to the board and see if there are any comments on consent. And I do have Supervisor Cerna in the queue.
Great, thank you, Chair. Wanted to ask some questions about item 17.
17. Okay, item 17 is the authority to execute a 3-year revenue contract with the First 5 Sacramento Commission in the amount of $1,431,402 and authority to execute a 3-year expenditure contract with Community Resource Project in the amount of $672,759 to provide breastfeeding support for services for the terms of July 1 through June 30th, 2024.
Great, thank you. So I think my colleagues are in receipt of some questions that I had posed to our interim CEO during my briefing about the contract and the proportionality between the percent reduction in funding compared to the percent reduction in capacity of services offered through WIC. I remain very concerned about this, and I have to question, why is this now coming to us the first meeting after we adopted our recommended budget? It seems to me that this could have easily fallen into a category of relatively incidental amount relative to our overall all funds budget of $6.5 billion that we considered last week. And so I'd like to hear from staff about kind of the timing of this and whether or not there's an opportunity to keep the program whole and whether or not WIC is even prepared to do that. But it seems to me that this is an important enough suite of services that this board should be offered an opportunity to consider keeping the funding for it whole and intact.
So I'll offer this initially. Supervisor Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive, completely agree as what your statements were as to the importance of this service, and the department is actively having discussions with our GMC plans to try to raise additional funding, as it's noted in response to your questions. and was brought to you as soon as it could. Could it have been part of last week's budget discussion? It's a good question. But we are actively trying to do all we can to provide as much of this breastfeeding service as we possibly can. And the department is going to be returning to the board with additional information on the donations we're able to get out of the GMC plans as quickly as we possibly can.
Is there a plan in place, Bruce, that there is an outcome here that with those donations and with what staff intends to bring back before the board this summer, that we could avoid an interruption of service in terms of the capacity reduction?
That would be my hope, Supervisor. Director Katari is here also. Perhaps you can offer a couple of additional comments, but that is certainly my hope, is that we can get as much out of the GMCs as possible to avoid that reduction.
Well, again, there's that word hope, which I appreciate, but I don't want to hang my hat on hope when it comes to an important service like this. So I'd like to hear something a little bit more substantive than how we're going to hope to keep it whole.
Thank you, Supervisor. Absolutely, WIC is an essential service to our community and to breastfeeding mothers and families. And so one of the things with this item that I just want to highlight is there's a lot of moving parts, as you know, with funding and the ARPA funding that we're looking at right now as well. And so by September, we'll come back to you with a plan for how we're going to sustain this program so we don't have to reduce services and we can meet the caseload demand.
And that's fine. I appreciate the detail in that. So I'm hearing staff, and please confirm what I'm hearing is true, that this reduction in capacity will not affect those that benefit from it between now and September.
I believe I can confirm that. If I can't, I'll come back up to you within the next few minutes here and I'll let you know. I just want to double check that with staff, but that was my understanding.
Okay, because I think you're hearing pretty clearly from me, and there's others in the queue that may want to speak to this. But it seems to me that we have the ability, whether through ARPA or even a general fund consideration if necessary, a net county cost consideration, to keep this program from having any interim reduction, and I would like that confirmed with some certainty before the end of the day at least.
We'll absolutely do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, maybe before Siobhan leaves, and I would just echo some of the comments. And the analysis that was provided to us was a reduction of $132,000 over the course of the next 3 years. And since this is going to be back before us on July 13th, and again, I think to Supervisor Cerna's point, appropriately was in the budget, in the recommended budget, but it may have gotten all the documentation not highlighted as maybe it should have, and this item obviously brings it to better focus. So I would be very interested, certainly looking long-term, what may be available through American Rescue Plan appropriations at some future juncture, again, for the modest amount here and for, the serious level of reduction that would occur in the event that the entirety of the amount were not covered. But at $60,000, as Bruce and the staff report pointed out, would fill about half of the estimated gap. But nonetheless, I'm very interested in seeing us, to the point asked a moment ago, certainly through September, through final budget, and then obviously with the highlight this has been brought in this staff report and what we'll hear next month, the opportunity to supplement. Again, this kind of goes to the point that I know that I've made a couple different times about backfill and overmatch, however you want to classify it. But if we have a program that has certainly criticality as it relates to people's health and such, then it at least warrants our discussion how we could potentially supplement this. And we don't always have the sufficient amount of dollars to do all the things that we believe is important to serve the people of this county. But in this case, it's a modest enough amount, to Supervisor Cerna's point, and I'm very interested in having additional conversation about how we can try to fill the gap. And there may be other ways to creatively do that. I know our staff's very good at that, but I certainly don't want to see the significant reduction in services to certainly infants and mothers and families that would occur if the full reduction were taken as outlined. So, and good work on getting the GMCs to contribute. That's a good thing, but And hopefully those commitments will stand for a period of years versus, one time and then we've got to, have a bigger gap to fill next year without having the conversation around it. So anyway, that's all I wanted to add to it, but I'm very supportive of finding a way to, make up the shortfall here and keep this program in force, in effect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Siobhan, if you wouldn't mind staying here for a minute. Just kind of, first of all, a general comment, and I appreciate our discussion yesterday during my briefing with our county exec, and we had a discussion about a lot of these contracts that are being renewed, and just from a timing perspective, I'm learning a lot. Obviously, this has had to occur after we approved the preliminary budget. But one thing that strikes me is we're approving extensions of all these contracts with service providers. And I'm wondering if you could maybe take a moment and to just describe what's the county, I guess, program auditing process with some of these contracts to make sure that they're meeting the needs that they're contracted for, and they're showing success. Could you describe that a little bit for me?
Sure. So there are a number of ways in which we monitor contracts, and for the program and service component of the monitoring, that happens at the department level. So each department monitors their service contracts to make sure that they're following the scope of work and to make sure that they're getting the outcomes that they want. In addition to that, our Department of Finance does they don't like us to use the word audit, but it's the term that most people understand the best. They will audit the fiscal health of a particular contract to make sure that they are following the rules on invoicing, and if it's federal money, make sure that we're following the federal rules. And so the department does that, the Department of Finance does that for contracts that are selected by the departments.
Okay. So we have both kind of an outcomes-based evaluation analysis, and then we have this more procedural administrative-based analysis. And I appreciate that, and this is something that I'll keep looking at because, the county spends an awful lot of money on these contracts, and I want to make sure we have a very robust system in place to make sure we're spending our money wisely. And if one program is working very well, then making those decisions about where we put our money. And the other thing specifically, I'd like to make a comment on item 27.
Hang on one second.
So, Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to.
Yes, I'm with you, Supervisor Desmond. You said item 27?
Yes.
Okay, this is the authority to execute an expenditure agreement with Sierra Health Foundation, Center for Health Program Management, in the amount of $3 million for the term beginning July 1, 2021 through July 31, 2023 to implement a culturally responsive system of support services for COVID-19 health response and recovery efforts.
Okay, thank you, and I'm certainly supportive of Sierra Health and the work they do, and this is terrific. With respect to specifically in the staff report, it talks about the community-based testing and vaccine dispensing portion of this contract. One thing I wanted to request of you, Siobhan, is that in my district, which includes North Highlands, Foothill Farms, these areas where you see some of the lowest vaccine rates in Sacramento County. My office has been working with your staff, and I think we've been able to do some good things about having some smaller clinics, kind of getting more granular. I have not heard from Sierra Health at all, ever, about increasing the vaccines in my district. And so what my request to you today is maybe we could broker a meeting about this, about what they're doing specifically in District 3 in these really hard to reach areas.
No, absolutely. And just a little bit of history of this contract. The contract that we've had with Sierra Health up to date has really been focused on those wraparound and outreach services for individuals who have been exposed to COVID, those who are isolated or quarantined. The new contract that we'll be implementing is really focused on that vaccine outreach. And so absolutely now would be a great time to start to meet with all of you and determine how Sierra Health can be value add in terms of building those trusted relationships with those community partners and allowing them to gain more access and vaccinate more people. So absolutely, we'll follow up with that.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple items I wanted to comment on. Item 28, if you could read it in the record, please.
Yep, we'll get to that. Item 28 is the authority to enter into an agreement with South County Services in the amount not to exceed $313,069 to provide safety net services in the most southern portion of Sacramento County for the term of July 1 through June 30th, 2022, with the option of 2 one-year renewals.
And I just wanted to express thanks to our interim county executive, Ann Edwards, who before her serving her current role and serving the Department of Human Assistance had worked with this particular contractor to help them, I think, improve some of their accounting systems. And I think the criticalness of the services they provide, Lifeline, safety net services to a large portion of the southern part of the county, including the Delta, but certainly the Herald and Wilton and Galt areas and many communities, smaller communities and neighborhoods in the area. And they do a host of things and really do, I think, translate the dollars that provided through DHA and through some other sources, including SETA and some of the emergency food grants and so forth. But they made a really difference in the quality of life, and they're, as I've said many times before, they're kind of the lone outpost when it comes to the realm of human services on the southern part of the county. And I know a lot of folks look to them for some of the Lifeline services and to help fill some of the gaps in people's budgets and in shortfalls and rent and utility payments and so forth. And I just want to thank you, Ann, for your previous help on this. And it's an important service. And as noted in the staff report, they've been providing the services either under the current designation of South County Services, Galt Custodial, previous to that, but it's been 42 years they've been providing services in the southern part of the county, and I know that our support is critical in that respect. So I wanted to again express appreciation for the work that you and your staff have done over the years to help them get a little more solid foundation.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and I think it's just important to add that certainly I led the effort, but it's really important to acknowledge the staff at DHA who did all of the technical support and really the day-to-day assistance to that organization.
Okay, well that translates to all the folks who've helped and been partners with South County Services, so I would extend my appreciation to those folks. And then I also had a comment on, let's see, item 52, if I could.
Okay, item 52, authorize the Director of the Sacramento County Department of Transportation to execute an agreement between Sacramento County and the Sacramento Regional Transit District for operation of Smart Ride service within the Sacramento County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone 3, for the term July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, in an amount of $99,460.
I just wanted to note, as pointed out in the staff report, this is really an important step in bringing public transportation to a growing area of the county that's in large part represented by Supervisor Kennedy and myself, and Supervisor certainly gets a little piece of it on the northwestern corner. But this is really important. For a number of years, we've had CSA 10 in place and have worked with the 50 transportation corridor folks to provide some of the outreach services in a van or shuttle service. But now introducing Smart Ride through some of the funding that's come available through Measure A, the STA put funding to RT, Regional Transit, to extend services in a number of neighborhoods and community areas. And the Smart Ride is proving very viable in the areas where it's been introduced. And this is a big step forward, and this will be the first time where you have on a regular basis transportation services that can link up to light rail and to other bus services provided by large part Regional Transit. And so I just wanted to note that and thank our staff. It does require the county contribution, again, through the assessment that folks pay in that area through CSA Zone 3 assessments. At any rate, this is a big step forward, and I want to compliment our staff working closely with Regional Transit and certainly the community in bringing these services to the Vineyard area. all I had.
Thank you.
And thank you. And then one last item, item 54, if I could, please.
Item 54, authority to execute execute an amendment to the agreement with USA Waste of California doing business as Central Valley Waste Services for collection of municipal solid waste, green waste, and recyclable material in the South County area.
And the question I wanted to pose on this is a one-year extension we've had in place now, this being the 25th year. The franchise with this particular firm, and again, they've, I think, done certainly a admirable job in providing those services comparable to what we provide north of Calvine Road through the area that the county provides a curbside collection. I did want to just pose the question as it relates to some of the services. I know last year there was this time last year when we were in a lockdown mode, there was some issues with some of the scheduled neighborhood collection where folks had the annual pickup, and I think our folks, I know our folks stepped up, Doug Sloan and his staff, to fill in and make sure that those items that were sitting by the roadside, in some cases for weeks, got cleared in service, the customers got serviced. And then I also wanted to note that as we all experience in our respective districts, the illegal dumping, there's not a landfill site that's anywhere close unless you go into adjacent counties. So we find different parts of the month, and certainly on a regular basis, items dumped on the rural roads and certainly adjacent to a couple of the cities in the area. And it's important that we continue to clean up those messes, and I know we have to dispatch our crews to go down to whether it's Harold or Galt or down into the Delta and Wilton areas and so forth. And it would seem to me that as we're looking at this as another one-year extension, that working with this provider or whoever will continue to provide a service into the future, that we find a way maybe to facilitate that. And I know Mr. Sloan has mentioned that to me, but as we're looking at this over the next year, unless there's just an intent to continue to extend the contract, there's, it sounds like close to $500,000 that actually is, in addition to covering the administrative costs for billing, which we do, that there's some additional revenue comes in. So if we can look at negotiating, maybe to have them assist us with that cleanup. They're closer to the source of where the dumping occurs, and it might actually pencil out for the county staff not to necessarily have to dispatch crews on a constant basis or on a regular basis anyway, down to pick up mattresses and televisions and couches and all the other debris that gets littered along our roads. So in those areas. So I guess I would just plant that seed, and I know Mr. Sloan's been looking at that, but I think it's something we want to look at, and so maybe Mr. Hartwig and Mr. Sloan, in looking at this, can look at a way to try to accomplish that, make good use of all of our time, effort, and resources.
Yes, we do intend to do that. I know that Mr. Sloan and Mr. Hartwig are working together on that. They're both in chambers if you have specific questions for them, but that is something that we're working on. Okay.
Again, that's sufficient for today's. I appreciate Doug coming down today, and I know Steve's with us most board days, but I just wanted to note that because I think it's important, and I wanted to put it on the record, and it may be a way to get quicker response, but certainly make good use, as I said, of everybody's resources in this regard. So, but I support the item. Thanks. That's all I had.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, we have no further board comments on consent, and I do have one person on consent item 26. I don't know if we have other consent public comments.
We do. So let's start with the item 26. Just one second. Let me get situated. We also have comments on the phone as well. Sorry. Kind of little.
Sure.
See them on here. I don't see them on here. So they're still trying to get the technical stuff together. Could we go to the phone comment for item 27? There's just one comment on the phone. Okay. Please transfer the caller for item 27. Oh, it looks like the person dropped out of the queue. So I'm just going to give them a few more minutes to, a few seconds to get the public comments together. No one's in the room. Are they not coming to make the comment?
Are you Brenda Pandos? And you are here to speak to item 26, correct? Yes. Hi, Brenda.
Hi. I'm, first of all, really disappointed that we are being segregated in the separate room. Not because because of our medical conditions, we're not allowed to wear masks in here. Everything is wide open. Gavin came out today and said that we can congregate and pretty much everything is open. So that I'm just disappointed that we are being segregated and discriminated against. That's wrong. And another thing too is that the money that's going towards these medical mobile units is exactly what we warned about last week. They're purposefully doing this to basically lock us up. This is like so easy for them to just transfer this over and to lock us up and take us from our homes. So I'm just saying that we don't need this. I'm going to talk about the dangers of the vaccines later. I have information about that, an article that I read, and to show you that it is not safe. We should not be subjecting anybody to the vaccine, and that they should be fully informed. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comments on consent?
We do not, Madam Chair. I'm just double checking again to see if anyone snuck back in queue because they're still open, and I do not have any comments as of now.
Okay, at this time I'll call for a motion to approve consent. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond.
Second.
And second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote for items 1 through 68, with the exception of items 6 through 7.
Okay, thank you.
And
at this
then-
time, I believe we have some off-agenda
Yes.
public comments.
So I'm not sure if all of the folks who signed up to speak for off agenda are the folks that are in the overflow room. And so I'm not sure if they're going to make the comment in the room that we've made arrangements for, or if they're planning to come to the podium.
Okay, I do have one person in chambers. The clerk staff are so amazing. They wrote where people are on these papers. So I know where everyone is, I think. So I think I'll go ahead, if that's okay with our Madam Clerk. I'll go ahead and call Ryan Harris. Yes. Ryan is the only person I show in chambers. So if there's another person who's turned in a slip and was in the overflow line that's in here now, you might want to raise your hand and, okay. Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, thank you. All right. Do I gotta wait for my timer?
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, you might remember me. I've been here previously, prior to when COVID started, and I took the advice that I was given by you guys, and I was actually disciplined for following that advice. So that's why I'm here today. Seems like whenever I report something on management to management, I get in trouble, which is why I'm here, so I can say this while I still have a job, because you guys are making it really hard for me to keep mine, putting stuff in my folder that's not true, or I've been disciplined for things that people have told me to do and instructed me to do, and they disciplined me. This lady right here has done so. And I brought it to your attention in the past. Again, I'm just trying to get some advice. So instead of keep asking for advice from you guys, I was just coming today to see if maybe one of you guys want to be my mentor and could possibly be my mentor. Because I don't know how else to navigate through my job. Because I get in trouble for following policy. And I get disciplined for following policy. And when I report about management that's not following policy, I then again get in trouble. So that's why I'm here today. So instead of asking for that difference, maybe you guys could help teach it. We work for the county, so it could be possible. Aside from that, with the remainder of my time, I want to kind of clear my name, because one of your directors sent out an email, pretty crazy email, and since his email, it's gotten me life threats because of his email. So I had to get several doctor's notes to prove that everything he said was a lie. I may not have enough time now. Is it true that you guys have a meeting at 2 o'clock as well? I'll probably have to continue it at the 2 o'clock one if I'm able to attend twice. With that said, I'll just say thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. We're not allowed to have a conversation about items that are not on the agenda, but I'm going to recommend that the acting county executive connect you with personnel who can help you with this matter in a very confidential and fair way. And we do have a meeting all day. Our afternoon session is at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
You'll follow up with that. Okay, we do have folks in an overflow line. Should I start reading those?
I think you should.
Okay.
We're also providing another alternative. So, Madam Chair, may I just say on the record what is available for folks?
Yes.
You can either call on the phone or you can go in the overflow room. We will bring you into the chambers through the Zoom. We have a camera set up in there, and now we're offering a third alternative where we will offer the microphone, and that will also bring your comment right in here, but you wouldn't be able to see them. So that's why we have the overflow room where you would actually be able to see the person and they could see you.
Great, and I think that's a good, for everyone who's here for public comment, I want you to know that we're doing everything we can to go by the rules and make sure we are also accommodating public comment. So the nice thing is we can see them on the Zoom, and I like that. So,
and then, Madam Chair, we also have one person in the phone queue for off agenda as well. When you're ready to do that.
okay, I'm going to go to the overflow line. If I don't have any people in the overflow room.
We do. We have about 4 or 5 people who signed up to speak off agenda who are in the overflow room.
Do you want to just call them, or do you want to just let me know when to call the overflow line, or do you want me to call that now?
Why don't you do that now?
Okay. I'm sorry, everyone, for the confusion. This is complicated, but we're doing the best we can. Okay, I'm going to call Sharice Costenda, followed by, well, Sharice has two cards here, so followed by Brenda Pandos and Marilyn Truex. Sharice has 2 cards here. Can you fill out 2 cards and speak twice? I don't know if that's allowed.
It's well, if there's multiple off-agenda matters that she wants to discuss, yes.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Hi.
Morning.
Okay. So, thank you guys for being here today. I know you guys have extremely difficult jobs. My name is Cherish Castaneda. I am a member of your community. I am a mother. I am a local youth leader. I am here today because there is a lot going on. As you all are aware, there is the last year and a half has been insane, and I just want you to know that people like me are getting up and we're noticing. We're noticing that things are not going back to the way that they should be going back. They're going to another whole entire, I don't even know how to explain it. What my purpose is right now I notice that somebody is trying to push an agenda to continue this state of emergency. Last time I observed your guys' meeting on the video chat thing, and I realized it's about the money. And Sacramento County, we don't want no more money. We don't want the federal funding. We don't want FEMA's money. I know that doesn't sound good to you because that probably comes into your paycheck. But we don't want it. We want it in this emergency because according to the governmental codes that you guys are legally obligated to uphold, there is no emergency. All you're doing is damaging our children. My daughter has been born in this whole entire pandemic. She needs faces. She needs to see your smiles. You're psychologically damaging our children by these choices that you're making. You guys have a lot of power, and Sacramento, the sacred mind. We are the power of California right here. It's in your guys' hands. We need to stop this. Our youth, they're cutting themselves, they're hurting themselves, they're committing suicide because they cannot socialize and engage with people for a reason that makes no sense. Masks do not stop or slow the spread of the coronavirus. That's already been established. You guys have a high vaccination rate in California. Also, you need to realize most of us have already caught corona. We have natural immunity in our blood. Our antibodies are built for this stuff. Some of our babies that were born during this time,
Can you
they have
please wrap
natural
up your
immunity.
comments?
Yes, we have natural immunity that you need to count for. There's high vaccination rates that you need to count for. Take the masks off of our kids. They're damaging their psychological development, their emotional well-being.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
That's it. That's what the agenda item was. It was off topic, but please get the masks off our kids. And in this state of emergency, there is no emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Brenda Pandos.
Okay, so did you call Brenda?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Roosevelt said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." I feel that is what's pushing this COVID corona baloney. Lockdowns, masks, tracing and tracking, vaccine mandates are all abusive because they systematically strip away the freedoms of citizens to choose for themselves the best course of action for their health. There is no emergency. There never has been. The numbers don't add up. If you are participating in the charade to get money, which is a fraud, to implement emergency, vaccines are also fraud and impose authoritarian control. Fraud is felony, and felony carries a prison sentence. Many public servants are behind bars serving time for their crimes. I just want to remind you that you are the voice for us, okay? You represent the citizens of Sacramento, not state, okay? And the people that are advising you, that they work for you. And you need to not, and guidance just means guidance. It doesn't mean it's law. It doesn't mean that you have to do what they say. And I listen to Dr. Kasiri too, and she's saying things that are not true. And I'm going to point those things out later, but I'm just saying that later I'm going to show you that the vaccines are not safe. So, and putting that on your website to say that it's safe is also a lie, because it's not. And I'm just telling you that you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and if you choose to make decisions that are unconstitutional, we will use the Constitution to take you out of your seats. So please do your jobs. Please do what's right for the Sacramentans that you represent, and because we're watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Truex.
Hello, thank you for your time. I just want to remind you that Gavin Newsom put out a little graphic today that lets us know that California has reopened as of today. What does that mean for Californians? What is open? California is fully reopened with no capacity limits or distancing required by the state. The county color tier system has also been taken care of. We are no longer using that. So I'm here as your constituent to ask you to open up these buildings and stop segregating me in this room all by myself to not wear a mask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last of these.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Okay, and now you have one caller, so could you please transfer the caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Noya. I'm a resident of Sacramento County, and I'm commenting on item number 26 and 27. First of all, my culture is Christian, and when I hear the word cultural response to COVID-19, I interpret that as something other than being sensitive to others' religions, because I firsthand have experienced insensitivity to my religious beliefs. My religious beliefs are Christian. The church that I attend, we believe that COVID-19 is a religious practice that involves rituals and worship in a false idol. And so when at work I asked for a religious accommodation, I was told that there is no religious accommodation for COVID-19. Of course there isn't, because this is a novel situation and novel times call for novel measures, including creating religious accommodations for COVID-19. So I ask that if you are going to approve this cultural response for COVID-19, that it also includes religious cultural things, like understanding that certain cultures and certain religions do not believe in COVID-19, and that they also believe that COVID-19 is
You
a
have
religion.
15 seconds.
Please remember that there needs to be a separation of church and state, and please consider that. And if you decide to vote on this cultural response to COVID-19, thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Board. This is Gabrielle Ingram. Last Tuesday, Supervisor Kennedy stated multiple times that citizens within chambers were breaking the law by not wearing a mask. Quote, "The law is the law, rules are rules." Supervisor Kennedy did not know if any of those people, including myself, had a medical condition, had received their shots, or were citing liberty in not wearing a mask. He was offended and made it clear he was not having it. He later conducted a few interviews on the same topic with snippets of his rant being broadcast on TV, the internet, and print ads. Each one referenced him saying law. I asked that day and followed up by email and requested what law that is and to what penal code I could refer to. I have yet to receive a response. One would think a supervisor with a legal background so adamant about people complying would be quick to procure the legislative action or penal code to back such a statement. With no response, I did some research. I scoured the last year's legislative action, spoke to law enforcement, and nobody has heard of one. Does it exist? What concerns me more is the suggestion that afternoon by Supervisor Cerna that unmasked not be allowed in chambers, regardless of why they are not wearing one. From two supervisors, Kennedy and Cerna, who seem to pride themselves on standing up for the underserved and battling segregation, perceived or real, they sure seem quick to discriminate against and request to segregate people based on their medical status. Right now, that is happening in chambers. I moved to District 2 after Kennedy was elected. My neighbors are intelligent people, and I think you, sir, were voted in as they believed you would stand up for the community and that you are a man of integrity. After last week, I cannot help but question if that ethical code is impaired by fear of a virus, or if what we witnessed was political theater to usher in the segregation that was called for by members of this board. I pray I am wrong on both counts, and
You
that
have
the use
15
of the term
seconds.
law in chambers and the media was a mistake, an honest choice of the wrong word. As a man of integrity, Supervisor Kennedy, I ask that you clean up the mistake with a redaction in chambers, with a press release, and public comment to the same stations you did interviews with last week. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your comments.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please move us to the next item?
Yes. Okay, so item 69 is the American Rescue Plan Act overview and project update.
Good morning. I'm going to introduce this item. I'm very pleased to let you know that we have staff from Deloitte here. We contracted with them so that we could really have a good strategic outreach process to get input from the community on what the needs are in the community. We know what we think needs are, but we wanted to hear from residents in Sacramento County. Deloitte also has tremendous experience in understanding the American Recovery or Rescue Act is complex and big, and it's more than just the money that the county is getting. So I am pleased to introduce Damon Armini and Stacy Larson from Deloitte, who will be giving today's presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just wait for, see if it actually works. Okay, so today we're going to take you through a little bit about the American Rescue Plan Act. Some education around really what it is, what it isn't, what it covers, what it doesn't, how it's different from CARES and the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and some considerations for the county as really the county goes ahead and starts to embark on this journey. We'll cover a little bit about the project that we're doing and then what's happening really near term on these efforts. So really the purpose of our presentation is really focused on education around the American Rescue Plan. That's really where we want to spend the majority of our time. And please, if you have questions as we're going through things, please speak up, and then we'll also save some time at the very end for additional questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and everybody else. I appreciate it for having us here today. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go through and talk to you a little bit more in detail about the frameworks of the American Rescue Plan Act. Now, I understand you guys are going to have a lot of questions. Please know that we are here. We're happy to answer them. I've been working on coronavirus relief legislation since coronavirus. All across the country, our team has been pretty aggressively helping to understand and translate these things. One thing I do want to point out before we get started, in a typical disaster, you might have 2 to 4 funding streams: wildfire, hurricane, and other similar structures. There are over 300 associated with COVID. Right? This is an incredibly complicated grant environment, and it is important that everybody understands just how hard it is to go through this material. The 5 key pillars, if you will, of the American Rescue Plan Act are supporting public health expenditures, addressing negative economic impacts, replacing lost public sector revenue, providing premium pay, and investing in water, sewer, and broadband. With regard to public health expenditures, they're talking a lot here about dealing with things like health equity. They're talking about increasing vaccine uptake. They're talking about other things that might persist longer than the COVID pandemic. It's almost as if you think about the CRF and the CARES Act as what FEMA would have done in a normal disaster, right, as your response. And then FEMA response capabilities. If you think about ARPA, it's a much longer lasting grant program. This is the recovery, right? So it's dollars that are designed to help you rebuild capability and build new capability to mitigate against a future event. Addressing negative impacts. When somebody says something like that, right, I can think of 100 different things that I would consider negative impacts. Unfortunately, Treasury has some pretty explicit guidance about it. But this gets after getting individuals back to work. This gets after helping make sure that people who are suffering from housing insecurity or food insecurity and other economic insecurities have avenues to try to resolve those issues. It's designed to provide a final stabilization before you start moving people back into the workforce as the economy begins to re-engage. The lost public sector revenue, I'm sure you guys have had plenty of briefings on the complexities of calculating it, so I'll spare you. But the important part here is these are the only funds that can be allocated sort of to anything government service related. So if you were able to determine and justify X number of $1 million in lost revenue, those dollars can be redirected into any government service that might need to be addressed. Premium pay for essential workers is another complicated thing. What we're seeing across the country is a series of different ways to approach this. Some folks are using it retroactively to address healthcare industry and other frontline essential workers. Others are using it to start focusing on workers that may have been missed by the normal understanding of essential worker, grocery store workers, restaurant workers, people that otherwise would not have been considered under the classic definition during the response phase. And then finally, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Now there's some parameters around the broadband. Basically, the federal government has said, here's the bare minimum. If they have less than that, regardless of income, regardless of the aggregate wealth of that community, you can fix it. They also spend a lot of time, so just to keep in mind, the interim final rule is about 150 pages long when printed, page by page and not Federal Register format. It's got another 60 pages worth of annexes. 120-ish of those pages are intent, right? The rest of them are essentially rules. So when they talk about the intent of broadband, this is an intent in a mechanism to get parity. It's a mechanism to get access. It's a mechanism to get things that need to be done, while also investing in upgrading infrastructure wherever it may be. Water and sewer, generally anything that involves drinking water, anything that involves stormwater, it doesn't matter. I know of one county in the United States that is only replacing lead pipe. They're spending their entire allocation to get all of the lead pipes out of the ground and get new pipe in. I was about to say next slide, apparently I have the clicker. So this is an allocation. This is what California has been allocated writ large. You see the state has received $27.6 billion, counties about $7.7 billion, cities about $7 billion. Non-entitlement units of local government, an interesting situation. So when those entities receive their money, and I'll note that as of this morning, California had not yet received its allocation from Treasury for non-entitlement units. it's still unclear immediately how the reporting is going to work for those non-entitlement units. There are a few that are within Sacramento County. It's unclear immediately how they are going to handle reporting. Do they report to the state? Do they report through you? How will it be done? My guess is it'll be through the state, since the state is the one allocating those funds. But I want to point out that is an educated guess. It is not the rule yet.
Excuse me, I have Supervisor Cerna would like to speak.
Yes, of course.
So when you say non-entitlement local governments, are you talking about special districts?
I'm talking about entities of government that are typically less than 50,000 in population and don't typically receive grants directly from the federal government.
Okay, so school districts?
No, it's government districts. So this is going to be smaller cities and towns.
Okay. So it's really limited to the universe of municipalities and counties?
Yes, sir.
And this, can I just interject? This came up last week. I think Supervisor Natoli or Supervisor Frost was asking. And the guidance says that if you have a city or a town under $50,000, it's not a direct entitlement, which is, I believe, what the speaker is referring to. So it came up last week, Ileton, Galt. I'm missing probably one. Won't be receiving direct payment. So that was something that was wanted to clarify from last week.
Okay.
Could I just piggyback though? So it doesn't include fire districts, park districts?
No, sir.
No, so it's just municipalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the reason I asked the question is, I mean, there's already been some history with the last couple installments of federal assistance where we have our sister, special district agencies that have looked to us, looked to the county for a sub appropriation, if you will, of what we receive from the Treasury. So it's good to understand and anticipate what future asks there may be from, continuing future asks there may be from those special districts. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I used federal regulatory vernacular, but local governments in this case is municipalities. I apologize.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course. The other thing that's important here is while talking about non-entitlement units, is there's the ability to transfer funds between. So a non-entitlement unit or a city can transfer funds to county, vice versa, state. Like it's one of those few times where the federal government is somewhat relaxed in the way that they're approaching these sorts of things. The reason that's critical is because you may have a non-entitlement unit that did not receive enough funding to address the actual need. Right, and what that does is it allows you to enter into cost-sharing arrangements or other similar structures to help that community. And then Sacramento County, I'm sure everybody here is aware that you received right around $300 million. Non-entitlement units and the county will both receive their money in 2 tranches.
Yeah, we've received $150 million.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
That's correct. All right, I talked a little bit about this. So CARES Act, first off, I get excited about these kinds of things. I know it makes me a little weird, but I do read legislation at night. The CARES Act, again, was a response, right? It was a chance to get after what the immediate need was. It was haphazard, it was messy. The federal government issued guidance almost weekly that oftentimes counteracted other guidance. It was unclear how the different federal agencies were going to interact together, and even to the point where the Pandemic Relief Accountability Committee, which is a collection of OIGs, has said, look, you may find that you spent $5,000 on the wrong thing with CARES. Before we take that money back, assuming it was not ill-intended, we're going to help you find another $5,000 expense. I've never seen that in all my years of working with federal grants. Like the goal is to try to leave the money in the communities and not take anything back. ARPA is a recovery program. For any of you that have ever dealt with FEMA or with any other federal grant apparatus, recovery means rules, all right? It is, say again, sir, I'm sorry?
So you can't wait that long for the money with FEMA.
Right.
If you're dealing with FEMA, you wait a long time for your reimbursement. That's my point.
Yes, and actually, if you ever have time off the record, I can talk to you a little bit more about FEMA and some of the things that are happening there to try to mitigate a few of those challenges. But again, only because I get excited about this stuff. So ARPA is all about recovery. This is about getting the country moving again. This is about all the things that were missed during the response, just because, frankly, the federal government was just throwing money and trying to keep things liquid, trying to keep things moving. There will be a lot of criticism in years coming about that grant program. The goal, but again, response, right? The goal with ARPA is to be much more structured, much more systematic. There are 200 funding streams in ARPA. CARES started with about 30, grew to about 100. We're starting with about 200 discrete funding streams in ARPA. There are going to be grants that we don't even know about yet because the federal agency hasn't yet figured out how they're going to distribute their funds. Grants are going to stack. They are going to blend. They are going to be constructed horizontally, sequentially. They're going to be vertical. This is going to be calculus, differential equations, one might say. All right, very, very complicated. And it's important that everybody understands that because some of these grants can mix, some of these grants cannot. And when you mix some that aren't supposed to be counted, it's the Ghostbusters analogy, right? Like you get the explosion. Now there's sometimes you want to mix the streams, sometimes you don't. And understanding that nuance is going to be critical as the federal government spends the next 6 to 8 months. And I apologize, I'm talking a lot. I can stop at any time.
Excuse me, I have, they had to wake me up a little bit here, but Supervisor Kennedy wishes to speak.
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you,
Ma'am.
sir. I guess my question is for these grants that you're talking about, are these above and beyond the $350 billion?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the American Rescue Plan Act is about $1.9 trillion. The $350 billion is just the grant program that we're here to talk about today. A good chunk of that money will be reserved at the federal level. It's to solve federal problems. But there are numerous programs that are coming. In an effort to be fairly quick, Congress has used existing funding mechanisms and just modified the rules a little bit or increased the funding to them or given latitude to those federal agencies to revisit the way that they distribute those funds.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Follow-up question. Does that mean that you will be advising the county or our executive leadership or even the board then on grant opportunities other than the ARPA appropriation?
Yeah, so what we are going to be doing right now is helping understand the universe. Our current scope of work is to help you understand what your universe looks like at a specific point in time. Yeah. That is not to say that, well,
no, I was going to say,
I'll let my boss talk to that.
So the funds that are eligible during the time that we are providing services to the county will be the universe that we're getting our arms all around right now. But the funds that come out as available after we have kind of finished the work with the county, then those would be on the county to be able to go ahead and continue to gather that information. Although we will be leaving a lot of processes and information and different resources available to the county to help them go ahead and gather that information.
Okay, so does that mean that just by way of example, that if, let's say that there's would you say there's 300 grant opportunities or hundreds of grant opportunities, whatever, that let's say there's one that's focused on health disparities, that we'll get some advice from you about the universe, including that particular grant on health disparities?
Well, I hate to give you the consulting response of it depends, but it also depends on when the guidance for that specific grant and when that grant is then communicated to really, from the federal entity that is controlling those funds and really that mission, when they're communicating that out to, states and counties and local jurisdictions to be able to do something within that space and apply for those funds.
So it sounds like there's been general information communicated from the Treasury about future grant opportunities, but not guidance yet on some of those, or many of those.
Yes, so there is guidance on the $300 million that Sacramento County, half of which they've received. There is not necessarily guidance for the other streams. There's about 96 of the funding streams that presently have guidance promulgated.
Got it.
The rest of them, either not yet, or it's like a holding statement.
Got it, okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
I would say another major difference between these two as well is the time period that these grants are governed underneath. Right. Whereas, CARES and CRF, everybody, it was a very short time. It was very much in that immediate response, of that emergency triage. ARPA, as a lot of people have heard it, the American Rescue Plan, covers a much longer time period. So it really gives the county the ability to stop and pause a bit to understand what are the true needs, prioritize, collaborate between the county and the community, and be able to set those priorities to be able to then distribute those funds in a much more collaborative, equitable, and strategic fashion.
No, I appreciate that. I guess the reason I'm interested in this is, there's a lot of different reasons I'm interested, but it would be good, I guess, in a perfect world to understand all the guidance around ARPA, which is what you're giving us now. And if there are going to be many other future grant opportunities, it would be wonderful to know generally what they are so we can take that into consideration in terms of how we invest ARPA funds that could be, for instance, complementary to a future grant.
Yes.
Right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Making sure there are no other questions before I go to the next slide. All right, I have one more slide. I promise I'll be fast with this one. Statutorily, there are only two uses of funds that you cannot use these funds for. Now, the offset of tax revenue is applied to the state, not counties. It's unclear immediately how the Treasury interprets that difference. And then lastly, you cannot make any deposits into pension funds. The guidance does additionally add that you cannot do any debt service. You cannot use it to pay any legal settlements or judgments or mitigate the cost thereof. Cannot create a rainy day fund, and outside of sewer, water, and broadband, and outside of revenue reduction, you cannot use it for infrastructure spending.
Question?
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, if you go back to the previous slide, please.
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. A couple of things there. So on the first bullet, as it relates to ineligible uses, I think there's an important qualifier there that says, due to a change in law from March 3rd, 2021 through the last day of this fiscal year.
That's correct.
So it allows them to offset going back from March 3rd to the beginning of the pandemic, or what exactly does that mean?
So you are asking me to opine on something that Treasury has been somewhat vague on.
Okay, that's fine. Well, again, as you were going through it, I read it. I mean, there's a qualifier there, so.
Yes.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, okay.
That is a critical qualifier. I will point out, though, that this language, this particular statutory provision, only exists in the state local recovery fund.
Okay.
It is not written into the legislative framework that created the local fiscal recovery fund. Which is
and I heard you say that, and again, we're not changing the law anyway. I mean, we operate by ordinance here, but certainly, we're not making laws for the state or for any territory. So, again, to your point, it's not included in the language for local governments, but we also are not making laws, and we haven't changed anything since March 3rd. I can be assured of that. So, the other thing I wanted to ask about, just as it relates to the other side of your slide there, and I know I asked this last week when we were talking about budget. Oh, yeah. So we say water, sewer, and broadband. What are the qualifiers around the water and sewer? You explained a little bit more on the broadband and how extensive that was, but what about the water and sewer? We have some needs in this community that could potentially be applied to. So
yeah, so this is actually one of the coolest provisions in the bill. The water is pretty much anything that touches drinking water.
Okay.
So if you can make drinking water better, if you can show that you're going to improve access to drinking water, access to quality drinking water, acceptable. Generally.
Okay.
I mean, there are going to be some nuances on the edges, but sewer, same sort of principle, but they spend a lot of time, they treat sewer as also water runoff, stormwater management and other things similar to that, flood management and other things. But those are also generally eligible. There's not a lot of framework. There was a reason why Congress created the language this way, if nothing else, than to get started on critical infrastructure repairs to mitigate the impacts of any number of different things.
Okay. And I would just give you a quick example. I know my colleagues here are familiar with this, but we've got a number of smaller communities that we're looking at converting from septic to sewer, and some of those projects are at least underway. They've done the environmental review. They've done annexations into the sewer district. They haven't started construction, nor have they gone to bid, and we're trying to advance some of those. Some are in the very rural communities, others are in suburban communities that were passed over for a variety of reasons and over the decades. So from your perspective, without knowing all the details, those would be eligible type projects?
So I want to be careful here.
Yeah.
Without looking at the actual problem, I would tell you that my going in position is generally yes.
Okay.
But I would never want to opine on it without actually seeing.
No, I get that. I was trying to I ask you generally, so that's the types of projects that you can look at. If you had unsewered areas that were already have made identified the need to move towards sanitary sewer connections, but haven't obviously achieved that because there's been funding hurdles in some cases and other issues. So, okay. And same thing with water. If you had areas that you didn't have extension, you talked about the lead pipe replacement, and I could venture a guess at what community that might be, but
not the one you're thinking.
Oh, it's not. It's
No.
not Michigan. Okay, all right.
I mean, they may be, but I don't know if they are. It's a different community.
Okay, but but you could, beyond repairing systems, you can actually, again, assuming that you make the argument that there's a health need or there's to serve the public convenience, I guess, and access to good, clean drinking water. Those are types of projects. And do you have to have them? I guess you have 3 years, so you don't have to have them necessarily shovel ready at this point in time.
So for infrastructure, first off, again, I would want to see it before ruling, but generally yes, or at least forming an opinion. I don't rule. I'm just a consultant. So there's an extra provision with regards to how you spend the money and when it has to be expended. So you have to have incurred the cost by the end of December 2024.
Okay.
You generally have another 2 years to finish paying for it using these funds.
Through 2026.
So if you were to come along and say, okay, this is a 3-year project, we're starting in 2023, it just is what it is.
Okay.
Like construction work just takes time. And the federal government has already acknowledged that you may need longer to actually write the checks because nobody wants to cut a check to, Damon Armini Pipes International until you actually see the work done. Or at least portions of it.
Okay.
So
that, and again, that could be a very important component because as I just, in giving you the example I did relative to the septic conversion program, that, some of those will still require environmental documentation. We've been moving, at a certain pace, but we've got 5 or 6 identified communities in the unincorporated areas of the county, and there may be others obviously within some of our city jurisdictions, but they'll have to look at that for their own purposes, but they're a part of our sanitation district. So you have the ability then to, again, move forward, and if you've started projects, you have to actually start construction, or you actually have the project in motion when you say by the end of 2024.
You have to have signed the contract.
Okay, that's important.
That's our understanding of the word incurred today.
Yeah. Well, that's good, Damon. Well, and that's what I'm trying to just get an understanding. Obviously, we'll have folks, Ann and others that'll be looking at this. But again, the sanitation district is a separate district from the county. We are all members of that board, but I think it's going to require close coordination. Now, the water agency, obviously, Mr. Peterson's here, is another hat that we wear. But with the sanitation district, there's a larger board comprised of city jurisdictions, including the city of West Sacramento and the county of Yolo that are members as well. So are there one last question. So are there any restrictions, say, on a district that has, it's a regional effort where you've got another county and another city in that case, and there are other examples where you could actually use the funds within the context of that, or does all those funds lie with Sacramento County? And so if you were going to do a project within that district, but in Yolo County, I'll just use as an example, would you have to use dollars that were ascribed to Yolo County through the same act, or could you, as you blend this, if we worked with the district, recognizing that it's a multiple jurisdiction agency, can you use those monies solely in Sacramento County, or vice versa? Or if you have a regional agency, you can use those monies within that regional framework.
So on its surface, you have the ability to enter into arrangements with your sister counties to achieve particular end states. The devil's in the details.
Okay. And
it's just one of those things where you should make sure that whoever you've got advising on the side there while you're doing something like that, or advising, understands those nuances and able to help you, maybe the pipe has to end at a certain point and then the other pipe has to pick up, or there's some, it's complicated.
Yeah. Well, flood protection is another one where, again, we have a regional agency, and we work with folks in the region. And again, it doesn't just all begin and end here in Sacramento County.
Right.
And so it sounds like it might be some opportunity to do some of that too then.
It would be probably the correct approach. Again, just telling you what I would say based on what I understand the rules today, would be to have the regional agency construct the plan and determine roughly how much it's going to impact each community.
Okay.
And based on some hard stat, like there should be some hard statistic, and then go from there.
Okay. So one final question on this slide. So that component, though, the infrastructure, is all contained within the $300+ million that is coming to this county. There's not a separate stream? I know there's a separate infrastructure bill that's under consideration, and that may have some impact on us while you're reading all that legislation. But I'm just curious about this pot of money. It's not delineated that X goes to infrastructure and X goes to...
No.
There is a fund that the state will receive access to for infrastructure projects writ large, but in the future. They haven't been distributed those dollars yet, but it is contained within the American Rescue Plan Act. But no, there is not a thou shalt spend this much on infrastructure and this much on health equity, for example.
And what would you say about the state? State's going to get a separate pot of money for infrastructure?
They are, roughly $100 million.
$100 million. Well, I won't go very far in a state like California, so yeah. You give it all to us, that'd be fine. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Okay. So I'll go over this briefly. You guys do have it. You also have a copy of our contract as well. But I really want to focus in on what we as a firm are providing to the county, and then also what the county's responsibilities are. So we have built a funding inventory tool that then takes together those 200 funds that Damon alluded to earlier, as well as what are all of the eligible expenses underneath each of those funds that will be a major tool in the overall strategize and planning as we develop a proposed methodology for the county to be able to evaluate each individual project request. And those project requests are coming in from the county, but they're also heavily informed by some outreach that is going on within the community at large right now around where are their needs within the community. So we are conducting right now a community needs survey, as well as starting a departmental project request as well. Those community needs survey has launched. The press release went out last Friday. We are doing a community webinar on Thursday that will provide additional education around these funds and how the community can go ahead and engage and provide their feedback, their input, their thoughts around what does Sacramento County need. We'll then be able to pair up those community needs with the different departments within the county so that they can go ahead and really close the circle with the community, understand those needs greater, and really be able to have their projects that they are proposing take into consideration those community needs.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. Sorry to interrupt your flow again. So with regards to the survey instrument, is it going to be, will the results of that be presented much the same as a poll?
It's very much more of kind of an open text, kind of where they can, have, like, I guess in a survey, a dialogue as to what the issues are. We have asked the survey respondents to take an initial stab at categorizing the nature of kind of the need, but we've also asked them to provide their contact information so that folks within the department can go ahead and close the circle with them and understand those needs more.
What do we have any idea what we think the universe of respondents will be?
Well, it went live on Friday, and as of now, we have 107 different responses, and that number just continues to grow. I have a personal feeling that after today, it'll grow. After Thursday's webinar, it'll grow. As your public information officer continues to put information about it, it will continue to grow. And then the survey will actually close right now on June 30th. We can't have it constantly open because at certain time we have to kind of close down, evaluate what has come in, be able to take action on things, and then things will be able to kind of continue on kind of cyclically as the county says, hey, we need to go ahead and pulse the community, see what's going on, pulse the county, see what they're hearing, and really be able to like continue that. And that's actually one of the great things that the American Rescue Plan does allow for, is you don't have to have everything saying where your $300 million is going next month. There's not the timeline except for this, the 3 years. That's why you get to actually be able to stop and pause and have much more of a strategy around using these funds to help the community recover.
Sure, and I appreciate that. The survey, sounds to me, the value of it's going to be to obviously inform staff and the board about what we're hearing from community members. But I suspect, and this is more of a statement or question for our county CEO, that just because the survey would end on the 30th, that we would take into consideration with as much consideration any other kinds of written correspondence, verbal presentation about what certain groups or certain corners of the county, certain communities in the county want to see the county invest in terms of the ARPA funding.
Yes, I see this as an ongoing iterative process, and this will be sort of layered with the new process that we're going to be starting next month around the outreach for our regular budget. So they will be going hand in hand.
So is the expectation then, Ann, that we expect that by a certain date, maybe around the time that we approve the final budget, that we will have some degree of confidence of a good portion of the $300 million and where it's going, or is it going to be something longer than that in terms of time frame?
Well, it depends on the kind of feedback we receive from the community and what we receive from departments and input we receive from all of you. Because as our presenter said, we don't have to have a plan for the whole $300 million out of the gate. And I would argue that we might want to stage this because needs may evolve and become different over time as we start moving into recovery. And we want to make sure that we don't allocate all the money right out of the gate, and then we don't have, we can't be nimble and move based on new community needs.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think that's wise. Okay. Those are all my questions and statements now.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Forgive me if this has already happened, but you can imagine how many emails we get. Has links to the survey and the webinar and all of the outreach, have we received that? Has that come to us? I mean, here's why I ask, because all five of us have organizations coming to us and, saying, we have these needs, and and I've been telling them anyway for the last month that we've been talking to you.
Yes, I've been getting their phone calls too.
Your input will be a part of this and all of that. So I want to make sure that I'm doing what I said I was going to do. And can we get those links that we can send out?
You did receive it in a board alert, and we can certainly resend it.
That would be great.
We'll resend it to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor
I figured
Kennedy.
as much.
Yeah. Supervisor Natoli.
Just to get a clear understanding, at least on my part, about the extent of the outreach. So it's one thing to do it with a link, but and with some sort of an alert to folks. But have we, to some of the folks we would, normally expect to reach out to us, or if they haven't already, park, fire, maybe some other special districts, neighborhood associations, obviously business associations. We have a fairly comprehensive list, but it's not, again, we might use it for different purposes. And I know, Ann, you talked about linkage with the other budgetary process, which would include advisory councils to the Board of Supervisors, which that's a good network to get out in various realms of human as well as public infrastructure in some cases. So what is the extent of that, and who's compiled that list? Is that something that our communications officers have, or is there some compilation of that? I guess I'm just trying to get a clarity, so that you're going to do a survey for a few more days, and then it closes, even though we can still receive information. I want to be certain that dissemination gets to as many folks as possible. So,
Sure. So we have a lot of different avenues for that. Ms. Nava has released it to news and media outlets, so that is one way. We are actually having a similar presentation tomorrow with department heads, and we're going to be asking each department head, if they haven't done so already, to send these links to advisory bodies and any other stakeholder groups that they routinely work with. And we will continue to do that. I know a question came up about parks districts. We're getting that out to parks districts today.
Fire.
We can fire, yes.
We have small rural departments, reclamation districts that do flood protection. Again, you wouldn't normally always occur to somebody in the organization. That's why I'm asking that.
And some of those may not have occurred to us already, so we will be, we can reach out to you as well to see if we're missing a group that you would like.
Okay. Well, LAFCO has a list of all the special districts in the county. That may be a good starter. And there's, I don't know, there's close to 100 or 120 special districts, some very small, some much larger. And I just think that that's an opportunity that we shouldn't miss because, again, they all have natural constituencies and such, and I think that would be helpful. What about neighborhood associations? Well, you say, yeah, what's that mean? Neighborhood associations. Have we?
No, I'm just saying that there's already been starting to be some response from multiple different special jurisdictions, some special districts within the county.
Good. I'll check on neighborhood associations.
Okay, because we have, again, we all have them, and they're not all in the unincorporated area by any means, but I still think that if you're trying to get a flavor of those things that are on people's minds, and I think our county department folks will have a good sense of it. This board obviously has a strong sense of it, but if we're trying to be inclusive and looking at the amount of money, and to the point that you made, Ann, about kind of doing this maybe in some stages or phases, I think that makes sense. Some things may have more urgency to them than others as relates to relief for certain segments of the population or certain segments of our community, business or otherwise. Some of the infrastructure projects that have some lead time that may need to be accelerated in order to fit within those time frames that were outlined here. And that, I don't know if you intend to do that. You're going through the charge here, it kind of talks about what you're going to assist with. But I think that would be helpful information too, to know, how this may fit. So some things may be in a second phase, not that they're not important, but may have the ability to develop that. Other things will require some action in the next few months in order to make sure the money's set aside and that we go forward. And obviously we're going to be talking with our labor organizations about, essential workers and such. But and you'll be back to the board when?
Our next time with the board, I think, is currently scheduled for July 27th.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Thanks.
Just on what Supervisor Natoli was saying quickly, I wonder if some of this funding could be used for the Rio Linda, Alberta, Alberta specific plan issue with the water fix. I wonder if we have some specific plans and development projects that are held up because of issues with infrastructure and water, and I wonder if that could be something we could look at.
Yes, and I want to say maybe, but I would certainly want to talk to our hired experts to be sure and explain in greater detail what the issue is.
I just wanted you to be cognizant of it because I'm thinking, well, maybe that could help us. So, okay. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So not to complicate matters, but perhaps there's an opportunity, since my understanding with our redistricting effort, stay with me now, with our redistricting effort, we are going to have, each of us are going to have at least one meeting out in our respective districts with the community about redistricting. And I'm wondering if we couldn't take advantage of the planning around that around that intent to perhaps not have a full-blown presentation that's on a totally different subject, meaning the ARPA appropriation, but perhaps there's a way that there could be a complementary hard copy survey instrument that we could distribute during those community meetings that residents could complete and then leave behind. It just seems like we have that opportunity where we know there are going to be at least these five meetings. Mm-hmm. And I believe the time frame, I think, works, but maybe not. Maybe that would be the hiccup in this idea. But I just wanted to kind of share that thought that just occurred to me. Any response, Ann?
Yeah, let me work with Ms. Drain to see, when those meetings are. We do have to have a cutoff at some point so that we can get something to you to get started to get some of this money out there. That doesn't mean we couldn't do that even if it fell outside. It's because, as I said, this is going to be an ongoing iterative process, so we can talk more about that.
Sure. No, I understand this is a balancing act because while we want to be extremely thoughtful and certainly invite the community to share their ideas about how to use these resources. We don't want to sit on the funds so long that they're not doing what they're intended to do. So, but that's just one idea. Thanks.
You may proceed.
We're here for you, ma'am. Whatever you need.
Okay, so I'm just going to very quickly brief on really what are the county's responsibilities. And this comes down to really where decisions are being made. We're not going to be making any decisions on behalf of the county, nor would really a lot of what we've heard from all the county departments that we've already been working with. Everybody wants to bring everything into the public forum, into these board meetings to be able to inform all of you so that you guys can make the best decisions based on the best information possible at that time. So really what is happening right now, we have multiple education sessions going, much to what the Acton County Executive referenced as well. Within the department, we have the community outreach webinar on Thursday as well. We'll continue to be able to provide these education sessions on the latest information coming from the federal government. Much to what Damon had said earlier, there's a lot of information out there, but they're still making rules and changes pretty much almost weekly.
Thereabouts.
Yeah. So as we move forward, really, it's going to be the board that decides on what is approved for these projects, for the use of these funds. It's also going to be upon the county to really be able to manage, execute, track, and report on both the objectives and the KPIs of each of these projects, as well as the financial and fiscal stewardship over all of these projects. We will be helping the county develop a lot of the processes, the tools, the templates that they're going to be able to use. But at that point in time, it's going to be upon the county to go ahead and really be able to centralize and really provide that governance over the use of all these federal funds. Much to what Damon said earlier, recovery when it comes to federal funds means rules. So you want to make sure that everything we're doing is following all those rules, not just for the use of the fund, but then also the monitoring, managing, and reporting on all those expenditures and what was accomplished. Okay. This just very quickly covers.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, yes. Supervisor Desmond, and he may have a question on that last slide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it made me think about this, the county's responsibility, proving methodology, and these other responsibilities you've laid out here. It just struck me as, thinking about this in Sacramento County, how obviously the county has the social services and healthcare role that the cities and the counties don't have. And this kind of gets back a little bit maybe to Supervisor Natoli's question he had asked earlier. Are there any prohibitions on which of these, how to spend this money, or thou shalt not spend it here, or thou shalt spend it there? But my concern specifically is a portion of that $300 million specifically dedicated to the county's municipal services role for its population that lives in the unincorporated area versus its role countywide as the social services and health overseer for the county. Because I want to make sure we don't blend those lines. I want to make sure that we're not doing something that's redundant countywide for what a city already received money for. Am I making sense?
Yeah, so that goes around the duplication of benefits as well. So there's going to need to be collaboration with all the different cities within the county to be able to say, these are the funds that we're going to use. These are the funds that you would need to contribute as well, based on much to what Damon was saying earlier, kind of those statistical factors where you guys can come together. This is your component, this is my component, and we're going to work together in order to achieve this outcome. There's going to need to be a lot of collaboration that happens. A lot of that happens somewhat naturally within the county environment, because you're already working very closely with different municipal governments as well. But there's also going to need to be some very specific and intentional meetings, agreements, discussions, as well as documentation about who's responsible for what, so that there's not that duplication of benefits.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, something I'd be very interested in is making sure that maybe the cities received their portion based purely on, population within their city. I mean, it almost seems like for the county, for the unincorporated population, that amount should be generally preserved for those municipal services responsibilities, and then the rest, obviously, for the larger countywide role. Just a consideration, because I could certainly see where a lot of the $300 million would be spoken for just for the county's general social services role, and then the municipal services really don't get the resources that they need. So, thank you.
Correct.
Very good point.
One of the things that the funding inventory tool does that we're building with you guys is lay out the distribution of funds relative to those entities. So you can see
who got what,
and help you understand how that might potentially mismatch need, because the federal government, they just don't know what you guys know, right? They can't.
Yeah.
And so they allocate money in a little bit of a ham-handed way. And I don't say that to be derogatory, it just is what it is, right? And they may miss need in the way they distributed the funds.
But it's also why they didn't say exactly what you need to use it for and how much goes into which bucketing and which priority. And that's up to really you guys to be able to set where the best use of the funds are for Sacramento County.
So I'm just curious, would a city, for instance, would their portion of the ARPA funding have that first bullet from the beginning of your page 4 of your presentation, support public health expenditures?
Yes.
Or would
Yes.
that, oh, really? So they would have that included in theirs as well?
Yes.
The rules for the county funds, the rule for the municipalities, the rules for the NEUs are the same.
Okay, thank you.
There is overlap, and we work with the cities on human assistance and homelessness and on a regular basis, so please proceed. There's no one in the queue.
That actually wraps us up.
Oh, okay.
In case if you do have additional questions, we are here.
Do we have any additional? That was really informative, and we really, I don't know, I'm so glad we have a consultant for this, because what would we do if we didn't? That's a lot of money and a lot of rules to track, so thank you very much.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Anytime, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Thank you both. I'm sorry, Supervisor Cerna.
Oh.
Thank you. One last thing. Will we be getting any information about how other counties in California, perhaps even smaller counties, are doing what they're doing with their appropriation as we progress through the summer?
So to the extent it is publicly available, I will share anything we're seeing nationally, regardless of whether we're helping or not, is to the extent it's publicly available, what they're doing. So what you'll get is when the county asks us a question about a particular program or whatever, we typically will come back to them with, this is what we think about the rules, this is what we're seeing in similar sized counties, similar demographical trends, and this is what we're seeing in maybe very large cities, and very small places. Like the idea, it's all about context. And if you can get an idea from another county or another city or whatever, anywhere in the country, then connecting you two to walk through it together is in our best interest, in making sure that governments are actually working together to achieve outcomes.
Yeah. And I will say, with all the different counties and local governments that we are talking to, most are using the time frame that governs these ARPA funds as a chance to stop and then be intentional around where the priorities are and be more strategic with the use of these funds in comparison to how they really had to operate under CARES and CRF.
I suspect too that both our state association and NACO would also have similar resources available. All right.
Yeah. We presented to the NGA not too long ago, and I know that NACO's been getting a lot of presentations as well.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 public comments and 1 caller. So would you like me to start with the public comments from Overflow?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to call Brenda Pandos and Sharish Castaneda. I should have gotten that right. I hope I did. Hi, Brenda.
Hi. So, I can see how accepting this money can be so tempting, but accepting these funds when we are not, nor have never been, in a state of emergency is fraud. Fraud is felony, and felony carries a prison sentence. The threat has never overwhelmed the resources. It never did. I want you to think carefully before you accept this money. I'm looking at each one of you. I'd like some eye contact. You need to think carefully before you accept this money. We are not in a state of emergency, okay? And we will call for your removal pursuant to the self-executing sections of 3 and 4 of the 14th Amendment. We do not consent. I know it's tempting, but please do not sign this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sharish is on her way.
Thank you, but I don't mind germs. Contrary to what we've been taught the last year and a half of our life, germs are not bad for you. They help boost natural immunity, which is what our kids need. I am here at this moment to discuss with you a few things regarding this American CARES Rescue Plan. I'm not sure how this works, so please help me if I'm doing something incorrect. I have some questions. This money was given by the Biden administration. Is there a clause that says we have to maintain a state of emergency to accept this money? Is there something one of you board members can help me understand with that?
This is your opportunity to make a public comment. We're not allowed to have a conversation if it's not something, I don't believe we're allowed to have a conversation during public comment.
You can answer a
Is there
question, though.
how do I get those questions answered?
Do you know, I believe you are in District 3. You're in Carmichael? So you would reach out to your supervisor,
Awesome.
Rich Desmond.
Mr. Desmond, I'm Cherish Castaneda, and we will be in communication soon. Hopefully I can discuss some of these things with you.
Supervisor Natoli, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to say that there, she can put the questions on the record, and some might be easily answered. Otherwise, obviously, Chairs, you could submit those in writing. I mean, Supervisor Desmond can assist, but it doesn't have to go through one supervisor. I mean, if you put them on the record and they're easily answered, and there may be an easy answer to that particular question. I don't know about what else you're going to ask, but there are different ways to get, a response, and some can be very immediate. And I think the chair is correct. We aren't going to have a back and forth, but we certainly can, appropriately to this item, you ask a question about it, and there may be an answer after you've posed your questions and made your statement that can be provided as part of the record here today. Otherwise, I think you can work through your supervisor, through the chair, through any one of us, submit to the clerk, and we can get answers to a lot of those questions, I'm sure.
Awesome. Thank you for your help, Supervisor Natoli.
Yes.
So if you want to state your questions, that might be good for all of us to know what they are too, as well.
Love to do that. Thank you. The questions that arise when I hear this discussion of this millions of dollars of money, are we obligated to continue the state of emergency because, as we have noted from Placer County, the state of emergency is over. It has been over for a while. The pandemic is not unable to be handled by our medical facilities. Our hospitals are not overflowing. There's not dead bodies in the streets. We have reached a place where there is enough herd immunity in Sacramento County to end this public emergency. And to continue to be in a state of emergency goes against the governmental code 8630. And it's illegal. It's fraud. It's treason for people to continue to accept money if we're no longer in a state of emergency, and that's what the guidelines for this money are for. So that's what concerns me as a Sacramento resident, if we're continuing to take this money, because yes, of course we need it. There has been it is horrible if you drive up and down the street and see the homeless people everywhere. It is sad. This is the worst I've ever seen our city, which makes sense because Gavin Newsom
You have 15
is the governor.
seconds.
And look at San Francisco. I do not consent. I do not consent to accepting money if it means that we have to continue this false state of emergency. I would like the board to end the state of emergency. It's no longer needed. We need to get our lives back in order and get Sacramento back to the prosperous city that it once was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the help on that, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah.
And we do have 4 callers.
Madam Chair, maybe there could be a simple answer, though, as to the requirements on receipt of the money. That was a question that others may have. If I could, just through the chair, ask the county council to respond to that particular question.
I think she had a couple of questions,
Yeah.
one of which is addressed in the next board item regarding why the state of emergency is still in existence. So possibly Dr. Kassirier will be talking about that on the next item. As far as the funding, yes, there are state rules that require the county to continue following the state guidelines and the rules in order to be able to get the federal and state funding. So that is the reason why we are continuing to do that.
Okay, but for example, the ARPA money's been, half of that's on deposit with the county already.
Correct.
But as a part of already receiving that, we're required to maintain a state of emergency?
No.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry,
why I wanted
yeah,
to answer.
I should clarify.
Yeah.
No, the federal government has, like you said, already deposited the money, sort of no strings attached as long as we're following the regulations and rules that they put into place. But the state funding that we actually still might get,
Yes.
those have those requirements in place as well.
Okay, that's an important distinction. So the money we're talking about today in ARPA, at least as it relates to the pot that's been put on deposit with us, we obviously have to adhere to the guidelines for distribution and expenditure of the money and accounting for it, but it didn't come with a lot of strings. It had no strings attached relative to any declaration of emergency.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment that the last speaker, I think rightfully made mention about the concern she has about our unhoused population, homeless folks that are continuing to suffer, and we certainly see the effects that of that and how it's been exacerbated by the pandemic. So I share those concerns wholeheartedly with the speaker, and without prejudging too much, I would be very, very surprised if we didn't use some or perhaps even a good portion of our federal assistance through ARPA on continuing to help those that are unhoused. So I just wanted to kind of respond to that comment because I think it's an appropriate concern that she has. I think probably all of us share that same concern, and these will be resources that will help address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. We still have callers.
Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. This is Suzanne Georgie. My comment involves the people's budget, which has demonstrated that the Sacramento community wants robust community input in fiscal expenditures, and that includes the use of ARPA funds. Deloitte's plan is woefully inadequate. To highlight, There is a strong emphasis in the federal ARPA program for disproportionately impacted communities, which is not mentioned at all in the Deloitte survey. I address you to look at, please, 31 CFR 35.6, paragraph B12. These funds are to mitigate the systematic public health and economic challenges of disproportionately impacted populations. It includes addressing educational disparities, promoting childhood environments, addressing social determinants of health, increasing economic opportunities in concentrated areas of low economic opportunity. There is so much there. So if Deloitte won't tell you, please read it yourself. It's on the Federal Register, volume 86, specifically page 26793. It's not hard. It's just a page. Please read it, because it is distressing how poorly Deloitte is advising you and our community in the permitted uses of these funds. Please, again, read the Federal Register. It'll explain to you in great detail all of the robust things that this fund can do.
You have 15
to help.
seconds.
Also, the link has been closed last night, this morning, and only in English. What is Deloitte representing? Who? Not your community. You can do better.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to that last caller and make clear that this is the beginning of a process to, again, thoughtfully solicit input from the community. To my knowledge, Deloitte is not suggesting precisely what to use the $300 million that the county will receive from the federal government. The presentation today, I think, was very deliberate in terms of just outlining basic guidance that the Treasury has given every local government and state in the union. So this, again, is the beginning of that process, and the final outcome in terms of what the county ultimately applies those federal funds towards, that is going to be the product of, again, mostly the community informing this board, informing staff. And so to hear someone at this point express great objection to, I'm not sure what, maybe it's the fact that Deloitte is just presenting today. I don't know. It's unclear. But there really is no substantive set of expenditures that neither Deloitte or our staff are suggesting today. So I just feel it necessary to point that out.
Well stated. Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with Mr. Cerna. I would like to ask the question, though, that was the specific question about languages and what languages have been used for getting word out and outreach, and what languages will be used.
I'm going to have to check on that because I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll have that today, though.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Michelle Wright. I'm a District 3 resident. I'm calling with extreme concern for this community engagement plan, the survey, the single meeting on Thursday at 4 p.m. when folks work. That's not sufficient by any means. It's also only available online as far as I can see in English. Should definitely be offered in multiple languages and should be offered in hard copy. I don't know if we have the capacity to mail it to every resident. Obviously, that would be ideal. If not, maybe we could provide it at county offices where people are receiving services. What else? Also, in order to receive notice of the survey, you have to be subscribed to county emails already. So that's not pushing it very far. so there needs to be a better way to push this survey out to folks. I'm really concerned that this is just going to drive further inequity because folks that are probably signed up for these emails, that sort of thing, are people that don't have equity issues. This is just like extremely concerning. To pay Deloitte $600,000 for this really awful community engagement plan is just sickening to me. I'm a member of People's Budget Sacramento. We've created our own survey with volunteer work, gathered nearly 4,000 responses. In the future, you could utilize us instead, because I think we have a lot better plan in how to get the survey with the appropriate responses. I think
You have 15 seconds.
Stand by and let this community engagement plan for ARPA funding go forward as it is. It's just awful.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Supervisor Natoli had a comment.
Sorry, please hold the call.
Yeah, just in listening to the last two callers, it would seem to me that, one, I know we have the ability. We do a quarterly newsletter to folks in the unincorporated county, and maybe have a broader distribution than that. And I know Kim spoke to that when she was here a couple weeks ago on the discussion about the redistricting. I certainly liked Supervisor Cerna's idea about maybe incorporating that as a part of the, because I see this as an ongoing process. We're going to have this initial take on it, but I do think that if we're just relying on those that have signed up to receive county emails or blasts or whatever mechanism we use to communicate with folks, that the hard copy, maybe with a copy of the survey, and again, that goes out in one language, but then to have a reference if people wanted to access it in other languages, how they could get to it. If we're trying to get the sense of that community, then it would seem to me that we have the ability, and maybe not before June 30th, but as a part of this to, and certainly if we're going to spend this amount of money over time, spend, the money to get as much information as we can, point in time, and folks that, get that newsletter to the point about hard copy. I think that's probably doing a mailing to folks makes good sense to those households we mail to anyway with information about, a variety of things. But this is probably the largest single amount, a dollar amount that this county certainly is during my more than 4 decades with the county, to get $300 million available, again, with some limitations, but and to have it to, try to meet, a variety of needs in this community. That's, that can bring a lot of benefit, but I do think we need to broaden as much as we can. And so I think that point about mailing to folks, at least initially, and maybe with language information that will allow folks to get it in a different language, but I think that's really important.
So we can take a look at that, but I also want to add that it's not just for people who have county email. The Sacramento Bee has agreed to publish the link and the information, and it's been pushed out on many social media platforms as well. Sure. So there are definitely many additional opportunities.
And again, I would just speak to some of the folks in outlying areas. I mean, a lot of folks have, internet access of preponderance, I'm sure, do, but people do receive mail, and I think that's for a certain segment of our community, that's important, that hard copy notification, or at least call to participate. And I would hate to see us miss that opportunity. And I thought the other suggestion that Michelle just made about maybe having that available, again, it may miss the June 30th initial deadline, but to have that available at public counters, and whether it's in our social service, offices, or in our voter registration. Here's a document. If you want to participate, we have information in our front lobby and in lobbies. I think using our library system also to assist. They have a good distribution, and certainly have a lot of folks that participate in different ways with library programs, and certainly with the lending for different types of materials. So again, I know this is coming about pretty quickly. But again, as I said, this is probably the single largest amount of dollars that will ever flow to this county in the foreseeable future. So trying to make a good plan for how we're going to use it and reflect that the best we can through our actions. So anyway, thanks.
Great ideas. Thanks, Supervisor Natoli.
We still have caller. Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Tiffany Noya. I'm a resident of Sacramento County Unincorporated. I have a couple of comments about the American Rescue Plan. First of all, I just want to piggyback on my last public comment that these education sessions that you're talking about is preaching your religion of COVID-19, which is a gross violation of separation of church and state. A couple comments about what this money is going towards. What does water and sewer have to do with the American Rescue Plan? My theory is that, you say that you're wanting to replace lead pipes, which is great, because lead is a known neurotoxin, but you're also putting fluoride in the water, which is another known neurotoxin. And I want to know how much money is being allocated towards putting fluoride into the water. I also would like the fluoride to stop because, fluoride was used in World War to subdue the enemy, and it's now being used against our own people. Fluoride calcifies the pineal gland, which damages our connection to spirit and makes us more compliant to authorities. Another thing is, what does broadband infrastructure projects have to do with this? If this is about funding 5G towers, the public needs to know about this. Anecdotal evidence shows that 5G is causing negative health effects. There are already studies out on 4Gs that concluded it led to negative public health effects.
You have 15 seconds.
And 5G has much higher radiation levels. Another comment about homeless services. I was a victim of domestic violence and was not able to get any homeless services. I was not able to find any shelters. They were all closed. I was not able to get any hotel vouchers. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Thank you. I believe we have no more questions or comments from the board, so I want to thank Deloitte for being here, and I know we have a good start. There's a long way to go, and we appreciate all the hard work on our behalf. Thank you. And next item, please.
Okay, for item number 70, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is the public hearing for the adoption of the Sacramento County Water Agency 2020 Urban Water Management Plan update and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for your time this morning. My name is Mike Grinstead, and I'm a senior civil engineer with the Sacramento County Water Agency. On September 1st, 2020, your board approved the contract to develop the Urban Water Management Plan. I am pleased to be here today to introduce for your consideration the resulting final draft of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, along with the in-house developed Water Shortage Contingency Plan. From the California Department of Water Resources Urban Water Management Plan website, urban water management plans are prepared by urban suppliers every 5 years. These plans support the supplier's long-term resource planning to ensure that adequate water supplies are available to meet existing and future needs. The requirements for urban water management plans are found in the California Water Code. SCWA is required to prepare and adopt an urban water management plan every 5 years. The Urban Water Management Plan must demonstrate water supply reliability in a normal year, a dry year, a single dry year, and for droughts lasting at least 5 years over a 20-year planning horizon. It also needs to include a water shortage contingency plan. The 2020 Urban Water Management Plan includes an analysis of all 7 SCWA service areas. Attachment 3 of the board package is a map of these service areas for your convenience. Major changes from the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan include extending drought assessment to 5 years and reducing future demands due to regulatory changes. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan was updated as a standalone plan and now includes 6 shortage levels. The conclusion of the Urban Water Management Plan is that SCWA has a diverse and robust water supply portfolio capable of meeting the water demands in all of its service areas in normal, single dry, and 5 consecutive dry year droughts from 2020 through 2045, which is the time range that we were analyzed in the plan. While the required outreach for this action included publishing 2 notices in a paper over an approximate 2-week period, which we completed, SCWA went beyond this requirement and placed the Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan on its website on May 6th, 2021, about 40 days ago, when the final drafts of these documents became available, and we sent links to members of the public, the Regional Water Authority, as well as the Water Forum. SCWA also listed contacts for questions on the posted documents and listed the documents under current topics, which is a prominent location on SCWA's website to direct people to the links from the homepage so that they could see the plans. And these were both in response to different inquiries. Staff did receive 1 set of comments. We reviewed those comments and worked both internally and with the consultant team to address those comments. Any lingering water use reporting issues that we found as a result of the comments will be resolved as soon as possible. Staff is requesting that your board open the public hearing, hear comments, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution of adoption for the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Thank you for your time this morning and for allowing me to make the introduction. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Good morning, Mike.
Yes, sir.
So how much in the 5-year drought planning does the management plan rely on conservation that then falls back to customers to reduce their usage significantly? I know there's predictions, and hopefully it's not true, that we're headed into potentially that sequence. Obviously we're in year 2 and things are pretty severe this year, so this is on people's minds. So how much of that 5-year management plan relies on then constricting or restricting uses by our customers within the service areas we provide the service in?
Yes, sir. So in the Urban Water Management Plan, we're required to look at unconstrained demand in that 5-year period to determine if we needed to enact any of the levels in the Water Shortage Contingency Plan so that we could provide the water, which is what you're asking. And in our planning, we found that we have adequate supplies to meet the 5-year drought requirements and would not have to require conservation.
Okay, that's an interesting finding, and I guess that's comforting to know. But the realities are, and we dealt with this in the 2015-16 drought period, where that wasn't a choice. In fact, we had testimony by others, wasn't you, but that somehow because we were ratcheting down usage by virtue of conservation that was imposed by the state, but we needed to carry it out. That the effects on rates and the recovery of the dollars, and I heard conversation about, well, we have plenty of water, so we really shouldn't have to restrict our customers, but that's that doesn't play well in a drought. I mean, people don't like having to necessarily restrict their use, and so I guess you make the finding that says, yeah, we got enough water, we can go unlimited usage through a 5-year drought. Hooray for us! And I guess that's a good thing. It's good. It shows good planning, good backup availability, the mix between surface and groundwater. On the other hand, that's a real mixed message in the sense that you want to make sure you got the water, but we do it unconstrained. And the reality is that's not going to be unconstrained. So I guess if nothing else, it says you're going to have more water than you're able to sell or push through the pipes because people are going to have to conserve. Is that accurate?
So the way I understand your question is that the state may apply some kind of a mandatory conservation.
Yep.
And I think as a water agency, we understand that surface water, especially in this year, is going to be a difficult asset to get, right? Mm-hmm. Your board has approved over time conjunctive use opportunities for SCWA. And what that means is that in wet years, when there's plenty of surface water available, SCWA has the ability to take surface water from the Sacramento River and treat it and distribute it to its customers. Mm-hmm. And when it does that, it has a positive impact on the groundwater table compared to using groundwater in all year types, if that makes sense, because we're just not using that resource. But then in dry years, such as this year, we rely more heavily on groundwater as a resource. And that's conjunctive use, right? And that's how we do it. So because we've had this positive impact on the groundwater table by not using groundwater, in these types of years, we can then move over into, groundwater use and kind of take back some of that positive impact. That being said, surface water this year, it's really, there is none available, right? It's a dire drought. There are other regional partners that are going to have issues because they don't have the surface water to rely on. And so I think SCWA and through the Regional Water Authority has asked for this 10% reduction if people would like to do that. But it is our responsibility in the Urban Water Management Plan to prove that we can serve our customers. And I think we've been able to prove to do that. And if anybody else has any more to say on that, we anticipated some questions today, so brought many people here. And so I see the other Michael coming down. So. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your response. And I get it that we bank, not just hypothetically, but we can numerically show that. On the other hand, it still puts a strain on the groundwater, and if you have a continued drought, that's why we haven't seen that 5-year drought sequence quite yet. We've seen something approaching it, dry periods, but if this is an indicator of what's to come, and let's hope that it's not, it may be something we never experienced, and now with groundwater management, and you talk about this in the plan a bit. So I'm curious, Michael, you
Sure.
answered the question, and Michael did a good job trying to respond, but I just...
Michael Peterson, Department of Water Resources. Yeah. So, I understand sort of the conundrum that's floating about the question. The 5-year unconstrained demand is a test for the supply. We have found that we have the supply to do that. That does not dictate that we actually just distribute unconstrained supply. We've enacted not a mandate, but conservation is at a minimum a 10% build into our program. We've actually seen over the past 4 years since the end of the last drought sustained 15 to 17% conservation from residents because of the change of habits. And we've already started a campaign, an outreach campaign for our customers last month, emphasizing conservation and continuing to place a focus on that. So I want to make sure that it's understood, well, the plan said we can that's not what it says. It's a test on our supplies. There may be a point in the future where, maybe that test shows, we're going to have to actually enact something because we're seeing a very defined potential shortage in a 5-year analysis of drought. So I just want to make that distinction. By no means are we being casual or flippant in our messaging or in how we're operating the system. And as Mr. Grinstead said earlier, we've had some constraint on our surface supply. The whole reason we have conjunctive use is so we can balance it over time. We get that benefit. But we're currently analyzing, what's our supply in the groundwater? And how are we going to address that with the potential of another dry year next year? So it's not that we go, the plan says we're all fine, let's just not worry about it. Absolutely not the case. It is sort of a counterintuitive, but it is a test. It's sort of assuming you were no conservation, do you have enough water? Because it's a test to make sure that we aren't getting too close to a limited supply.
So, and I appreciate the further elaboration, Michael. So if I take what you said, though, we're going to you analyze that real time, year to year. Obviously, if you get, notice that you're not going to take any water off the Sacramento River this year, or the American River, or anywhere else, the ability to sustain that for a year or two on groundwater is one thing. But if you have a very prolonged drought, and maybe, we talk a lot about climate change these days, that if you got a sequence of years, again, God help us, but that, you didn't have surface water available for beyond the 5 years, at some point in time, the strain on the groundwater, because there is some connectivity. I mean, that's what the state's told us. That's why we're doing Sigma, that you can't disconnect those anymore. And yet we know we get benefits by using the surface water, that you retain the groundwater, and maybe oversimplification of how all it works. But bottom line is, I think, having a plan, meeting those, again, it's comforting to know that, in an urgent situation, we have capacity to, help soften the blow, but that over time, we're going to have to continue to evaluate that. And, I'm hopeful that we'll see a break in the drought this next winter season, but who knows? None of us do. And so,
correct.
But you will do that. So this is subject to an annual true-up, so to speak?
It's a season. I mean, we're doing this through, in particular the summer, but through the season.
Okay.
And ensuring that we're going to, we don't get caught short and just get surprised by anything like that.
One other thing that's related here, and I found it really interesting, was this, it kind of goes back to, greenhouse gases and so forth, but the use of energy and, how much energy it costs to draw the water from the ground, process it, treat it, and distribute it, versus the energy to take it from the surface water source, again, move it, treat it, and then distribute it. And in the analysis, is it more expensive to pump it from the ground and do all the processes to get it to the customer, or is it more expensive to do it from the, and I'm not talking about sunk costs of a plant and so forth, but just the sheer energy cost, or is it, what's the more expensive of the two?
It's going to vary. It's going to depend on how many groundwater facilities are being operated versus surface water. Mr. Grinstead might have a better handle on that from the analysis, so I'll let him speak to that in more detail.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Just real quickly on that one, and I'm done with my questions.
Yes, sir. So from an energy standpoint, if we take water from the Sacramento River at the Freeport intake and we have to lift it all the way up to the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant, then treat it there, and then distribute it to the customers from one location. Our groundwater facilities are disparate, which means that they're kind of all over, right? So there are some groundwater facilities where the depth of groundwater is deeper and some where it's shallower, some that we put through mini filters for a treatment process, and others that we're able to just distribute really raw water because it meets drinking water quality standards. I think overall from the analysis that we've seen is that usually the production of groundwater is cheaper. Taking the whole kind of cost of everything into the determination. We've seen numbers anywhere from $200 about for groundwater production, maybe $400 per acre foot for surface water production. That's using everything. Energy-wise, I've always kind of thought that with the lift in the long pipeline, all the way from the Sacramento River to the treatment plant, really it's kind of equivalent to all of the different disparate groundwater facilities that we use.
Are you able to track that without having to go in to do some manual accounting for that? Are you able to, because you know where the pump stations are, you know what it costs to run the plant and such, are you able to track those costs anyway? Just so you actually, it's not just based upon your professional view of it. Do we track those costs? I mean, you have a per well site, some is treated, some is untreated, less treated. Do you track those costs?
Yes, for sure. And so this kind of gets a little bit out of my area of expertise, right? Because it's more the operations and maintenance side, and I'm on the planning side. But it is definitely true that we have a computerized maintenance management system which tracks the work orders and the different amounts of work that happens to each one of the sites. Yeah. We get SMUD bills in the different locations, and we pay them, and so we know how much those things cost. We have to buy the chemical. We know what the chemical
I get all
costs
that.
are.
I'm just talking about the electricity costs here, so what it takes to and you gave a rough estimate of it, but it's not inexpensive to move, treat, and gain access to the water, whether it's from the ground or from the dirt. And my understanding is I've seen studies that or quotes that it's 60% of the energy used in the state of California is used to move water, from source to source. And that's, and that's why I ask it, because it is a major consumer of energy in order to provide, obviously water, which is essential to everything we do. So, okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Did that conclude your? Oh, you had concluded. It's just been a while, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's been
sir.
a while.
I apologize for the long-winded answer.
No,
okay.
Well, long-winded question too. So
I see no more board members in the queue, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and I believe I know we have a couple of speakers. I don't know if we have anyone on the phone.
We have at least one person on the phone.
Okay. So I will begin with Sharish Castaneda and followed by Brenda Pandos. I have to commend you ladies for your civic-minded involvement. It's admirable.
Thank you, and I am very grateful to have your guys' presence today again. The reason I chose to make a comment on this topic is because I have experience with what happens when water is privatized. I grew up in Rancho Cordova, and I watched the water become privatized when they became a city, and I also watched what Aerojet did with the water once it was privatized. Let me make this comment that I do not consent with Sacramento County sending 15 acres of our water to Santa Clara or any other city. There's no water crisis. What we have is a mismanagement of our water resources. And it is very important that we acknowledge and observe what's going on and stop it immediately. This is our children's water. This is our city's water. And we do not need to be sending it anywhere else. We need to gain control over what's going on with the Department of Water Resources. And we need to come up with a better plan, because it is not okay for us citizens to be paying everybody for everything. This world has unlimited natural resources that are our God-given natural resources. The world, the earth, replenishes itself if we would stop stealing it, sending it to people that have the most money and were willing to pay for it, and start investing it back into our children and our city, because this is for us. This is something we need to be doing for our future. We need to stop selling to the highest bidder, because as I will quote the gentleman that was up here earlier, the devil is in the details. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Brenda Pandos.
So I just want to bring to your attention, I don't know if you remember, in February of 2017, the Orville Dam was on the brink of overflowing, and I think it did end up bursting. And they're supposed to hold 5 years of water. Now I know that it flows through the American River, but I'm just saying that would make it be that they should have enough water till 2022, and we've had rain in that time too. So I just feel like there is a huge mismanagement in water. I mean, I was looking at what the gal before me said, that the State Water Resources Board did notice of petitions for temporary change involving the transfer up to 14,650 feet of water from the city of Sacramento to Santa Clara Valley. Why are we selling our water if we're the ones that really need it? We should. This shouldn't be happening, and it's going all over the place. It's going to the 2021 dry year program include Dudley Ridge Water District, Central Coast Water Authority, County of Kings, City Georgiano Pass Water Agency, Metropolitan Valley Water Company, Antelope Valley East Kern Water Agency. I mean, it's literally going everywhere, except, and I feel like because they're selling our water, we're having to pay the brunt of it and increasing our costs. We need to think about us first and not sell our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair, I want to get clarity, and maybe Michael Peterson could come to the podium. And I think Brenda clarified in her comments, but the County of Sacramento, our water agency, is not selling water to the Santa Clara Valley Irrigation District, and I don't believe we're selling any of our water.
No, the county water agency is not participating in the water transfer. That's the city of Sacramento.
Sacramento, correct. So again, I want to be clear about that, because I know we've been pretty clear about it in the past, and some of those folks are the same ones that are advocating for new conveyance and our downstream users, but we're not selling water. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, I believe we have a caller on the line.
Yep, please transfer the caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Tiffany Noy. I'm a resident of Sacramento County, and I just want to piggyback off some of the earlier comments. For item number 83, please do not transfer our water to Santa Clara County. I do not consent to Sacramento County's water being transferred to a different county. I also want to want you guys to be aware that there is a bill going through at the state level to limit the amount of water that residents can use per day. And I asked that Sacramento County create an ordinance that Sacramento County residents will not be capped on their daily water usage. Residential water usage is a very tiny fraction of percent compared to the water usage for commercial industries, such as animal agriculture, fracking companies, water bottling companies, etc. And the focus should be on limiting the water uses of those commercial industries, especially if they are, causing us to lose our water supplies and at a rate that we cannot replenish them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our calls?
I'm checking the queue one more time. And that concludes your public comments.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and at this time, I'll close the public hearing. And Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that, it's no secret that we are about to face potentially the worst drought of our lifetime. And we've seen, all of us, being native Sacramentans, have seen plenty of opportunities. But I do want to thank the Regional Water Authority, County Water Authority, the Water Forum, so many others who are taking a proactive approach to managing our water supply and not waiting until dire circumstances before we get there. So I want to thank all the efforts of all of those organizations who are pulling together. I was on a call the other day, and it was clear that everybody's taking this very seriously throughout the region. And it's going to take that if we're going to protect our surface water, groundwater during these difficult times. It's also going to take, quite frankly, sacrifices by all of us, by our constituents. And we're going to hear about it, just as we did a few years ago. But there are sacrifices that I believe are coming, and we have to acknowledge that and understand that nobody wants to do it, but it's necessary. So with that, I will make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. So we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 71 is the report on COVID-19 response.
Well, I think we've all been waiting for this moment.
Good morning, Siobhan Katari, Department of Health Services. It is June 15th, and as such, it is the day that the state has said that we move beyond the blueprint. So what does this mean for Sacramento County? Essentially, it means the color tier system is going away as we know it, and certain restrictions, most restrictions, will be lifted. So things such as mask wearing for certain populations that we'll talk a little bit more about, capacity limitations within spaces, physical distancing, those types of things are going to be changing. Once again, I wanted to lift up the fact that Cal OSHA has met and will meet again this Thursday, June 17th, to look at their emergency standards, and they will be making a ruling based on some draft standards that they released last Friday that more closely aligns workplace guidance with guidance that CDC and CDPH have now come out with. The governor did announce yesterday that he intends, if the Cal OSHA board votes to adopt those ETS standards, he intends to codify those, which means they would take effect immediately or the next day versus having to wait a couple of weeks, which is what we thought was going to be the case last week when that was announced. So what I'll share with you right now, and then Dr. Kasiri will share a little bit more about COVID and vaccinations, is with regards to masks. I just wanted to mention that for individuals who are vaccinated, they will not need to wear masks anymore, either indoors or outdoors, with some exceptions. Healthcare settings, schools and childcare, jails, homeless and emergency shelters, and public transit, and also high transmission events, or mega events as we're calling them, with over 5,000 individuals. And so there are some exceptions for those settings. I will say that the schools and childcare guidance is being looked at again by CDPH and will likely come out with some revisions soon. Also, I wanted to mention for unvaccinated individuals, they will continue to need to use masks indoors in public settings and businesses. Once again, Cal OSHA will come out with some guidance later this week, and we will be able to drill down on the details more for you later after that comes out. I also wanted to just say that we are looking at how businesses are going to be able to verify, and businesses may choose to verify vaccination status in a few different ways through self-attestation. They could ask for verification of vaccination, or they can decide not to ask for verification at all. But there will be some standard guidance coming out for businesses and how to address that, including workplaces. With that, I just wanted to turn it over to Dr. Kasiri to give a little bit more information.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kasiri.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and supervisors.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Supervisor Cerna had a comment.
Just before we move on to hear from Dr. Kasiri, just want to get some clarity, Siobhan, on a few things that you mentioned. In terms of the types of settings, the locations that you characterize as the exceptions for the mask wearing protocol, what does the guidance tell us about where we sit and stand here right now in these chambers?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah. The CDPH did provide additional guidance for public meetings, and we do need to continue using the masks. We will check if there are any changes based on what comes out from Cal OSHA.
Okay, so that's important to note because it wasn't mentioned in the list, and I would hate for viewers or those that might choose to testify here in person on this subject to not hear that explicitly and wonder why is everyone still wearing a mask in here? So.
Yeah, apologies for that. We are still considered a workplace here, and so as Dr. Kasiri said, we'll have some more guidance after Thursday about whether that changes.
Okay, and then I just want to kind of confirm what I think I heard you say is that much of the latitude that those that are vaccinated have to not wear a mask under the new rules it seems like it's largely based on the honor system, no? I mean, we're leaving it up to employers to not confirm vaccination, to take self-attestation, to not ask at all. So I guess what I'm concerned about, and I shared this concern with our CEO during our briefing, is that I'm afraid that today there may be some mass confusion out there. Places like
mass confusion,
mass confusion, in places like grocery stores or bars and restaurants. You might have some employers that, or some of those establishments that have a philosophy or a belief that it's better to be much more careful in terms of the progress coming out of the pandemic than others, and so that may likely will change from establishment to establishment. So what do we, how should we be prepared to kind of address some of those inconsistencies as representatives for our districts and the county as a whole?
We'll continue to be dependent on the guidance that comes out from CDPH. And right now, the information we have is that in those settings, there will be 3 options. One is being able to have clear signage saying that masks are still required for those that are not vaccinated, but it will be by self-attestation. In other instances, the establishment can decide to verify vaccination, and that could be through showing the vaccination card, or the third option is to continue to require vaccination for everybody, regardless of vaccination status.
So that would be the copy on the signage. That's what some of these signs would explain.
Yes,
okay.
I think it needs to be clear. My understanding is that there are some settings, such as concerts, where when you're buying a ticket, they will ask you to verify whether you're vaccinated or not. Mm-hmm. And then at some places, when you're entering, they will ask you to show the verification.
Okay. So using, again, the example of a grocery store, I'm fully vaccinated. Would I walk in there and expect today that there will be a sign that explains what that means in terms of their expectation of my mask wearing or not?
They should, and usually the signs are very simple. It just says that masks still required if you're not vaccinated.
Okay.
But they would expect that you will check up the definition of what vaccinated status is, because otherwise, if you're going to try and explain everything, it might become a little wordy.
Well, yeah, that's kind of my fear, is that there's different, seems like there's a number of different permutations of circumstance that, depending on whether you're vaccinated or not, well, what that's going to mean to the establishment, what's that going to mean to someone that perhaps still holds the opinion that masks should be worn no matter what in those establishments. How do we avoid fistfights and, on aisle 9, that kind of thing? So that's why I'm asking these clarification questions, because I think they're important on this day, because quite frankly, it's going to be a learning experience, I think, for the next few weeks as we get accustomed to the new environment.
Absolutely, and we've been working with the Environmental Management Department with providing guidance for people who are emailing and calling us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Please proceed, Dr. Kasiri.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with our presentation, and I'm not going to go over every single slide because we provided a lot of information, and I know that we're short on time, but I do want to highlight a few slides. and then also answer some questions about issues that had been brought up before. So when we're looking at an infectious disease, there are a lot of parameters or indicators that we look at, such as the number of cases being reported, case rate, and also look at different populations and how the disease is impacting them. I just wanted to highlight one of the indicators we look at, which is the case fatality, which basically what we do to get that is you take the deaths divided by the number of cases. For, in this case, it's the age group, and then find the percentage. And just wanted to highlight, because I know that this is a point that has been brought up again and again about the case fatality being about 1%, but to highlight the fact that it is not the same for every population. So for those 0 to 9, it goes from 0.04%, and continues to go up by age until it gets to 20.81% for those 80 plus. So that's the reason why throughout this pandemic we've been so concerned about the older population, especially those in long-term care facilities, because of the setting of being in groups. And when we started the vaccination, we started off with vaccinations in the long-term care facilities, and after that we started seeing a drop in cases, and now we're getting maybe just a handful, 2 to 5 being reported. So we know that the vaccine has been very effective. It is important to point out, though, that not all of our elderly are in long-term care facilities. We still have a lot of members in the community that are in this vulnerable age group, and some of them have not been vaccinated yet, especially when you look at some of the zip codes. So it's still important for us to continue with the preventive measures, especially in those areas where we might be with people that are vulnerable. So just wanted to point that one out. And then, like I said, I'm just highlighting a few slides, and this slide shows you cases in congregate facilities. And so you can see in January where we had the peak, where we had a large number of cases, and it's dropped almost to 0 as we get to May. I wanted to transition to vaccination equity and point out a few things. I know that all of you have been very interested in our efforts, especially in the underserved communities, and that is defined by HPI Q1, or easier to just say the health equity quartile. And you can see that from this slide, 48% had received at least one dose, and actually the update that we got last night shows that we have surpassed the 50%, so that is good. We still have some work to do with some of our underserved communities. If you look at the Black communities, this says 38%, and the update that we got is 39%. So still have work to do there, and working again with trusted messengers. I know there were questions that were asked about our contract with Sierra Health Foundation. The reason that we have been using Sierra Health Foundation is that many of the community-based agencies and trusted messengers that we're using would not be able to meet the criteria that we have for contracting with the county. And also because we are contracting with so many of them, it was much easier for us to have a contract with Sierra Health Foundation, which would then subcontract out. And I just talked very briefly with the director, and we're planning to talk with Sierra Health Foundation to do a formal presentation to you about the work that they're doing, so that you have a deeper understanding of how we're partnering with them, and how in turn that has helped us to partner with community-based agencies and trusted messengers.
Yep.
Dr. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. If you can go back to the last slide, please.
Sure.
The blue bar, solid blue bars, that's percent of single dose, correct?
This is at least one dose.
At least one dose.
Yes.
Okay. is the percentage of that we know of single dose a good predictor? I would assume it is, but a good predictor of those that are going to have ultimately full vaccination, 2 doses?
Yes, it is. And we've also been working hard for those that are considered to have missed their second dose, which is meaning that they're 6 weeks beyond their first dose. We have a team that is actively contacting them to make sure that we give them the opportunity to get the second dose.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to highlight this slide, which shows percentage vaccinated by zip code. We've made a lot of progress. If you recall the first time that I presented this data, some of the zip codes had less than 20% vaccinated, or at least with 1 dose, and that has definitely improved. We still have our work cut out because, as you can see, some of them are still in the 30s. And I also wanted to point out that when you look at the hesitancy, you can see that for many of these zip codes, vaccine hesitancy is not the major factor. And so that does give us a lot of hope in knowing that as we continue with the pop-up sites that we are, and especially being able to use the trusted messengers, that we should be able to achieve pretty good vaccination rates, even in some of these, the health equity quartile. Wanted to also point out what we're seeing with some of the zip codes, and very pleased to see that in some of them it's actually over 80% that have received at least 1 vaccine. From the update we got last night, overall for Sacramento County, it's 60%. So we are steadily getting there. So that's, and also as part of this PowerPoint, we did include a PowerPoint presentation that the state health officer gave to Cal OSHA, because it does explain about the masking mandate and give some explanation about why it is important. I'm not going to go into the details of that because I think it explains it really well, but definitely willing to answer any questions that you might have on the topic. And also wanted to point out that the state health officer did issue a new health officer order, and it does include the masking mandate as well as requirements for mega events, and also requirements that schools continue to follow the guidance that is in place right now. And as was pointed out, we expect that that guidance will be updated as CDPH gets additional information from CDC, because I believe the CDC is also going to update their guidance. We will not issue a new county health officer order because we are still under the state health officer order, and it's the same throughout the state. So that is why we have decided that we will continue with the current health officer order that we have for the county expires today. And if there are no other questions with that, I wanted to be able to answer some questions that were brought up before.
Excuse me, Doctor, we do have a question from Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Kasseri. Just while you had your current set of slides, you didn't project it up there, but you had 1 cases in congregate facilities. Could you bring that one up real quick? Was it inserted in your, in our packet was the last one before the vaccination equity. Yeah, that one. The legend says residents, what is the middle one? It says SAC staff. What's that mean?
Oh, the reason that we identify the staff separately is, and also state that it's SAC staff, we do have staff that work in the long-term care facilities but live outside of Sacramento. So by saying Sacramento staff, we're just identifying the staff that work in the long-term care facilities but live within Sacramento.
Okay, and similarly with the residents, you said includes county residents only. So if you had somebody temporarily in a long-term facility, but they were a resident of another county, then they wouldn't be counted in the stats like the workers as well?
It depends, especially for some of them who are temporarily in Sacramento but then move back. It depends on which one is considered to be their permanent home address. Because if they're moving back to another county, then they might be counted in that county.
Okay. And obviously, once the vaccines were being administered, there was a significant decline. The week of the 16th, the next to the last one, week of May 16th, I guess it was 0, if I take that correctly. And then it's hard to know because the scale here. Then in the week succeeding that, it was a couple of cases. And would those be attributable to folks who were, because typically the residents are going to, unless we're now allowing folks, I guess we are allowing folks, family members and so forth, into the care facilities, right?
Yes, they can, but the family members would not be added to this. But I think, and you're right that the scale is a little small, but I think those were actually staff that were positive.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we've had a couple of weeks there, if not more, where there were no pause tests or cases identified for residents of long-term care facilities.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks. I read this last night, and you answered the first question, but I kind of sorted it out here for me. So a lot of good news embedded in that chart. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. And Dr. Kassir, I know you have other questions you wanted to get to, but I got myself in the queue, so I thought I'd stay for a while. First of all, these numbers are so exciting and getting better every time, and I want to thank you personally and your staff. Every time I go out to an event you're out there working, shoulder to shoulder next to all your staff, but they're all out there just working so hard, and just kudos, because, literally, it's not often that we get to look at a presentation and look at it and know that we saved lives today. So thank you so much for that. To the CEO, I don't suppose Mary Jo Flynn Evans is here today, is she?
Yes, she is.
That's what I thought. We haven't met personally, and that's what happens when you get hired during a pandemic. But I wanted to point out and thank you for attachment 1. Very, very concise, very well written, very methodically researched, and provides a lot of the answers that people have misrepresented. So thank you very much for your good work on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I too wanted to make sure that you didn't leave the podium without receiving my thanks to both of you, but especially to Dr. Kassir. I sat up here as chair of the board last year on March 19th and did something I never thought I'd be expected to do as chair of this board, which is to try and explain to all 1.5 million residents the details of the health order. You were up here with me, and for me, I've been kind of looking forward to this milestone day since that day. I still keep a copy of the Sacramento Bee from March 20th in my office with the headline, Sacramento County shut down, more or less, and it is remarkable that we've gotten to a place where, as Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, we can view charts and graphs with the kind of expression of the product of everything that our public health department has been a big part of in terms of saving lives, and at first making sure that we were testing and tracking, and then moving into the vaccination mode to protect people. But I just feel very remiss if I didn't speak to my experience last year in that leadership capacity, and just noting the fact that this is a day just like March 19th that I think we should remember equally in terms of the ability to get through arguably one of the toughest 15 months that this county has ever seen. So thank you.
Thank you, and again want to acknowledge that this is indeed a huge milestone that we're coming to the point where we can say that our health officer order is going to expire and we're not planning to issue a new one. And I again want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for your support. I know it's been difficult for the entire community, and looking forward to continuing to work on the recovery phase of it and working alongside the community as well. So thank you.
I believe you had more.
Yes, I do have more. I know that Supervisor Kennedy did touch on the memo that Mary Jo Flynn included in our package about the health emergency, declaration of a health emergency, and declaration of the county emergency. So I don't know if there are any questions pertaining to that, and she is available if there are questions pertaining to that. If not, then I'll move on to the next one.
I have a question. I thought we were going to come back with a clarification on every single emergency that we have, and did I misunderstand?
I'm sorry, what was the question that you had?
I thought we were going to come back with a report back on every emergency that we have and what are the ramifications if we cancel those emergencies. What would be the pros and cons and the consequences if we canceled those emergencies? There were 3 or 4 that you recited in our last meeting last week.
Right, so there's the 2 county local emergencies that are addressed in Mary Jo Flynn's memo, sorry. And then there's the governor's emergencies, which we have no control over. So the purpose of the attachment was to address your questions. And if you have specific ones, Mary Jo or I would be happy to answer them. The third component, I guess, is the public health order. And as Dr. Cassirier said, that is going away today.
Okay, so the public health order is the only one that's going away today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I was asked to explain a little bit about Assembly Bill 262. This was a bill that came about after the hepatitis A outbreak. The epicenter of this was in San Diego and LA County, but as a result of the grand jury report, one of the points that came out of the grand jury report was that some of the delay in the response was delay in getting the cities to actually do what the health officer was asking, which is to put up sanitation stations. And so that was the impetus of this assembly bill. And what it says is that this bill would require a local health officer during an outbreak of a communicable disease or upon imminent and proximate threat of a communicable disease outbreak or epidemic that threatens the public's health to notify and update government entities within the health officer's jurisdiction about the communicable disease that may affect them if, in the opinion of the local health officer, action or inaction on part of the government entity might affect outbreak response. It also, again, reiterates the authority of the health officer to issue health officer orders. I wanted to point out that we are very judicious in the way that we use our health officer orders, especially to individuals. Every single time that I am issuing a health officer order, I consult with county council and make sure that county council signs off on the health officer order. When it comes to if there is someone who is not obeying the health officer order, and we are in the process of enforcing it, we actually have a law enforcement communicable disease advisory committee, which in addition to public health, we also have representation from the sheriff's office that actually co-chairs that with me, and then also representation from each of the police departments. And if we have a situation where we are going to need enforcement for someone who is violating the health officer order, we will contact them, discuss the case, and discuss the action that will be taken. And in addition, actually, to representation from the sheriff and policeman, there's police departments, there's also representation from county council and the public defender as well. So it's not something where I take the action by myself. It's in concert and consultation with a lot of different people. And also the law that gives us the authority to do this makes it clear that this is a last resort. So we actually have to show, when I'm presenting to county council, I have to show that we have done everything else that we can to try a less restrictive means to get the person to comply. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
And can I just add, I think maybe there was a misunderstanding that AB 262 would allow us to force somebody to get a vaccination, and that's not accurate. I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Kasseri and Siobhan, for elaborating. But the authority relative to health officer order, that was already in statute. That wasn't embellished upon by AB 262. I understand your explanation, certainly the comments we received from others who expressed concerns about how that would be implemented, if at all. But the health officer order and again, I think about communicable diseases. I know with tuberculosis, that in the past, or you had to work with folks to enforce the health order. But could you just take a moment in how many health orders in any given year, outside of obviously the pandemic, and even with the pandemic, it sounds like it's not just judicious, but it involves obviously legal counsel that will look at issues of civil liberties, of public health, and so forth, and take all that into consideration. But I got to imagine that there's not too many of these ever. But if I'm wrong, again, I guess I'd like to know the answer to that.
Right, and you're right that the authority is for being able to issue a health officer order is actually in the health and safety codes of the California Code of Regulations. And we, as I mentioned, we are very judicious in how we use them. Prior to COVID-19, most often we've had to use them only for TB. Mm-hmm. And I can recall only maybe 3 times in my entire career where we've had to do any enforcement.
Very, very limited as it relates to that. And during the pandemic, were there any outside of the tuberculosis, the TB?
Correct.
There were none related to the COVID-19 as related to any individual enforcement.
Yes. So during the COVID-19, we did issue the health officer order. So there was a general one for the entire order, county. Yeah. But for individuals that were in isolation or quarantine, we would issue the health officer order. But we did not have to do any enforcement except maybe once.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you for clarifying that and expounding upon it. Thank you.
I do have one last update, and that is about post-vaccine COVID-19 cases. That was an issue that we were asked about as well. So the definition is these are cases that are defined as individuals who are fully vaccinated and have a positive PCR COVID test 14 days or more after they have completed their vaccination series. And the data from the state is out of 17.5 million fully vaccinated individuals, there have been 5,723 post-vaccination cases identified. That's 0.032% of those that are vaccinated. There have been at least 418 that have been hospitalized, though of note, the hospitalization information may be missing in some cases. And among the post-vaccination cases identified, 47 deaths. And for Sacramento County, the last time I checked, we had 30 that met the criteria for post-vaccination COVID-19. And of those 30, there were 3 that were hospitalized. That's the end of my update.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri and Siobhan. I do not see any supervisors in the queue at this time, but I do know we have some public comment. So well, I guess I'll start with the
Yes, please, the overflow or in chambers.
I will start with Brenda Pandos, followed by Sharish Castanaveda and Marilyn Truex. Good afternoon, Brenda.
Hello. So I want to trust what Dr. Kasiri is saying is true, but I don't. After everything that we've been through, we definitely need an ordinance to say that they will never interpret those bills to permit the county health officer to remove citizens of Sacramento County from the residence under any circumstances, unless that citizen's own primary care physician or physician elected by the resident to be removed has determined that said resident is currently infected with the communicable disease. This is important. This needs to be done. In light of everything that's happened, I mean, this virus has been blown out of proportion. I gave you all a packet because I want to talk about the VAERS data. So this is, if you look at the packet, this is the deaths in relationship to all the other vaccines. This is the COVID-19 vaccine deaths. This is atrocious. We are pushing forward a therapy that isn't even a therapy. It should be, people are dying taking this vaccine. And not only are they dying, but there's other things that are happening too. There has been 329,072, 21 adverse events reported through June 4th. That includes hospitalizations, 19,000, urgent care, 43,000, office visits, 58,000, all the way down to miscarriages, 652.
You have 15 seconds.
Anyway, I'm just saying that there is the deaths, 0 to 9 children, 2 children died, 1 to 10, 19, 1 death. This is not the vaccine doesn't
wrap up your comments?
warrant what's required.
Thank you. Sharish Castanaveda. Followed by Marilyn Truex, who I believe is in the overflow room. Good afternoon, Sharish.
Good afternoon. And just not to correct you, but my last name is Castaneda.
Sorry.
That's okay. Carlos Castaneda, one of my uncles. First thing is, there's so much to say. I just want you all to be aware that when this pandemic happened last year, I was pregnant in the middle of essential work with the public because I am an employee of the state of California. I'm also a union representative for SEIU Local 1000s. I represent our state employees. I am a leader among our community. I represent the youth that cannot be here to discuss these things with you today. CDC tells us this pandemic is a horrible, scary thing. And if all of you very well-educated individuals have even given 1 minute to look over Dr. Fauci's emails, you will find that we have been lied to, we have been manipulated, And right now, you guys are all being used as tools for an agenda that is bigger than all of us. Again, the devil is in the details. It is very important that you guys all bring to your attention this COVID-19 influenza was mixed. Influenza A was mixed with influenza B. These death tolls that you're being told by Dr. Kasari, they could be medical malpractice. Maybe these people aren't receiving proper treatment regarding their COVID-19, because me and my family, we have natural immunity. We got it. We're not even discussing natural immunity at this moment. What am I supposed to do? I'm not gonna get the vaccine because it's experimental. It's not even FDA approved, and we're pushing it on our youth, our kids. You guys are allowing this to happen. This is not a vaccine yet, not till 2023 when the human trials are done. There's no vaccine passport that should ever be allowed because it causes for segregation. I do not
15 seconds.
feel good seeing Hispanic people being targeted. That is my people. You're targeting Hispanic and African American, and you're targeting the children, the elderly, and the poor people. You guys have a duty to us to protect your people. I need you all to stand up and fight back, and in this emergency, there is no pandemic going on at this moment. Our kids do not need to go to school with masks on their faces. It needs to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marilyn Truex, followed by Chris Wagner.
Thank you. I would like to take the time today to read a letter that the America's Frontlines doctors have recently put out in regards to what the CDC refuses to acknowledge. The risks and mounting adverse events are rising in the cases. Pediatric medical director for America's Frontline Doctors, Dr. Angie Farella, submitted a letter to the CDC for review on this very issue. She wrote, "Vaccines take years to safely test. It's not only the number of people tested, but the length of time that is important when creating new vaccines. These experimental agents must not be rushed and licensed early before the completion of all the trials. The risks to children from COVID-19 is statistically insignificant. Yet the nation's medical bureaucracy and big pharma continue to put our children at risk to push on experimental agents that are not medically necessary. Parents, physicians, and elected officials must stand up for our nation's children now before we find more damage has been done at the hands of politicized science." Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next person is Chris Wagner.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Chris.
Why are you guys pushing a vaccine when it's 99% recovery rate of this virus? Really, have you guys asked yourself that? Why are they pushing it so hard? I was just on vacation in Georgia and Florida. It's completely open. Nobody's wearing masks. The restaurants are full. And if you are wearing a mask, you're the oddball there. Why can't we do that in California? What's wrong with this state? I'm old enough to remember when California was the Golden State. We were top in education. We didn't have the homeless we have now. It was run correctly. Right now, it is one of the most corrupt states in this entire union. And it's my state. And I may be forced to move because of these draconian laws. Nothing's changed for me. This isn't a monumental day. I'm not getting a vaccine. So I guess you're going to have separate water fountains for me, go in the back for people who are unvaccinated. What does that remind you of? Does Jim Crow ring a bell? That's what's going to happen. This is the slippery slope of segregation and medical discrimination, and we can do better. And all of you, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, if you are complicit in this discrimination and this bullcrap that's going on with this epidemic or pandemic, you're complicit in crimes against humanity, especially against the young children wearing masks and the elderly that are in these homes that cannot see their people. This is crimes against humanity, and you're all complicit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that would conclude in chambers. Do we have any phone calls?
We do. Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Noya. I'm a resident of Sacramento County. First of all, I want to say shame on the board for making that unanimous vote on 69 based off of unelected officials' opinions, not based off of your constitutes. What is the point of having public comment if you completely ignore your the people that you're supposed to be representing and only listen to supposed experts? What the doctors are suggesting is called segregation, which is illegal. I ask the board to please respect our God-given rights provided in the Constitution and stop making decisions based on these demon-possessed doctors. My ancestry includes German and African American, and so I know some of the untold history. My grandma translated a unpublished book about my Omama's experience living in a German village in Russia during the World War, and how she barely escaped with her life to Germany as the Russians were rounding up the entire German village and sent them to Siberia. You know, once they arrived in Germany, they were outsiders as well. You know, everyone knows the Germans, you know, show me your papers, cite Maridina Papyra. The Nazi doctor suggested that Jewish school children be segregated because they were believed to carry disease. We're seeing this in children who are refusing to wear masks are being segregated into distance learning. I'm also African American ancestry, and there are many reasons why the Black community does not trust the shots, especially because of our history, such as the Tuskegee syphilis study that involved injecting
You have 15
African
seconds.
Americans with syphilis under the guise of free health care. That is what they are doing now with these shots. They have HIV in the shot, and you are being injected with HIV, which is illegal.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, board. This is Gabrielle Ingram. I was taking notes throughout the call. So the county health officer order expires today, and Dr. Kassiri said she's not planning on issuing a new one, signaling the end of an emergency. However, resolutions 2020-0159, the Public Health Emergency Declaration, and resolution 2020-0160, the Local Emergency Declaration, the guidance from, Chief of Emergency Services, is that we continue those with a 5-page document that goes over the benefits, the pros and cons. And I wish that had been read into the meeting and discussed a little bit further, but I read it. I went through the breakdown, and it all boils down to funding. And it's funding the items that were needed to treat the virus. It's funding bloated government. And whether one agrees with whether those items were needed or not is irrelevant at this point. What we're looking at is, does this meet the local emergency definition under Government Code 8558C? Reading through this, not one of the benefits states anything about being the right thing to do with data as to why we are in a local emergency. So to keep these proclamations going, regardless of how many jobs may be affected in the process, and I say that delicately because our jobs were affected last year, it would be a violation of government code, would it not? Additionally, what the state is pushing is segregationist, vaccinated versus non-vaccinated, masked versus unmasked. And it shows that there's no scientific approach, because why are there not titers being suggested? Antibody testing. A lot of people had COVID that don't necessarily need a shot. right? We're still doing research on how long those antibodies stay in the system, and there's no data supporting how long the vaccine stays in their system. So where's the logic here? There's a lot of rash things being done. The concern I have is public health and all who follow suit, including the Board of Supervisors,
Can you please
in
wrap
pushing
up
the
your comments?
segregation, yes, and discrimination by embracing these orders. We've been there, done that. 50 years ago, I couldn't have even married my husband. We're going backwards here, guys. Anyway, have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Tracy Cumming from Sacramento County. And I would like to talk about the vaccines. Currently, the vaccines we have are, according to the FDA, they're still under emergency use authorization. This means that they are mandatory. No one can be forced to be vaccinated, nor can a vaccine passport or some system that the governor is trying to come up with so that businesses can check if their employees are vaccinated. This is illegal. I don't understand how you're going to implement this under federal doctrine. This federal EAU law, it trumps all state laws and municipalities. So I don't understand how you can bully these businesses and lie to them and make them think that they have to ask their employees for vaccination records. This is illegal. I don't understand how you can allow this to happen. So just want to, say again that this is voluntary. This is still under testing phases, and it cannot be mandated. The vaccine is, from what I've read, is a gene therapy under the GINA Act, and the Cal-GINA Act, which is one of the stronger GINA Acts in the country, prevents anyone from being asked what their vaccination records are, what their medical records are. And just to kind of, dovetail on Chris, who was the last in-person speaker, the rest of the country is opened up. They've been opened up. They're not wearing masks. Their businesses are full in force. They're not requiring vaccines. Why is California, we have some of the lowest rates in the country, yet we're still under this emergency, all these emergency orders, and we're still having to wear masks. We're being segregated. Now they're talking, you're talking about requiring vaccinations. You are requiring vaccinations for big events. Why is this? I don't want to have to leave the state. I'm actually
You have 5 seconds.
I'm doing my shopping in Placer County the last 2 months because they aren't asking for the mask. So I'm taking my money out of Sacramento County and taking it to another county because Sacramento County.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if we have any more callers. I think this is the last one. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. I just want to say to the people that are in this chambers talking about like COVID isn't a big deal, like it's a hoax and that vaccines are secretly killing us. As somebody that has lost a loved one to COVID and has almost lost their mother to COVID as well, I'm going to tell y'all, if you all do not have verifiable data and sources that you're willing to share with the public when you're coming up here and spouting all this crap, then fuck you. Get your shit together and actually put up or shut up. Because I've been listening to this crap.
Please,
literally
sir, no profanity.
It's my First Amendment right, but whatever. I'm going to say straight up, we've been listening to this for almost a year, literally as long as we've been in lockdown, and I've yet to actually see any one of you that is talking about this about this pandemic as if it's not real, as if over 600,000 people and potentially as many as 1 million Americans have not died from this shit. And you're calling it real. You're insulting. You're insulting me, you're insulting my family, you're insulting hundreds of thousands of other families by trying to play this down and pretending like it's no big deal. But even worse, you're fucking putting your fellow community members at risk when you don't even listen or verify the information that you're putting out? Where did you get all this stuff? Are you getting it from a for-profit media company like Fox News, One American News Network, Newsmax? Are you just passing along memes that were shared on a for-profit social media company like Facebook or Twitter or YouTube? It's your job. It's your responsibility to actually bring information that would cause us to rethink long-held ideas forward, and you need to actually verify your information. If you're not doing that, then you're either lazy or just fucking stupid. Or you're just downright trying to make money, which is what a lot of these social media influencers are making.
Can you please wrap
off
up your
of you,
comments,
pushing
sir?
this crap. Yes. I need everybody that's worried about wearing 3 layers of cloth over their face or getting a vaccine to actually do their homework and study on this shit. Not just the sources that they agree with, but the ones especially that they disagree with. Because you look.
Can you please
fucking
wrap up your
ridiculous,
comments, sir?
And it's pissing me off. Get your shit together, people. Thanks.
Thank you.
Conclude your public comments.
Thank you. So I do want to thank Siobhan Kathari and Dr. Kasiri and Mary Jo Flynn. Thank you very much for the very detailed report and the good news of coming off the health order or letting it go. And at this time, we are going to adjourn, but to close session. But before we do, I do want to, just as a little reminder to our county executive, that Supervisor Cerna had requested us to confirm no reduction in services on item 17 before the end of the day, and Supervisor Kennedy had asked about other languages for item 69. So I just wanted to put a reminder out on that.
Siobhan can address the other one, and the language will address it too.
Okay.
Thank you. I did verify with my staff, and there will be no reduction in services, and we will be coming back to the board June 13th with a contract, amended contract.
July 13th. July 13th.
July 13th. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. And the other one we'll talk about later. Okay. Okay, so at this time, we will adjourn to closed session and reconvene in chambers is closed session going to be long? Or
Could be.
Should we adjourn, should we reconvene at 2 o'clock?
2:30.
It's up to you, but it will most likely take an hour, I would guess.
So how about if we reconvene at 2:30? Is everyone okay? All right, this meeting is in recess. Everyone, this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is hereby called back to order, and I'm going to ask our clerk if she can call the roll and establish quorum.
Good afternoon, Supervisors Desmond.
Here.
Kennedy. Here. Cerna.
Here.
Frost.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call into the record item number 6. You had held that from this morning off of your consent calendar. This is to approve the addenda for a 9-month extension for the Office Technical and Welfare non-supervisory units represented by United Public Employees.
Thank you. And
We just need a vote, unless there are
okay,
questions.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy, a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote. I hear the elevator. So
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next item, please.
I share some information before we call the next item, if you'd like, on the language as it relates to the surveys. So they were not translated into other languages. However, we have provided a link and directions on how to use Google Translation, so it can be translated into any language. And as we move forward in this process, we will do more to actually provide them in other languages.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you for that, but I need a little more clarification. What's that mean?
So Google has a.
I understand what that means, but as far as Don doesn't understand what that means, but I do. But no, I'm looking for when you say we'll do better.
Well, so we talked about possibilities moving forward, like maybe post this June 30 deadline, where we might have printed copies of things out, and if we do another survey, we will make sure that we have it translated specifically without having to take that extra step of using Google Translation.
I can't emphasize more how important that is to me. The communities that have been hit the hardest, are communities that don't always speak English, and so I think we need to
totally agree. It was a bit of a miss on our part.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And I believe we're ready for our next item now.
All right. Item 72 is the fireworks enforcement presentation.
Good afternoon, Troy.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you. I'm here to introduce this afternoon's presentation regarding fireworks enforcement. This is a topic that is obviously more visible this time of year. However, it's an area that of focus for Sac Metro Fire and the sheriff almost year-round. Today we have Deputy Chief Wagaman, Captain Vestal, both from Metro Fire, and from the Sheriff's Department we have Sergeant Mark Cherry. Their presentation will focus really on the history, the background, and then recent efforts that we have undertaken regarding fireworks. And after that, we will have our Director of Public Information, Kim Nava, provide a brief presentation with information regarding the public coordination and the outreach efforts related to fireworks. So with that, I'd like to hand it off, and we have the presentation up now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. How are you?
Good.
As previously mentioned, my name is Tyler Wagaman. I'm the Deputy Chief of Support Services for the Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District. To my right, Captain Chris Vestal. He's our Public Information Officer, soon to be Battalion Chief. Congratulations. And we're going to talk to you today about fireworks in general and our Metro Fire's preparation, as well as some of the other agencies on how we're going to combat legal and illegal fireworks. Each year, as we get closer to the 4th of July, we start to put together a plan, because the 4th of July has historically been the busiest day of the year for your local fire department. Looking at some of the statistics up on the board there, the 4th of July, the most busiest time frame is 6 o'clock in the evening until 3 o'clock in the morning on July 5th. During that time frame, our dispatch center dispatched over 268 fires. When you look outside of that time frame in another portion of the summertime, we typically only dispatch about 18 calls. So that's over a 1,383% increase in fire calls for service, and this is directly related to fireworks. When we look at some more historical data to see if the problem is getting worse or if the problem is getting better, we compare the 2018 data to the 2019 data, and we saw about a 16% increase in overall calls for service on fire type incidents. Then 2019 to 2020, it jumped again 24%. So it does appear that the problem is becoming a little bit more challenging as the years go by. We weren't quite sure how COVID was going to play into this. However, with a 24% increase, it does appear that it did get worse yet once again.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you can go back to the former slide there. Thank you. I just wondered, given the extraordinary increase in fire calls on July 4th or around July 4th, what does that do to, if anything, to compromise your department's ability to respond to what is, I would assume, the majority of your calls, typically, which are medical calls?
Right. So in the city and county of Sacramento, there are a total of 9 agencies that operate in what we call a boundary drop system. We will send the closest unit to the emergency regardless of jurisdictional authority. So in this case, for each call of service that goes out, it does impact the system as a whole. When we're running in excess of several hundred calls at once, it draws the system down. So yes, it does have an adverse effect on our response times across the board. Not only are we responding to fires during that time frame, but car accidents, medical aids, and other types of hazard calls as well.
So our citizenry can expect that. I mean, if let's say you had a cardiac arrest call, that it's more likely on that date or around that date that it's going to take longer to respond to that medical call.
There's definitely an impact on our response times. The good news is, on a majority of our fire type incidents, we do not dispatch an ambulance unless it's a structure fire. So the ambulances are still being dispatched to those medical calls to get there as quickly as possible.
But if if one of your trucks though is available, does the truck usually adjoin the EMT?
It does.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So with the increase in call activity, we have an increase on our requirement to conduct an origin and cause investigation. Our fire investigations team conducted over 73 fire investigations between July 2nd and July 5th of 2020. The investigation process is a very time-intensive, detailed process, so 73 investigations in that time frame is an extraordinary amount of work to do. Of those investigations, it was determined that 29 of those fires were caused by illegal fireworks. 7 fires were caused by legal fireworks. 31 were undetermined, as well as 6 classified as other. I can tell you of the 31 fires that were undetermined, there is a high probability that they were caused by fireworks. However, our investigators could not be 100% sure that was the cause, and that would be the requirement in order to make a determination of that incident type. So now we're going to be moving forward to our plan, and I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic.
Excuse me,
Sure.
Tyler. Supervisor Desmond would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chief. I appreciate it. Can you break it down further in terms of those investigations you did as far as their origination? I mean, I imagine those are in all of Sac Metro Fire's service area.
Correct, just in Metro Fire's jurisdiction.
Can you break it down maybe by the cities you serve versus the unincorporated parts of Sacramento County that you serve?
So we do have that information, or I can bring it to you. I'm not sure that I have it right in front of me, the breakdown of each community, but I can provide that information to you.
I'd appreciate it.
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
So with that, I would like to pass the mic over briefly to Captain Chris Vestal. He's going to be talking about our education and community outreach.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Captain Chris Vestal, Public Information Officer for Metro Fire. A little bit of my information is going to precede what Kim Nava is going to present in a little bit, but I do want to highlight some of the efforts that we've made as Metro Fire, as well as a region with all the public safety partners, including the Sacramento County team. Beginning in May, we started talking about how we were going to coordinate better this year to have more of a cohesive message and how we were going to get that out to the public. So through Jana Haynes on your side, we allowed her to coordinate all the agencies together as a central place without being a public safety agency. That voice was able to get a lot of the players in the room. We had a lot of meetings, and what we've came up with are some branded material, as you can see here, from Sacramento County, as well as the ability for each agency to then co-brand with their specific information. What we've done through this is we've collected all that information to really make it cohesive so that all the agencies are saying the same thing, so that it's consistent. And when we're talking about fireworks, as all of the public safety agencies, fire and law enforcement do this time of year, it's the same message so that there's no conflict. A couple of the things that we've done since then, on May 13th, Metro Fire was able to advertise, along with the Sac County Sheriff, who participated in a buy-bust, and subsequently one additional, some of the information that we're doing right now to actually take illegal fireworks off the street. And that's really important because throughout all the other enforcement mechanisms that can be done after fireworks are used, this actually prevents them from being used. That prevents the fire, as well as it eliminates the chance for injuries to occur from those specific items. Just yesterday, we participated in a PSA filming that we led, and we had Sac County Sheriff, Rancho Cordova Police, and the Citrus Heights Police Department to combine on a message about fireworks safety and how to report the illegal use or the unsafe use of any fireworks. That should be coming out sometime between tonight and tomorrow night, as soon as it gets edited. And one of the things we did with that is we did it in a couple languages, obviously English, and we also used Spanish and Hmong speakers from our agencies to try and reach as many communities as possible. Now, we would have liked some other languages, but that's who we had available to provide that for us. What's that included was, like I said, the safe and legal use of fireworks, the safe disposal of fireworks. One of the things we see all the time is that people don't dispose of them right, and that ends up resulting in several house fires every year. Regardless of the type of firework, we need people to use them correctly. If you put them in your garbage can next to your house too soon, good chance your house catches on fire. Our investigations unit also participated and talked about what their efforts are going to be in looking for fireworks online. They're being sold illegally, and of course people buying them. So we hope that that's successful as well as we get closer to the 4th. Coming up next week, next week we'll have a press conference. It's going to be a county-wide, all public safety agencies participating, talking about fireworks use, focusing on illegal use, as well as the overall lead-in to fireworks going on sale on Monday, June 28th, and the information that the public needs. From there, we'll also provide booth inspections because the booths themselves are also inherently dangerous. Other jurisdictions have had several booths catch on fire outside of Sacramento County, and those are dangerous, so we need the operators of those booths to be safe as well. And we want to provide the public the confidence that those are being done safely. And then finally, the week of the 4th, as we get right in the middle of that, we're going to provide lots of media opportunities. We're going to highlight the big public displays, how safe those are, the process that those shows have to be inspected, as well as what we're doing as a fire agency to provide safety to the public, enhanced response, and just how we suppress and approach that day, both from a fire suppression standpoint, as well as our arson investigators determining that cause and origin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I see no questions from the board.
Well, almost completed.
Okay.
Thank you, Captain Vestal. I appreciate that. As Captain Vestal alluded to,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
fireworks stands are definitely an area of focus as well. We have a large amount of fireworks stored in a very small, confined location. So we're going to be utilizing our 19 fire inspectors on the 28th to go out and inspect each one of these fireworks stands to make sure that they are safe to operate before they open for business. Some of the things that they'd look for is storage, access, egress, fire extinguisher placement, any electrical types of hazards, parking, and appropriate signage. And again, this is all going to occur before they open for business on the 28th. When we look at our fireworks stands as a whole, back in 2019, we had a total of 172 permits pulled, and those are the inspections that we completed. When COVID hit in 2020, it was reduced down to 142, so we did lose quite a few fireworks stands. This year, it has bumped back up to 159, so of the ones that we lost in 2020, 50% of those have returned post-COVID.
Could I ask a question? So is that county-wide, or is that just in Metro's district?
Again, in Metro's jurisdiction. Those are the ones that we inspect.
Okay, so there are multiple fireworks stands throughout the county, though.
That is correct.
Do we have an idea what the total number is from your fellow agencies and other municipalities?
Stand by. No, but I'm sure we can get that number for you.
Okay, thanks.
And to date, I'm happy to report that we have had no incidents at our fireworks stands within the county, knock on wood, and hopefully that continues. Next is our public displays. Again, in 2020, we had a big shutdown and no public displays, and that likely played into some of the fireworks activity that we saw and the increased call volume. We were happy to report this year that there are 4 public displays that are slated to occur on July 3rd and July 4th. Rancho Marietta will have a display on July 4th, Rancho Cordova July 3rd and July 4th, as well as Northridge Country Club on July 3rd. We will have our inspectors out at each one of those site locations to inspect it prior to the launch as well as during the launch to make sure things stay safe throughout the entire venue. Next is our enforcement. Yes.
Excuse me, Supervisor Desmond has a question.
Really quick on that, because there's always been a lot of discussion about how many of these have been eliminated and the impact this has on the illegal fireworks. How many public displays do we usually have on the 4th of July in Sac Metro's area, would you say?
6.
Okay, so double smell. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond.
And again, the large event downtown and again at Cal Expo are not in our jurisdiction.
Elk Grove has one as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to our enforcement plan. Again, with most agencies, we too are experiencing some staffing challenges, and we have one fire investigator that's assigned to each shift. So we have coverage 24/7, 365, and they provide the origin and cause investigation throughout our entire jurisdiction. On the 4th of July, we bring in the additional investigators that are off that day. So we take them from their families in order to provide some additional measures for our county constituents. And they're going to do that again this year. But with the increased calls for service and the demand on origin and cause, it's difficult to free them up to do enforcement duties. So this year, I sat down with our fire marshal and we carved out a little bit new concept, and we're going to give it a shot this year. And what we did is we provided training for all of our fire inspectors, 19 of them, and we gave them the origin cause skill set in order for them to provide assistance on July 3rd and 4th. So they will actually be responding to fires, conducting the origin and cause, while freeing up our arson investigators to do that more direct enforcement duties out on the streets. And that plan is as follows. On July 3rd, we'll have 6 inspectors responding to fire incidents. We'll have 2 inspectors covering public displays and 4 fire investigators doing active enforcement on the streets. On July 4th, we will have 9 inspectors responding to fire incidents, 2 inspectors to oversee public displays, and again, 4 fire investigators out on the street doing active enforcement. These 4 fire investigators will be working in concert with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, the Rancho Cordova Police Department, the Citrus Heights Police Department, CAL FIRE in our state responsibility area, as well as an ATF agent. Their primary focus will be a time frame between 6 o'clock in the evening and 1 o'clock in the morning on July 5th. And again, that end date and time will be driven by a number of calls for service at that point in time. And they're going to be contacting citizens that are improperly using Safe and Sane to have that educational conversation, as well as making contact with folks that are using and possessing illegal fireworks, with the goal to confiscate those fireworks and issue citations when appropriate. Upon conclusion, any confiscated fireworks that we have on hand, we will be working with the State Fire Marshal's Office for proper disposal. And with any large incident in Metro Fire's jurisdiction, or any time we launch a new program, we conduct a comprehensive after-action review. It's very important as an agency to share the things that we learn while implementing new programs, as well as some areas of improvement. So in this case, we'll do an in-depth dive and look at the total calls for service, the amount of public contacts that we have made, the number of illegal fireworks that we removed from the streets, the total fire investigations, as well as any civilians that were hurt as it relates to fireworks. And with that, we will sit down and have a discussion. We will memorialize the results with really the goal to ensure that all of our men and women of Metro Fire can learn from the things that we did well and capitalize on our successes, as well as focus on things that we can do a little bit better and implement those the following year. With that being said, that concludes my presentation, but I would like to thank the men and women of Metro Fire. You'll have over 200 staff on duty on the 3rd and 4th. And that doesn't include the additional staff that we're going to bring in just to make the county a little bit safer today than it was last year.
Thank you, and thank you to Metro Fire for all the meetings throughout the year. I know this is an ongoing thing that we're working on, but I know Supervisor Natoli and I appreciate all the efforts. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And I, too, want to extend my thanks to Metro Fire. We start getting the calls on July the 5th. and they stop July the 4th. So it's not just seasonal. Clearly, it's more during certain seasons than others. But for years that I've been fielding those phone calls, I didn't have a lot to say because I felt like there was lack of coordination. Not pointing my finger at one agency, but there was an attempt at one point to have this committee. I believe Metro Fire was a part of it, clearly, but as well as other jurisdictions, city, sheriff's department. Is that still happening, or are you guys just pretty much going at it?
You're referring to the fireworks task force?
Yes, that's
Yes, yeah, we're very much involved with the fireworks task force. In fact, they just met a couple days ago. Yeah, a few days ago.
Okay, so they continue to meet and y'all are coordinating.
And really what that does, it's reinforcing that message that Captain Vessel was talking about with the PIOs and making sure that we have handouts that are consistent across the board and we're carrying the same message.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks, and I too. I mean, I'm very, very proud to have Sac Metro serve my entire district, pretty much, and thank you for everything you do. Just a couple of follow-up questions with respect to the pairing up that you'll be doing over the 4th of July with your arson investigators and law enforcement. Will the two arson investigators that will be assigned to Rancho Cordova and Citrus Heights, will they be just limited to working inside those cities, or will they be available to respond maybe to calls that occur in the unincorporated area, which is much larger than those two cities combined?
Right. I know we will be pairing up with the city of Citrus Heights with one of their vehicles. So they'll be both in the same vehicle, and they'll be responding to all types of fireworks-related calls for service within that city limits. And we'll have 3 other investigators as well, one of which will be working in concert with a CAL FIRE investigator. And I think we're still waiting to hear back on the resource allocation for Rancho Cordova Police Department. But our goal is to be side by side with our local law enforcement partners.
Okay.
And not be held to a specific boundary. If there's additional calls for service in another area, that they go ahead and they take those calls. Again, similar to how our fire department functions today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then can you tell me a little bit about? And I too want to thank you for I've been part of some of the calls we've had with your folks and the sheriff's department, and also city fire department and the police department. Can you tell me about how some of your efforts may differ from what your counterparts are maybe doing in the city this year, city of Sacramento?
So the big difference for us this year is training our inspectors to do the cause and origin investigation to free up our investigators. That's putting more law enforcement officers on the street to combat illegal fireworks head on. I don't know that the city of Sacramento is doing the same thing. I believe they're going to be standing behind the social host ordinance, which we're going to be watching that to see the successes and the areas of improvement with that program as well. We know that the type of enforcement that we do within our jurisdiction works. It's just a matter of getting the personnel out on the street to make a noticeable difference. So far, as of today, we've had 2 felony arrests. We have over 100 pounds of illegal fireworks off the street. So we are truly making a difference.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thanks to both of you and certainly your colleagues for your work. I know it's been an ongoing effort, and certainly over the years, over the last probably half a decade or more, calls, obviously, as you've documented, to Metro Fire have, climbed dramatically. But I can tell you that to Mr. Kennedy's point, the calls don't begin and end just a couple days leading up to July 4th or a few days after. It's pretty consistent, and certainly the illegal fireworks, the ones that are aerial, and the mortars and so forth. Some of these are pretty sophisticated, and in fact, I know you're very well aware of what you confiscated, but also what you respond to. And there's not just a few bottle rockets. There's very sophisticated materials being used out there, which presents certainly a hazard to those that would use and ignite it, but also to surrounding residents, property owners, businesses, and such. My question is, though, and again, thank you for your work. So you're going to pair up with law enforcement, and I know that we have the sheriff's representative in the audience, but 2 years ago, we worked with the sheriff's department to actually put additional officers on the street, certainly in coordination. I think at that time you had a handful of folks that were available and could be complimentary to calls for service. But my understanding is that there's no plans to have additional personnel on the sheriff's side of it, even though you're going to accompany both city police and those city jurisdictions as well as sheriff's officers. And so I guess I'm curious about that. Your inspectors, they're going to go out in metro vehicles, but you're going to pair the arson investigators and some of the enforcement officials with sheriff's officers, but we're not deploying any additional law enforcement, as I understand. That may not be a question as much for you as for Sergeant Cherry or whoever's in the audience here, but because we're talking about additional enforcement activities on the fire side of it. When it comes to the police side of it, at least in the unincorporated area, I don't get the very strong sense, except for the pairing, that we're doing anything additional. And that, again, maybe you can answer that or not. I don't put it off on you. Maybe it's for the sheriff's representative. So.
Yeah, Supervisor Natoli, Metro Fire is putting every resource that we have available on the street. As for the staffing or available staffing for the day of July 3rd and July 4th, that would be best answered by the Sheriff's Department. Okay. I know there are two representatives here this afternoon that might be able to answer that question.
I don't know if they were planning on making a presentation, but then I would pose the question to them, because I certainly had board members received a copy of a email based upon some information was put forward, and it may be accurate, but I wanted to confirm that. But again, I don't want to take away from your presentation, but I'm interested to hear what, again, recognizing it's a holiday period, that just as you said, your personnel and police personnel would be called in on normal days off and time when people want to spend time with their families. But this particular problem has just gotten way out of bounds. You look at the television coverage on certainly the night of the 4th, but even preceding days and succeeding days. And, others have described it like a war zone, but it's just unbelievable. I mean, you see, it's ablaze. The sky's ablaze. And, those fireworks are not anything to be messing with, and yet you're responding to calls for service, for fires, for injuries to people. There needs to be a concerted effort, one, to educate, I agree, and to try to address it up front and get some of that material, before it ever comes to somebody wanting to put a match to the fuse. But this has just grown to proportions where it's almost out of control. And I think your efforts are going to be appreciated this year. And I know it's not for lack of effort in the years past. But again, after you're done with the presentation, I'd be interested in hearing from the Sheriff's Department as to, in the unincorporated area, how they're going to respond. Again, it's a massive area. You have a big district. So the Sheriff's Department, and it's not just the urban or more suburban metropolitan area, but in the rural areas of the county, where you've got a lot more combustible materials. In a lot of cases, houses are fewer and farther between. But trying to run units out to connect with them, and you have some of those areas too. Obviously, the area that intervenes between Rancho Cordova and Rancho Murrieta, and some of those areas as well that are around the suburban areas. So, but I appreciate the effort, and again, I'd be interested to hear what we're going to do on the staffing side as it relates to law enforcement. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So I too want to extend my thanks for I think the very thoughtful approach that you've laid out, and even though the district I represents the least populated portion of the unincorporated county, I represent mostly the city of Sacramento. I don't think that our constituents consult a political boundary map when they decide to pick up the phone or send an email. And I too receive countless expressions of concern, and they do become more frequent and communicate much more frustration the closer we get to the summer and to 4th of July. I'm wondering whether or not during the 4th or during the 3rd and 4th, I guess, are Metro Fire's assets, when they're deployed, is there any concerted, deliberate effort to keep eyes peeled for any aerial fireworks, things right away that are illegal? And will there be kind of an immediate, in real-time follow-up? You'll try to go to that address, and I know Metro Air has a Huey helicopter, I believe. Is that helicopter in the air typically on the 3rd and 4th? And are they those officers, those members of Metro Fire, are they looking for aerial fireworks, and are they communicating with your ground crews to maybe go check to see if they can't intervene while members of the public might be setting those types of fireworks off?
So we have used our UAV in the past for illegal fireworks enforcement. It has been somewhat challenging, though, when you put a device up in the air that's competing with large projectile explosives, if you will. Mm-hmm. So that becomes a little bit of a challenge. That coupled with when you're out on the street doing enforcement, it's literally block to block where you are faced with some type of illegal activity. So it's present right in front of you. So in a lot of cases where we're actually responding to a call for service, we're actually stopping at 2 or 3 locations on the way there because it's happening right before our very eyes.
And what happens in that instance? Do you communicate directly with our sheriff's department to get a unit there? Is there some kind of collaboration of what was witnessed to see that there's possible prosecution follow-up? I mean, how does that work?
Right. So if one of our suppression units or firefighters out on the street see illegal activity, they will notify our dispatch center. They will notify the sheriff's department's dispatch center, and then they will dispatch resources accordingly. If it's one of our arson investigators, they're actually already on the sheriff's channel. They will make contact with that person directly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Sorry, actually, I'd love to hear from the sheriff's department. I don't know, I thought maybe they were presenting, but I'd love to hear maybe a little bit of information about the sheriff's deployment tactics, including your own air operations. And I'm assuming, Chief, that you're working also with the Highway Patrol and their air operations. As a kind of a personal.
Yes, we do get intel from CHP as well. Yes.
Okay, but thank you very much, and I'd just love to hear from the sheriff's representative. If that's okay.
Sure. I know we have Sergeant Mark Cherry here this afternoon.
Was Sergeant Cherry going to present? I know, was Sergeant Cherry planning to present?
I just saw the PIO presentation.
Okay, yes. Please.
I know Supervisor Natoli had a question as well as
why don't
Desmond.
you come forward? I didn't know if you had a presentation also, or...
We don't, but we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Cherry. I'm a sergeant with the Sheriff's Office, and I am Chief Barnes' assistant. Chief Barnes is out of the state right now, and so he has asked myself and Sergeant Rodney Grassman, who is our PIO, to speak on his behalf. So we're here for any questions that you may have.
I believe Supervisor Desmond has the floor.
Okay. Yes, and I'll defer to Supervisor Natoli as well. Yes. I know he had questions, but could you just maybe give us a little sketch of what your plan is for enforcement, including the use of your air operations, air assets, and whether you will have additional staff on specifically for this purpose?
Yes, sir. So our work model is going to be dynamic, as it always is. So we do have the ability to hold over shifts as well as bring in other bodies on short notice, and that is the plan. As far as ramping up personnel for that evening. As far as using other assets such as STAR, we do have the ability with the equipment on STAR that we're able to, from a distance, be able to pinpoint where those fireworks are coming from, and we can dispatch units in real time that are on the street. I feel very confident that we will have adequate staffing for that night.
Okay, but any plans for additional staffing? I mean, this is, like all my colleagues have expressed, I mean, this is, I also receive an awful lot of calls about this issue. People are very, very concerned about it. So will there be additional staffing over those few days of the 4th of July and 4th?
My understanding is that everybody, Marine, Patrol, everything will be to capacity. Now, whether there's going to be additional that's over capacity, we're going to look to see what the calls for service are on that specific day, which we would do on any particular day. We have, again, the ability to ramp up our staffing at a moment's notice, and if we need to do that, we will absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thanks, Sergeant Grassman and Sergeant Cherry. I wanted to maybe go back, I think it was 2 years ago, we actually had overtime offered for and put additional units out on this was pre-COVID, so I guess it was 2019. And I know you've got good coverage on that, and certainly, it's hard to know exactly what preventative and or interventive measures were taken that resulted in less fireworks activity. But again, as I understood it, and I don't want to ascribe it to anybody particular, but response was that during peak hours you have 10 or 11 units countywide, unincorporated area. Now, I get it if you need to call other folks up, but you've got a lot of folks that, obviously it's a weekend period of time. So is there any plan, I guess I'm going to ask more directly, is there a plan to afford overtime to accommodate some of this fireworks activity, or is this going to be, to your point, where you are going to be in a current reactive mode where you can call folks up, and we know it's a busy time. I mean, you can, if history is any teller, which is pretty good, I think, in this case, and now that it's on a weekend, let alone calls for service for other things. I know that obviously it's not just fireworks. There's a whole host of things that fire and police are called upon. But is there a plan to employ offered overtime to make sure that those units are already available, anticipating even before the rollout? Is there a plan to do that?
Yes, so how this will work, to be very specific and
Sure.
nail it down, is that we'll be at full staffing. What we generally do is put together a list of names of people that are willing to come in on specific days for overtime on a moment's notice. Those people will be on that list. As the day cycles through and we have calls for service, they start calling these people in and start offering overtime that people have previously already committed to doing, yes.
Okay, but so it's still a call on this. You're not going to deploy them irrespective of how the day's going. Recognize the day's going to be busy because if it wasn't, it'd be a surprise to everybody in this room and probably the whole community. So
yes,
you're going to staff up fully, but is that still only 10 or 11 units in peak hours?
During swing unit?
Yeah, I mean, to speak directly to your question, Supervisor Natoli, in the north area, during peak hours, we'll have anywhere from 18 to 22 units.
Okay.
In our south area of the county, we're going to have anywhere from 9 to 11. And then in the city of Rancho Cordova, there'll be 5 to 6.
Okay.
That is during the peak hours of this 4th of July weekend.
So roughly 30 to 34 units deployed in the unincorporated area, south, I guess central and north, and then obviously you can call in additional units. But that's normal peak hour staffing on a holiday weekend or like July 4th?
Correct.
And they're not bound by a certain area. Mind you, north units will many times go down into south and help out and we
right,
can
but
have
if
a
you get
large presence.
a serious matter where there's shots fired or somebody's down or whatever, you're going to roll a lot of units, and so I mean that's how you deploy, obviously, with your intelligent-led policing and just the need to deploy. And I'm not second guessing you or the sheriff in any way. I know that we had this real proactive effort. We didn't have the entire complement of folks that we're talking about with the fire service. I mean, you had cooperation with them, but. I think that had a certain level of effectiveness, and I don't know, what the overall evaluation was. Certainly within the sheriff's department, we saw some stats behind that after the fact. But
we certainly share. You had expressed a real concern that illegal fireworks or out-of-season fireworks were a real concern for your constituents, and we share that concern with you. We take those calls also all year long, and people are very concerned for many reasons, whether it be the effect it has on their pets and whatnot. So we do field those, and we do respond to those. As far as each of these peace officers can address, cite, can confiscate, can take people out of that situation where it's needed to address that. So we will be, and that will probably be the majority of the calls that we handle on that particular day.
So just to follow on those, so the folks that are going to be paired up, obviously you're making those pre-arrangements with officers or meeting at either Rancho Cordova Police Station or Central or North, and then you'll accompany a designated officer, I trust. But that's still going to be a part of the normal patrol complement that you're putting out there. Is that right? To start with?
Yes.
And how about the overlap? Because you're talking about from 6 to 1. Is that our normal overlap with swing? I mean, you have folks coming in at different hours? The fire
We'll have them
inspectors-
starting roughly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, working all the way till 1 o'clock in the morning. But like the fire department, obviously if calls for service are at a level that warrants an additional layover for our staff, they will be there to make sure that all calls are handled.
Okay.
The watch commander has the availability to tell people that you must stay and work these calls. So it's once we have people there, it's not an issue.
And one other follow-on, because I think that a lot of folks will call in on the emergency line. Some may call on non-emergency, but and we talked about this in budget to certainly supplement the dispatch staff. But I got to imagine the dispatch center is just next to being overwhelmed during the period of time. And so, is there any additional dispatch capacity to match what you're going to try to do in the field? So recognizing the calls, and some of these are time sensitive. I mean, you're not going to get there immediately if there's been explosive devices, but if it's going on through the course of the evening to try to get to some of those calls before people either drop off or, again, you can't clear calls fast enough, I'm sure, to meet the demand. But do you adjust your dispatch staff so that you've got?
Yes, in fact, my understanding is that there will be increased staffing at the communication center for call takers and dispatchers. Yes.
And then, but calls coming into Metro come in through a different dispatch so they can get linked up. But so how does that get coordinated if you're taking the call and say you're in the car with one of your arson investigators or other enforcement officials or in the car? How's that going to get meshed then with the sheriff's department? Because they may be getting a call, but on a different level. Obviously, there's criminal as well as nuisance types of activities. So,
great question. So our dispatch center solely focuses on fire and EMS. So the sheriff's department is a primary PSAP center. They get all of the 911 calls. If it's criminal in nature, they hold on to it and they dispatch it. Because our investigators work with the sheriff's department every day, we're constantly in their system and monitoring their channels. So we will be able to receive that information from their dispatch center. If in the event that it is a criminal and it's a fire, they dispatch law enforcement resources, and law enforcement sends it to our dispatch center for us to dispatch fire resources.
So who's going to dispatch the car in which your officer is riding with the sheriff's officer?
Sheriff's department.
Okay. So they'll kind of pair up. And wherever the sheriff's officer goes to, it may or may not be the call that came into your center. The precedence will be by the sheriff's call, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that helps. I appreciate the effort, and thanks to both of you for your cooperation with Metro Fire. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I have no further questions in the queue, and so maybe you folks can stand by. I believe Kim Nava was going to present next.
And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kim Nava, Sacramento County Public Information Director, and I'll be presenting to you today the messaging and elements of this year's multi-jurisdictional fireworks safety campaign.
And Kim, that's the best mask outfit match I've seen.
I know. You look like a model, like a mask model.
High praise indeed. It was not an accident. Thank you. Okay. So our fireworks safety campaign 2021. All jurisdictions have varying degrees of problems with the issue, and everyone did have some level of messaging and reporting over the years. But this year we really wanted to get everyone on the same page with a clear expectation of safe use and reporting. In the past, there had been some confusion and cross-messaging, especially when it came to reporting the use of illegal fireworks. In order to reach consensus, we teamed up with the cities, fire, and law jurisdictions to discuss messaging and reach consensus about safe use and proper disposal, what's legal and illegal, and how to report illegal firework usage. So what you see right here is a flyer that illustrates all our messaging incorporated into one piece, and there'll be some redundancy with what Captain Vestal mentioned earlier, but redundancy is a good thing. That means if you say something over and over again, about the 10th time people remember it. So we've got up here to know the risks. Those risks include physical injuries that people can sustain from an unsafe use of fireworks, as well as the risk of property damage and the importance of parental supervision. We also have information on identifying illegal firework. All legal fireworks are called safe and sane. All legal fireworks bear the state fire marshal's seal, and anything that goes up in the air, travels, or explodes is illegal and dangerous. We have safety tips as well, including having a bucket of water to dispose of fireworks and leaving those used fireworks soaking overnight before disposal. Having a hose connected to water, avoiding the use of fireworks near dry grass or other flammables, as well as avoiding use of fireworks under a canopy, a covered balcony, covered patio, or under trees and bushes. Jurisdictions each gave us contact information for reporting illegal usage. We have phone numbers for the unincorporated county, the cities of Sacramento, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, and Galt, and Elk Grove gave us an email to report illegal usage there. We're discouraging the use of 911 as an option, as our fire and law enforcement presented earlier, because that's the number only to call if there's an active fire or injury. Law enforcement and fire have told us they have increased 911 activity on July 4th, as they mentioned, and don't want to clog up the emergency lines with reporting of illegal usage. Additionally, residents who call 311 will be routed to the appropriate line to report. Each jurisdiction also made requests for specific languages for these collateral, which we're in the process of translation now. Will be in the full suite of languages and will be made available to them and anyone who would like them.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Kim, Supervisor Natoli.
Yes.
Kim, just on the call numbers, because again, holds can be extremely long. And if you're going through 311, first you're going to get the hold there, and then you're going to get referral to the non-emergency number in whatever particular jurisdiction. Will some measurement of drop calls be kept? Because I think it's indicative of the activity. There might be some repeat calls in there, but if folks are holding for 30 or 40 or 50 minutes on a non-emergency line at the peak of activity, whatever they were going to call and report may have come and gone already, and they may just, in sheer frustration, give up. So I think it's important if we see drop calls outnumbering calls that are actually answered just because of the volume. Again, I'm not being critical of anybody. I think that may be at least good information for what we may need to do in the next time around. So again, I heard dispatch is putting, but that's a little different than even the non-emergency dispatch, and hopefully we're staffing up there. I didn't ask that question specifically, but that first day I've heard that anyway, that folks, I just gave up after 45 minutes, being on hold. People packed up their their gear and they're gone. So
Understood. And I can't speak to the staffing levels of 311, but we're using 311 as a secondary. All the numbers that are listed above are specific numbers to that. So we ask that folks call those first. For instance, we reached out to Ileton. We didn't get a number from them, so all the folks in Ileton, we will ask to call 311, but we have specific other numbers for folks to call. But I heard what you said about 311, and definitely will pass that on.
Well, it wasn't just 311. I was talking about you get the non-emergency sheriff's, the 874-51115 number, and drop calls. There's a way to measure drop calls, and so you're going to have a heavy volume, and folks may be calling about other activities, but if nothing else, to get a sense of the magnitude, because otherwise the story only gets partially told. You get the number of calls regarding illegal fireworks or fireworks activity that come in that are received, but they're going to, and then the numbers that don't get in, I imagine, are going to be significant too. And so I don't know if that's a fair measurement, but it seems to me it gives everybody a sense of the level of activity and maybe either the frustration or the ability to answer calls, and I trust we're not going to be able to answer all the calls.
Sure. So I understand that, and I hear that, and we'll ask for patience for folks who call. We also have an illegal fireworks dedicated email address that we will have that will ask folks to go on there. So with all messaging, we'll say if you'd like to call in, there might be a hold time. Do that. Otherwise, you can send to this email address.
And who's looking at the emails?
That would be me, Jana, and then we're also engaging some folks from Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, in this slide, we've broken out some specific parts of the messaging and their own elements. In these instances, we have a graphic for general fireworks safety, and one explaining the consequences of unsafe usage. So in the flyer that you saw, we had everything in the one, but we will break out each individual element and keep those going as we rotate, beginning now through July 4th. So this graphic focuses on how to identify legal fireworks and the dates when legal fireworks will be sold, which begins at noon on June 28th through midnight on July 4th. We also have an example of the state fire marshal seal, which marks legal, safe, and sane fireworks. This campaign will begin in full force on Thursday, June 17th, with a news release and information to be sent to the media and the public. Information will include a fact sheet, a toolkit containing all the printable flyers and social media graphics, and direct contact information for each jurisdiction's fire, law enforcement, and city PIO for requests and interviews. That includes our two outstanding PIOs here, Sergeant Grassman for Sheriff and Captain Vestal for Metro Fire. All jurisdictions will continue collaboration and be part of this campaign for consistent messaging about dangerous use of illegal fireworks, safe use of fire marshal approved safe and sane fireworks, and how to report illegal use. And each jurisdiction will be using these graphics and swapping out our county logo for their particular logo. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Kim. I know we did receive some communications from TNT, Dennis Reville, and relating to the messaging on this, but he's signed up for public comment, so maybe this would be a good time to go to that. Oh, I do have Supervisor Kennedy had a question.
Just real fast, Kim, before you, the first slide with the 8.5 by 11 more, yeah, that one. Is that easily to lift off so we can put it out with our newsletters and stuff?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. It is. And we've got graphics too that that you can include in other newsletters.
Can you send me that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'll send it to all board members right before we send it. Yeah, we will do that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Kim. And now at this time, I do have one public comment in chambers, and I don't know if we have any phone calls. And so at this time, I'll call our first public comment, which is Dennis Reville.
And we do, Madam Chair, have some calls.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Dennis has also been in those meetings with Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Natoli and I at different times. And thank you for all that you've done to try to help solve the problem of illegal fireworks.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. It's so nice to meet with you in person, having spent a good deal of time on Zoom with each and every one of you. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of our client, TNT Fireworks, the state's leading wholesale distributor of California State Fire Marshal's Safe and Sane fireworks. I would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking all the members of this board who have graciously given of their time over the last 6 months to meet with me, representatives of the nonprofit organizations who rely on the sale of state-approved fireworks as a primary fundraiser, representatives of neighborhood organizations and associations, and concerned constituents who've grown tired of the year-long barrage of illegal fireworks in their community. I would like to extend even further recognition to Chair Frost and Supervisor Desmond for hosting multiple Zoom meetings with us, Sac Metro Fire, Sac Sheriff, County Code Enforcement, and others in an effort to formulate an enforcement strategy that might result in a more significant impact on illegal fireworks in the county than recent efforts have. While the plan presented to you today is a marked improvement over past efforts by these agencies, and I certainly compliment Sac Metro Fire and Sac Sheriff on bringing this forward, particularly in short order, I fear it will have little impact on the scope of the illegal fireworks problem. First and foremost, allocating money or personnel to the county's illegal fireworks problem will not solve the problem unless and until state and federal agencies do their part to prevent these products from coming into California in the first place. Notwithstanding this reality, increased visibility of patrol units has not historically shown to be a deterrent, unfortunately. Regrettably, a culture of non-compliance and no enforcement has been allowed to grow throughout the state. That is why 4 cities here in this county, Sacramento, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and Citrus Heights, will by June 25th have fireworks social host ordinances and cost recovery ordinances in place. 2 of those cities contract with Sacramento Fire for their prevention and suppression services, and 1 with Sac Sheriff for their law enforcement services. Supervisor Frost made reference to issues that we've taken with some elements of the public education materials. Regrettably, the messaging, while well-intended and developed with some help from the partner agencies, is like the idiom, it ignores the huge elephant in the room. The illegal fireworks that have been going off for months on end, when my client's products aren't even available yet, that countless constituents in all 5 supervisorial districts are complaining about. I would respectfully request that in the after-action report that Sac Metro has suggested they will bring forward, that there be a deep dive into how enforcement areas were selected, the methods and tools considered and used, and those that were rejected, and contrast those efforts with the experiences in the 4 cities that have adopted new ordinances and new enforcement tools. That every agency not only disclosed the number of calls for service they receive, but also how and when they respond to each call regarding fireworks. The frustration your constituents are voicing is that they're complaining on multiple platforms. They're complaining on NALM, they're complaining on non-emergency dispatch numbers, they're complaining on 911, they're complaining on Sac Metro's email service that is read within 24 hours of when the email is filed, and most of them aren't getting a response. I would also suggest that we look at what budget augmentations would be necessary to fund deployment of code enforcement personnel utilizing a fireworks social host combined with some technology like the NALM smartphone app to document and cite violators. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
We have Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, thank you. NALM, that's the product that I think you and I spoke about some time ago. That I believe your client helped to develop it. And that,
correct.
Okay, and it sounded like it had great promise. Who has adopted? I think the city of Sacramento did. Who has adopted usage of that in this area?
There are over 100, and I think at last count 160 jurisdictions in California who received the reports. The level of their participation in receiving those reports varies from it going into an email account that someone in a fire or police department checks on a regular basis to those that use the complete tools that it offers. And by that I mean someone that were a jurisdiction that was using it in complete form. They would also be accepting what's called the field officer app, which when a constituent filed that report, it would be automatically sent to someone in the field, or it could be tailored through the dispatch center to have the dispatch unit send it out. There are many jurisdictions who, in conjunction with the NALM app, are using code enforcement and NALM to document use with a social host ordinance and reporting those back. City of Manteca is probably one of the best examples. Their police officers and city personnel file reports in their off-duty hours and then act as witnesses against those violators in any administrative hearing. So it really all depends the degree to which you want to use the tool and have the commitment to do that.
And other than, say, personnel costs associated with law enforcement and fire agencies and others, is there a cost related to it?
It's totally free.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And I don't see any more
Thank you very
questions, and thank you for your comments. Okay. Well, this is an ongoing problem that we just keep working on year after year, it seems like. And I guess at the end of the day, we at the county are watching those who have the ordinances to see, if that has an impact. And I really appreciate the effort, the collaborative effort that's gone on between the county and all the jurisdictions and fire and sheriff and, Sac City Fire was even in some of our meetings. So I know we're all really trying, and I think there's a couple of jurisdictions here, like Supervisor Kennedy's district. There's a couple districts that are really impacted by this problem more than others. So thank you all for this effort. And
Madam Chair, we have a couple of comments still to transfer in.
I'm always ahead of things. Yes.
I just wanted to wait for the right time.
Bring them in.
Okay. Please transfer the first caller.
Oh, you can make your comments later.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lee Miller. I am the coordinator for Residents Against Illegal Fireworks. I live in District 5. Each year, the illegal fireworks situation gets worse in our county. The Board of Supervisors come back from their vacations in September and remark how bad the 4th of July was and how we must do something. Each year, the Illegal Fireworks Task Force implements a plan for the unincorporated county that has never worked in the past. And here we are again in 2021 with the same plan with minor tweaks. Thank you to Supervisors Frost and Desmond for leading meetings to solve the illegal firework issue in our county and for vowing to continue these meetings to find a solution. I'm tired of the talk and of the non-innovative approach of the current plan. Metro Fire and the Sheriff Department complain about not having resources. The social host ordinance outlined in the first meeting in April would have helped mitigate the lack of resources. The ordinance would have allowed county code enforcement to patrol and mail citations to property owners using illegal fireworks. Approximately 30 additional people dedicated only to illegal fireworks would have helped. But the task force decided to play it safe and wanted to see how it worked in the city, though they were presented with many lists of cities and counties that already had the ordinance in place. While the task force pretends to care for their constituents in the unincorporated county, the city of Sacramento fulsome acted and passed social host ordinance. Citrus Heights and County and Rancho Cordova are working to pass emergency social host ordinance. Illegal fireworks law enforcement in county must be consistent
You have
for
15
the social
seconds.
host ordinance to work in these cities to be effective. I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass an emergency social host ordinance this week. Metro Fire and the sheriffs need resources, and those resources are county code. The people living in the unincorporated county deserve
Can you please
better.
wrap up your comments?
Yes, one more sentence. Illegal fireworks are no longer just a 4th of July issue. It's a year-round issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Brandon Estes. I submitted a written comment, which is about a page long. I would like to read it so other meeting attendees can hear. I'm submitting this public comment on behalf of myself as well as 5 other adjacent neighbors. I purchased my home 7 years ago. In this community, July 4th is something to dread, not celebrate. The amount of illegal fireworks used in this community is substantial, and each year it gets worse. Homes in this community sit on lots anywhere from 1/5 to 1/3 of an acre, which means there's much old-growth vegetation to catch fire. Last year, my neighbors on either side of me had debris from commercial fireworks hit one kitchen window, and on the other side, she cleaned up debris from her roof. For multiple years, I've cleaned up firework debris in my backyard. In this community, commercial fireworks are ignited on public streets, in the public parks, and on public school property down the street. Neighbors across the street from me each year, they pack up and with their animals and they leave their home to avoid what sounds like an active war zone around here. And this year I'm going to be heading to the city of Elk Grove with my pets for the same reason. This community is in close proximity to light rail and bus service, and therefore there are many residents in this community with physical and mental disabilities as well as elderly folks. I myself have Asperger's syndrome. I mention this because when illegal fireworks eventually cause a fire, it will spread quickly in this community, and people with disabilities and the elderly will have an especially difficult time escaping such a preventable catastrophe. Furthermore, on July 4th, it is useful phoning the sheriff non-emergency line because they are so inundated with complaints that after being on hold for 15 to 20 minutes, the phone system drops the call. In the event of a fire, I wonder if it would be just as difficult, if not impossible, to reach the fire department. When a municipality offers a fireworks show to the public, those in attendance are not permitted anywhere near the source of ignition nor below the explosion of such fireworks. Imagine such fireworks exploding around and above your home for multiple days. And it's a distressing and scary experience. With that, I appreciate you facilitating this discussion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Brandon.
Okay, and that is your last public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I think Supervisor Desmond had some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is such a tough issue, and I appreciate all the collaboration that's gone on. In some of these discussions that we had, including Dennis and Lee and folks from Sacramento and City Fire and the police department, the sheriff's department, and including our own code enforcement folks. There were concerns about implementing a social host ordinance because of the impact on code enforcement and really logistically how would they deal with some of the enforcement challenges. I think these are hurdles we can overcome if a social host ordinance is effective in the jurisdictions that are trying it out this year. So I'll be very interested in seeing kind of your after action report after the 4th. I also think there's a lot more that maybe this board can discuss in terms of ensuring that there are appropriate resources out there during the 4th of July and other times of year when there's a lot of illegal fireworks. And something else we discussed that I think was alluded to at the beginning of the presentation today is I think the county, and maybe through CSAC, approach the state legislature about doing more to interdict or contact people who are bringing illegal fireworks into the state of California. I think this is, I appreciate the public outreach and education efforts, but I think the people who are using illegal fireworks know what they are and know when they're using them, know they're doing something wrong. This is certainly just an issue of people know that they are unlikely to get caught. So I sure hope things will be better this year, but I'll be very eager to continue this discussion and look at what worked well and what didn't and try to change things for the future for us in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would certainly echo many of the comments that Supervisor Desmond just put forth. I would just say that, again, I know there's frustration and certainly deep-seated concern, and I appreciate the folks that have written to us and certainly those who have called in today. I know that both Brandon and Lee, I've spoken with them over the years, and certainly they have concerns for the quality of life in their neighborhoods, but I think legitimate concerns, as many others have expressed, regarding the safety for them and their families and for others. And I know this is a multi-pronged effort, and I think part of it, to comments have been made by others today, is certainly try to stem the flow of the illegal fireworks into the state, but that's an effort that goes certainly beyond these chambers and beyond the capacity of anybody in this room. But that needs to be at least a part of, I think, of the focus. But to what we can do here, and I know this idea of a social host ordinance isn't new. I think it's probably been probably 6 or 7 years ago that we first had some of that discussion before this board. I think it does come down to certainly enforceability and the ability to not only issue citations, but then to back that up, because I think to the point that Supervisor Desmond just made is that, one thing is to issue a piece of paper and say that you're being cited for, this alleged activity and that you're going to be fined, but then making it stick and providing the processes to do that. And I think there are mechanics that will allow, that to be carried out. But I would note that, what the experience is, certainly in the city of Sacramento, and it sounds like 3 other municipalities within the county, is this year as it relates to that. And recognizing that the geography certainly differs fairly dramatically as it relates to the area covered. But nonetheless, I think that if it proves to be effective, then to the point made here earlier by my colleague, I think it's certainly, and I've said this before, it's worthy of consideration, but I don't see it as being, it's a tool, as Mr. Ravel said, but again, I don't think it's the answer either. There are, folks have taken great liberties with, this as it relates to fireworks and, and without, I think, regard to their own jeopardy and that of others, and it's causing tremendous upset with a lot of folks, but it also presents risk and peril to folks in their neighborhoods and communities. And so, again, I'll be very interested to see what comes of the after action report, as was said here, and certainly the task force ongoing efforts and what the experience is in the respective jurisdictions that it sounds like are going to be, if they haven't already, will be having an ordinance in place prior to the July 4th holiday. And I guess we'll have an after-action discussion about this. I will also lastly note, I think it's important that however we choose to enforce or attempt to curb this, that having the resources, and talking about dollars and cents here, to do that with, and I think public information is a piece of it. Certainly, Metro Fire as a partner, and other fire agencies as a partner. Certainly, our sheriff's department, code enforcement if they are involved. Obviously, the industry that sells and provides safe and sane fireworks. I think that we're all a part of this, and we have an engaged community. So I'll be very interested to kind of know, and I guess we'll see in some of the reports and some of the stats. But hopefully, this will be a calmer 4th of July for a variety of reasons, but that we'll have some understanding about the effectiveness of social host ordinance, because again, you can put a lot of words on paper, but you got to be able to back it up. And I think I fear that some of the same challenges that folks either with a badge or with the enforcement authority through the fire service have in doing it, that code enforcement officers would have a similar challenge. It may again curb some of the activity, and maybe there's no magic answer to this, but I would just hope folks would pay attention to their own safety and the safety of their friends and neighbors, and celebrate appropriately, and as said here earlier, take into public displays or utilize fireworks that are of safe and sane nature, and do that in a manner that doesn't present a danger to them and to others. And hopefully we're going to have a better 4th of July this year. I guess we'll see. Thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor Natoli. I want to concur with both Supervisor Natoli and Desmond. I also want to say that there were some details associated with the social host ordinance, in that, how, what if someone owns the home, but they rent it out to someone who's using illegal fireworks, and so is it the person who owns the home, or is it the person who's living in the home? And the question of enforceability, and also the, I think that was part of the reason that that was part of the discussion that we had recently, and the fact that we didn't have a whole lot of time. But by the time we got down to to having that conversation about the social host ordinance, it was just not enough time to pull something like that together. And we wanted to see how it went in Sacramento and if it made a difference there. But I also think the messaging is really important, what you're working on. And the reason is because I think there's probably some people, I don't know, I don't know that I would know what an illegal fireworks looks like. You could be part of you could have a friend who says, I got these amazing fireworks, and you could be buying them and you don't even know what that looks like. So, the public education piece, I think, is very important. And I think that's where that could perhaps people, saying, oh, that's illegal. I mean, some people wouldn't do it if they knew, but they're just innocent and they don't know. So ignorance is not bliss. So anyway, we'll look forward to getting through 4th of July. I remember when I was an emergency nurse, and it was always a very exciting night on 4th of July. So hopefully we will have less injuries and less fires this year, and hopefully all the efforts will pay off. So thank you all for being here and for the update on this, and we'll look forward to continuing our work with this. And we'll move on to the next item, please.
Okay. Item 73 is to authorize the Director of Airports to negotiate and execute a third amendment to the agreement for custodial services at Sacramento International Airport between the County of Sacramento and Pride Industries for a 3-year period and a maximum payment amount of $44,851,533.
Good afternoon, Cindy, our airport director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, Supervisors. As you know, I'm Cindy Nickel, Director of Airports. I wanted to take about 5 minutes to give you an overview of this item. Basically, in this item, staff recommends that the board authorize me as the Director of Airports to negotiate and execute a third amendment to the agreement between the county and Pride Industries 1 for custodial services at Terminal B at Sacramento International Airport, also called SMF. The recommended amendment would add 3 years and $15,387,380 to Pride's agreement for a maximum payment of $44,851,533. As background, following an RFP in 2011, which was right as Terminal B was nearing completion, the board authorized the director to execute an agreement with Pride for custodial services at Terminal B for an initial term of 5 years and an amount of $10.3 million. I wanted to let you know that compensation for the specified scope is based on an annual maximum total payment, which is predicated on a certain number of full-time equivalent staff FTEs. Additional unanticipated custodial services that are needed are billed on a time and materials basis. This agreement with Pride has been amended 2 times by the board, so the current amount for the first 10 years of the agreement through June 30th of this year totals just under $29.5 million. The agreement provides for a final 5-year option, although the board may choose to extend for a shorter period while reserving the ability to exercise the remaining years at a later date for up to the total of the 5 years. By the way, the department also uses county custodians in Terminal A for the day and swing shifts, and we contract with Pride through the Countywide Municipal Services Agency open item contract called the MSA contract for the custodial services at Terminal A during the night shift, also for ancillary buildings at International Airport, at SMF, at Mather, and at Executive Airports. Compensation for the MSA contract is based on a time and materials is on a time and materials basis. The difference between Pride's Terminal B and MSA contract structures, term, hourly rates, positions, and titles introduce further management challenges. To address those challenges, the department explored consolidating the contracted custodial services at the county airports and changing the airport's custodial services business structure. As required by Section 71J of the county's charter, the department issued a competitive RFP in January of 2021 and received 10 proposals. However, the department would like to have time to further analyze a number of things, including alternative agreement structures, implementing key performance indicators, which are called KPIs, consolidation of the county's airport cleaning service agreements into one agreement covering all airport locations, and looking at new equipment, cleaning products, and technologies that may be cost-effective and may enhance customer service. Amending the Pride agreement gives us time to do that. The question is how long to extend. We need only 1 year to do the identified analysis, while Pride has wanted an option of the full 5 years. In discussions with us, Pride indicated 3 years was the minimum they would agree to in order to amortize their equipment costs and to manage staff expectations. So we agreed to 3 years, in addition to going to KPIs to measure contract compliance instead of holding Pride to the stipulated staffing numbers. Both parties hope that this shift in contract compliance procedures will simplify the county auditing process while allowing Pride to concentrate on provision of high-quality service for the next 3 years. The department asked Pride to price a 3-year option. Because Pride prefers a 5-year option, they provided both a 3 and 5-year set of prices. Their price to carry out the scope of services over a 5-year option is the $15.2 million that I mentioned earlier, and their price for the scope of over a 5-year period is $25.1 million. In anticipation of unforeseen custodial service needs that may arise in addition to the scope of services, staff recommends adding $200,000 for a total of $387,380 over the 3-year option. This would increase the total maximum payment over the entire contract from $29.5 million to $44.9 million. As you know, funding for custodial services comes from the Airport Enterprise Fund. The budget you just approved for FY 2021-22 is sufficient to cover the first option year, and budgetary appropriations will be made in subsequent years for the remainder of the option period. So staff recommends the board approve the 5-year option as it provides ample time to assess industry trends and best practices, gives Pride time to amortize the equipment costs and manage staff expectations, while allowing the department time to actually consolidate custodial services sooner than later. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Cindy. I just want to be clear of what it is you're recommending. Because you said 5-year, you're recommending the 3?
Oh, I misspoke. 3 years, yes. Thank you. Sorry.
I was confused. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to express my thanks to Cindy. The international airports in the district I represent, but it's obviously a county, regional asset, but it's something that I think the importance of which is shared equally amongst us, despite where it might be located. But I've had ample opportunity to speak with Cindy over the last several weeks, and really encouraged her to maintain an open mind. I'm glad she did, in terms of trying to get to a place that that Pride Industries can work with, because of course I think we'll hear probably from Pride's representatives here shortly, but Pride has a history and a legacy here in this community that runs deep, and I think we all are very proud of the mission of Pride and its success story. At the same time, running an international airport is a big job, and it comes with a lot of careful management of services that our traveling public expect. And so all along, I try to encourage both parties to work together to get to a place that this board didn't have to find itself in a awkward position where we're pitting one against the other in terms of who we might go with. It doesn't mean that we won't have some other challenges in terms of others that have sought interest in the contract to provide custodial services at SAC International. But I just wanted to go on record before we hear from others how much I entrusted Cindy and her staff to think very carefully about how to go forward here in a way that's fair and a way that respects the fact that there is a long working partnership between Pride and the county at SAC International. And thank you for listening to me and for keeping me apprised. And certainly I'll be prepared to say the same thing to representatives of Pride here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, and thank you, Cindy, for working on this and trying to figure this out. Is Pride here today? I know we have public comment, but I don't have Pride listed as speaking or presenting here today. Are they here today, and would they like to say anything?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Jeff Dern, President and CEO of Pride Industries. Thank you. We just want to thank Cindy and the airport for their partnership through this process. We're trying to get to the win-win situation. We're very happy with the innovation and the savings we're able to offer through this amendment, and look forward to serving the county well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have some public comment in chambers. Do we have any phone calls?
We do not have any at this time.
Okay, so I believe I'll go ahead and call Andrew Gross Gaitan. I'm sorry, Supervisor Natoli, would you like to speak first?
No, I can wait. I want to ask a question of Cindy a little earlier, but we take the testimony. I can ask her before we conclude the item.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Andrew Gross-Gaitan. I'm the Regional Vice President for Service Employees International Union, United Service Workers West. We represent the janitors who work for Pride Industries at the airport. We also represent approximately 8,000 contracted service employees at LAX, SFO, Burbank, Orange County, and the San Diego airports. It was very painful the first day of the shelter-in-place orders when most of the airports in the state really shut down. And we went very quickly from nearly 8,000 members to about 2,000 people who were still working in the airports. I want to congratulate the County of Sacramento that the janitors here in this airport not only were able to stay working throughout the pandemic, which they're from some of the communities that were certainly worst hit by the pandemic, but also that the airport is the only one in the state that I'm aware of that approved and supported some hazard pay for the janitors cleaning the airports. So I think it was unique and outstanding of the County of Sacramento to provide that sort of support and continuity for a very vulnerable workforce. And of course, Pride Industries is also unique among many of the service contractors whose employees we represent in their work with workers with disabilities. So I think the combination of that kind of support, not only for what is naturally a vulnerable workforce, but the folks with the disabilities are even more exposed, is unique, and we appreciate it. We very much appreciate the work that has gone into making sure that these workers could continue to have stable employment with Pride. And we'd like to encourage the board to consider during this period where you're looking at revamping things, to take into account some of the policies and practices we have established working with city councils and boards of supervisors at the other major airports, which include emergency response training, infectious disease control training, and some structural support for healthcare coverage for these workers. So we'd appreciate that, and we look forward to working with the county and with Pride further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment, and I think, Cindy, there were several questions up here for you, so starting with Supervisor Natoli.
Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
Thanks for your effort on this. I wanted to be clear in the recommendation, and certainly recognizing the work that brings us here today. So your recommendation is for a 3-year option but to not have an additional 2-year option under the authority of the airports director of this county. So basically, it's a 3-year term. It's an option presented in the table here, but with no ability to go out to a 5-year should all of the work that's been kind of presented by you, but it's summarized here in the report. And I guess, not to put you on the spot, but so why wouldn't you, if you're going to bring us a 3-year term with the option to extend, versus bringing us a 5-year term for the full, which is obviously a preference of Pride as a current contractor. So I guess I would kind of want to know why you wouldn't at least give the ability to extend for 2 years, assuming other things that were being looked at that you've pointed out, consolidation of staffing and so forth. So I guess that's my question. Why wouldn't you give the option for at least an extension? And it's not necessarily premised on any particular things, but.
Sure. So, I mean, just as I mentioned, the managing the current custodial contracting is really complicated, and I do welcome the fact that we're moving to key performance indicators in our amendment to the contract. So, what I'd like to do is see how that works, but the time that we need to do the analysis, look at other airports, understand, what the best practices are, really get a sense of the technology. I think a 3-year time frame is reasonable for that. By the way, Pride will have various systems that they'll be able to put in place by January in terms of, dashboards and reporting, which I welcome, and some of the equipment that they're planning to bring on, some, cordless vacuums, riding scrubbers, things like that, which will be cool. I want to ride one. Anyway,
it's like the Zamboni.
We'll get those. It is. I always wanted to be a Zamboni driver. So that's my alternative career. But the 3 years gives us time to assess that. But 5 years is a long time. It's it's half a decade, and I would like to be able to move more quickly to consolidate our custodial contracting if we can.
Okay. Well, again, maybe the parcel just a little closer. That it's one thing to have a 3-year term with the option to extend for 2 more. It doesn't predetermine that. I mean, obviously, if there's a good relationship, and for all the things that you just cited previously, and just in response to my question, to give yourself and this county the room, assuming that systems that are brought in place by the contractor, Pride, but also that, as you stated, it gives that option to extend. And, obviously there's going to be a performance measurement here that, may include different factors, but and maybe I could ask Lisa if you could help on this. I mean, it's simply, if you say a 3-year term, that's what your recommendation is, but with the option to extend for 2 more, it's not taking a 5-year term to begin with. It's basically 3. So again, I want to understand that, because again, it allows some additional flexibility within the framework of what you're recommending. And I guess it may allows by June 2024 to determine if you're going to remain with the contractor or do something different. But you're amending the contract now, and this has been a lot of work. Certainly Supervisor Cerna and others have been involved in those conversations. But so, Lisa, maybe you could help out in this a little bit too.
I would certainly defer to Ms. Nichols on the policy and practical implications of what you're suggesting, but from a purely legal perspective, that could be accomplished.
Okay. And it doesn't guarantee anything, but at 3 years, just as you're going to be looking at options anyway, versus termination versus the option to extend for 2 more, or maybe single years, you could say it even in increments of 1 year up to a maximum of 5.
Or you can go past 5.
Huh?
Or you can go past.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, you can add that into the mix as well. But I was kind of working within the realm of the 3 and 5 years under the previous contractual frameworks. That's what I was asking, that to give that flexibility to the county to do that, assuming that other things, measure up. And
but the way it's written, though, it doesn't exclude.
Yes.
The prospect of going either another 2 or.
Right. I don't think it says it's going to terminate automatically in 3 years. So if in 2.5 years the airports and Pride have figured out that the relationship is working, they could certainly extend.
Or before then.
Right. I'm just using
so
that.
So you have the option to extend. But if you just do it for 3 years and you don't build some option to extend, I guess you can bring us a recommendation, but it takes a little different action.
Yeah, it would be an affirmative action by the board if under the current scenario.
Where you come back to the board in 3 years versus giving the airports director the authority to extend under what's before us today. Is that the difference?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And so you prefer bringing it back to the board versus having the option to extend, Cindy, in your position?
You know, to me, it's pretty similar. I mean, I'm going to be straight up with the board on what I'm doing, and so
No,
you
you
know,
are. Yeah, and that's why I'm asking the question. I mean, and that's why, again, to the conversation
I guess,
we're having up here.
you know, I had talked with Lisa's Airport County Council folks, and, you know, my understanding is that we don't preclude using the rest of the 5-year period. But, Lisa, what I wasn't clear about is whether, if we did that, if we do 3 years now, we would need to come back to the board. I wasn't sure if we do a 3-year plus 2, as Supervisor Natoli is suggesting, if I would have to come back to the board.
Right, so you're correct. Under the current recommendation, a 3-year term, if you wanted to extend it at all, you would have to come back to the board. And then for what Supervisor Natoli is suggesting, you would not have to come back to the board. We do caution, however, in not extending it past 5 years because of the need for the RFP process and 71J and other legal implications. But under the current scenario, we think that we'd be significantly protected.
Isn't that a double-edged sword, though? I mean, because you would leave it at the discretion of the airport's director, even if we say now it's 3 and 2 or 3, 1 and 1. Airport director could say, I'm using my own discretion, choosing not to extend. Correct? So, I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, I follow you.
Yeah.
Again, I wasn't thinking in so much kind of from that perspective as just giving the flexibility, recognize people are going to be a work in progress. If you want to come back to board in 3 years, one way or the other, whether it's for a recommended extension and or for all the information to be surfaced and then have this board, I'm fine with the board weighing in on that. I mean, but again, I was just asking because previous contracts had allowed for, because this last RFP got triggered, did require coming to the board. I think you just were able to issue the RFP, right?
Right. It didn't come to the board.
It didn't come to the board,
Right.
so you didn't have that conversation. So irrespective.
I'm sorry, let me make sure I understand. Are you speaking about the first 2 amendments to the contract?
No, I'm talking about the most recent RFP.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah. And so if I'm taking this correctly, again, it's certainly not arguing a point with my colleague, is that in advance of 3 years, either you're going to issue an RFP or you're going to come back to the board and seek the authority to extend versus be given the ability to extend and I guess not have to come back to the board for an RFP. I mean, you didn't have to this time. So
I mean, but again, in 3 years, it could be and correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa, could be the airport's discretion to bring back to the board a fresh, longer contract of 5 years.
Well, no, not 5 years. I don't think you could do a 5-year extension, right?
No, it
He
wouldn't be an
said
extension. It would be a brand
new contract. I think is what.
A contract and not having to go to an RFP?
Right.
I'm not sure about
Well,
that.
that's what because I was hearing Lisa say that at some point you're going to trigger an RFP, even if you're 110%, in agreement that the current contractor is performing. There still are some under public contract law, and I'm not a lawyer, that require us to go to an RFP at some juncture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what I was getting to, Phil. I just said, so again, if this is satisfactory to the parties, I'm okay with it. In actuality, I'm not going to be here in 3 years, so you won't be having to talk to me about this. But I'm interested in what happens with Pride, with our airport, and certainly doing it in a way that comports with good business practices and makes a welcoming, clean airport for those that use it, and provides the opportunities that Pride and certainly the workforce in providing those services at the airport and elsewhere in this community. So again, that's why I asked the question.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And I get Don's points. I also get Supervisor Cerna's points as far as, you could create another issue if you do the automatic renewals. I'd rather it come back to the board, and let me tell you why. I'm not one who believes in micromanaging all of our departments and looking at all of their little contracts, and this isn't a little contract by any means, but I do think, and this is why I have spoken with Cindy and with Ann on a number of occasions, that this is a unique situation that, we're not dealing with widgets here. We're not dealing with just, purely, as much as it's an enterprise fund and we have to always look at cost containment and all of that. I understand that. But we as a body up here also have other considerations that we have to take into account when we're making these decisions. And the public policy implications here are far beyond just a typical custodial contract. We're looking at continuing to contract with a firm who offers opportunities to people who otherwise do not have them at all. If we, as public policy makers, don't embrace that opportunity and realize that this is a safety backstop for these folks who are in great need, they're going to end up on our books one way or the other. Whether they're gainfully employed through good, honest county work, or they are put into a position where they're on public assistance because they don't have that safety net. And I believe that it's incumbent upon us as policymakers to look at those factors when considering this. And that's why I've been supportive of this all along, and I continue to be. That being said, I do see the potential downside of having the ability to automatically extend it without coming back to the board, because Miss Nickel might not be here. You might be driving a Zamboni somewhere. And so we don't know who's going to be in that position. We don't know what that person's, psyche is going to be when making such decisions. And because this is a unique situation and not just your typical contracting situation, I feel more comfortable with it coming back in 3 years, should that be what is recommended. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Cindy, I just want to, first of all, Supervisor Kennedy very eloquently stated, thank you very much for your work on this. I've also talked to you many times. I've talked to Ann many times, and the folks at Pride. I really appreciate the approach you've taken. I think it's a very prudent approach to give you time to analyze different price structures, performance measures, and the consolidation, as you mentioned in your staff report. I suppose, and as far as Pride goes, we do have a local, almost celebrity in the audience. I thought she was going to come and actually testify in support of Pride as well, but unfortunately, we did not get that opportunity. You know who I'm talking about back there. But I'm so thoroughly impressed with Pride and the work they do, and I agree with Supervisor Kennedy 100% that this goes beyond just looking at the bottom line for us. This says a lot more about our values. Something I just threw out there hypothetically and see how my fellow board members, the board could also just say, well, let's just renew this for 5 years. And if we made that decision, you would still preserve the ability to hold Pride's feet to the fire in terms of the performance measures in the contract and their other obligations in the contract. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's certainly something that, I guess this board could do. I am sensitive to Supervisor Kennedy's comments about the board not micromanaging any one individual department, but I think upon reflection about the statements he made about our values, and certainly if you can retain the ability to terminate a contract for non-performance, then I see county councils trying to...
I use my request to speak button. Yes, what you say is accurate. Of course, it's much more difficult to terminate a contract and have that control than it is to define the term up front. And that, I believe, is one of the reasons why the airports is asking the board to make this determination today. It's significantly easier to have that defined term.
Okay.
And from a legal perspective, a lot less risky.
And may I just mention, Supervisor Desmond, that this is an experiment. We're trying a new KPI-based, performance-based structure with Pride by amending one of their exhibits. So, we'll see if it works. We're hopeful and believe that it will, but we don't know. So that's the difference for me of going 5 years versus 3.
I appreciate that, and I very much respect your judgment and our county councils and county exec. So I will support the staff recommendation, but there's nothing that says you would have to wait 3 years to come back to this board. I mean, right, if you work out some of these issues, you could come back to the board in a year and say, hey, we want to add those additional 2 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Cindy, I have the impression at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that you were going to be looking at new technologies which could potentially change the contract, which would that have to come back to, like, if you came up with some changes on things next year, would you have to come back to the board, or would you, for a new contract, or does that?
We won't need to come to the board. Those are new technologies that Pride intends to use, which is part of what they've taken into account in providing the pricing to us. So, yeah, it's going to be their investments.
Great. And Supervisor Cerna had some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're done with public comment, correct?
We do not have any public comments in the phone queue.
Okay.
Do you not have any?
I know that Supervisor Tully's in the queue, but I'd like to make a motion to support staff's recommendation. Look for a second at this point.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Cerna to approve staff's recommendation, a second by Supervisor Kennedy. And I believe County Council already spoke, so.
Yep.
And so Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just a clarification from council. So I understand it correctly that, because in your response to what Supervisor Cerna said for a term beyond 5 years, that you can do subsequent amendments, but how long can you amend a contract in time? Can that be
in this
unlimited?
specific instance?
Yes.
The only, it can only go out an additional 5 years because the RFP was done 11 years ago now, and it allowed 2 5-year extensions. So we're working on the original RFP.
correct?
So it would depend. The answer to your general question is it depends on what the contracting method was. In this specific instance, we can only go 5 years without having to do another RFP.
Okay, and I want to be clear on that, because just for the record, that even if Cindy were to come back to this board 3 years from now and everything was copacetic and you're recommending, you're only going to get 2 more years under the current contractual arrangement before you would have to go out to an RFP. There's just no, from a legal standpoint, you're saying there's no way around it. I just want to be clear, because that was my understanding. That's why I suggested the 3 plus 2. I'm prepared to support the motion, but you're not going to get, a 5-year extension 3 years from now, because unless county council comes up with a different way to interpret the law. But that, correct?
Correct.
So we're going to get the maximum out of what the original RFP, and that's could be 15 years total.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I just want to, before I call the vote, I just want to thank you, Cindy, for working so hard to find a way to support Pride. Obviously, all of us support Pride, and that's a lot of jobs for an important part of our community. So thank you for that. We have a motion by Supervisor Cerna and a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, item 74 is the Alberta Specific Plan Workshop.
I saw a long list of people walk in this room for this one. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, Planning Director, here to give the staff presentation on a workshop about the Alberta Specific Plan. Before I get started, I did want to note is I have a fair number of individuals who are here to support this item. Should there be the quite possible chance that you have technical questions that I cannot answer, we have quite a cast of characters here, or people here, sorry, cast of characters, to help us through this workshop. Many of them may not need to come to the podium to ever speak, but I did want to recognize who's here. Starting off with Steve Hartwig, our Deputy County Executive, from County Planning, myself, Chris Pahuli, Emma Patton, who's been our project manager on a lot of the Alberta items. And we do have a number of staff who may be available on the line, including Todd Smith from Planning. From Transportation, we have the Transportation Director, Ron Vicari, along with Matt Darrow and Cameron Shue. From Water Resources, we have Michael Peterson, and I believe we may have Michael Grinstead available on the phone. I am very appreciative of the willingness to attend from our agency, from several agency representatives, including from the Relinda and Alberta Community Water District. We have Tim Shaw, the general manager, and we have their counsel, Barbara Brenner, with White Brenner LLP. We also have representatives of the Sacramento Groundwater Authority, Jim Pfeiffer, the executive director, and Rob Schwartz, the manager of technical services. We will also have participation by a number of the development interests. I expect we will have on the phone available Jeff Pemstein and Laura Zuckerman with HBT, and Jeff Pemstein also worked on the original specific plan. And their consultant Holger First, engineer with McCann Somps. And then Tim Kim, one of the developers representing several pending projects. I believe they're all going to be available by phone. And then finally, in the room here today, we also have George Carpenter with Wind Communities, who's involved in some of the prior projects. So those are the people that I'm aware of in the room. There may be others here, but those were my notes on who we have available to us. Okay, so there is a lot of history associated with the potential development in this portion of the county in what is now the Alberta Specific Plan area. It was proposed for urbanization as part of the 1993 General Plan. It was pretty controversial, so a decision as to whether to urbanize was put aside in the context of the General Plan update, and it was deferred to the Community Plan update, which ultimately was adopted in 1998. And this area that ultimately became the Alberta Specific Plan was shown for potential future urbanization. A specific plan was applied for by development interests, and that specific plan was adopted in 2007. The county has approved a number of major and minor amendments since the original plan adoption, most notably for drainage, but as well as several other major and minor amendments. There have been 3 tentative subdivision maps approved for a little over 1,700 lots, and there are 5 additional pending maps, 4 of which are the bulk of the units, which is around 1,180 lots. There do seem to be some unique challenges associated with this plan, which is why we wanted to have this workshop before you today. This next slide shows a number of the approved and pending projects. This is also on page 4 of your board report. There are 3 previously approved maps. Starting in the upper right of this graphic, in the northeast corner, is the Northborough project in pale green, and the Northborough 2 project in kind of an aqua color. Part of that initial area was slated for long-term ag res, and through that process it was converted into more urban uses, and the map was approved. And then the Alberta 78 project in the southeast corner, the bottom right in yellow, is also an approved subdivision map. The pending projects, the largest of which is the Alberta 245, that's shown in red in the southwest corner, the bottom left. There's Alberta 59.5 North, that's in dark blue, kind of in the upper left there, and in the orange is Alberta 59.5 South. There's Alberta 25 in kind of the bright green. And so those 3 maps are ready to move forward. We have been working on them for some time, pending kind of some of the direction we get today, particularly about water. Those would be ready to go to hearings fairly soon before either the Planning Commission or the board. 1 is at the Planning Commission level, and 2 ultimately would come on to the board. And then finally on this graphic in purple is a much smaller site known as the Krause rezone site. That's a pending rezone from AR5 to AR2 in an area of the plan that is slated to remain ag res, and that's a parcel map, a rezone and parcel map for 4 lots. So the 3 topics that are part of today's workshop having to do with implementation challenges have to do with transportation infrastructure and the cost of that, conditions and requirements on these ag res properties, and then water supply. With regard to transportation infrastructure, this is a graphic of the specific plan with the major transportation components within the specific plan. There's a major loop road circulating through the plan. Alberta is the major east-west corridor, and for many years will probably be the main way for folks to get in and out of the developing specific plan, either over to Watt to the east or off to the west to Highway 99. I would note DOT is currently working on some road improvements east of this plan area, it would be east of Dutch Haven and over the creek. So there are some road improvements happening or about to happen on Alberta. Palladay Road would be improved, including a yet to be constructed extension through this northwest ag res area into Placer County. On the southwest corner there, you can see a little extension off the loop road that would go down to Dry Creek Road, and that could get people out to the south down Dry Creek Road. But the ultimate plan is for 16th Street to be improved north as the major north-south. That does require 2 crossings of both branches of the creek, so that's going to be a pretty extensive improvement, and I would expect would occur much later in plan development and not right away. So with regard to transportation infrastructure, your Department of Transportation, again, whose staff are here today, held a board workshop in March of this year, on March 23rd, to present 4 potential strategies for this and other growth areas on how to address general concerns about how projects are currently conditioned, which is also known as sort of the trigger approach, where applicants must fund on and off-site facilities and then wait for future reimbursements. So the 4 solutions that were part of your workshop are here on this slide. I'm not going to read them all, but you were amenable to DOT staff continuing to work with developers on any one or more of those potential solutions. So the development interests have commented that the road costs for this plan area are high, and under the trigger system, they place a high burden on initial development to fund road improvements, and that those costs could be potentially beyond a reasonable fair share. Development interests and DOT staff have continued to meet since the board workshop, and they have ongoing conversations about moving forward with these alternatives. And so we do expect, and we have some sense that there are probably some items here from these solutions that can be done to lower the initial costs. Staff of DOT are certainly available today to answer any questions that come up, but in general, I think we expect that they probably need more time to work on those solutions and work with the developers. And we don't expect a particular conclusion as a result of today's workshop. The next topic has to do with agricultural residential properties. The original specific plan and financing plan includes some of these long-term ag res areas within the specific plan boundaries, and that there isn't any specific out or exemption for the ag res properties. We have one property owner, Mr. Kraus, who's seeking a rezone from AR5, 5-acre minimum, down to AR2, 2-acre minimum. It's not unusual for rezones to trigger compliance with the conditions of the specific plan. In this case, however, it's only 4 lots and it's in an ag res area. So the potential rezone conditions may render the development infeasible due to their high costs. So just to cover the geographic area, what we're talking about is this area in kind of this aqua blue in the upper left-hand area. The area that was originally also ag res in the specific plan in orange has now been urbanized as part of those Northborough projects. And then there's some purple areas that'll be ag res buffers as part of individual maps. But what we're really talking about here is this aqua area. So staff believes that there is a reasonable argument that changes should be made to the specific plan, specifically for this long-term ag res quadrant, to address how ag res development can occur with modified compliance with the specific plan. We wouldn't propose to take it out of the plan, but we want to come up with more of an interim fair share payment so that these projects don't have insurmountable conditions like build the road or other items that would really be prohibitive. So,
are you saying basically discounting the fees as what they would have been?
it would be coming up with a more reasonable fair share contribution, which we have not calculated yet, so we would still expect some contribution, but not the burden that they have right now with the compliance of the current set of conditions. So staff has not fully developed this proposal. We do need some time to put it together, but working with our interim CEO, Ann Edwards, she has indicated that we probably can get some funding to do that, so that can be a county-initiated and conducted effort.
I want to personally thank you for that, Ann.
So we will staff of planning, county engineering, and DOT will be refining the cost estimate and working on keeping that at a reasonable scope, but we do think that is a reasonable thing to do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Supervisor Natoli.
In considering that, though, you would still, if there were rights of way that needed dedication, frontages and so forth, as you would normally with parcel maps or other subdivision maps with smaller numbers of units, you would ask for those things, and there's still a transportation development fee that's associated with construction. You might adjust that, but you would allow them to proceed without having to bear the brunt of what's under discussion here today as it relates to the specific plan triggers. Is that?
Yes, thank you for that clarifying question. I probably should have said that. Yes, there, for example, in this area, the extension of Palladay Road goes through the area, including a piece of Mr. Krause's property, but then on to other properties. So yes, if they came in to develop even at an ag-res area, we would want to get the road right-of-way. Were there to be any drainage right-of-ways or other items, we would want to get those right-of-ways. But we would be looking at not requiring construction.
Sure. Yeah. And since you haven't adopted a specific plan that has the circulation element and the layout for at least a major backbone circulation, you know where those are plotted, and so it's not just on a guess. It's a part of the adopted plan, so you would know. Any applicant would know that looking at their property in that ag-res area.
Yeah, and I believe in the specific plan really only has the one major road. I don't think it really has a network yet.
Okay, so it shows Palladay though.
Yeah.
Right, going past those properties. Okay, thanks.
Does the fair share negatively impact others in the plan?
I don't believe it will. I think there's a small enough units in this defined area, and we would be really looking at their fair share contribution. So I don't think it would necessarily have a negative impact.
Thank you.
We would analyze that and inform you when we come back for adoption, if there were. Okay, so moving on to the third and potentially most difficult of the three topics has to do with water supply. The topic of water supply is really about ensuring that new development ultimately has a water supply that protects the long-term sustainable yield within the groundwater basin. That generally involves obtaining supplemental water supply, and that generally involves surface water. The Rio Linda Alberta Community Water District is the primary water supplier for this area. I'm going to call them the Water District, so I don't have to say Rio Linda and Alberta Community Water District every time. The community plan adopted in 1998 included a prior version of what's called Policy PF8, along with a CEQA mitigation measure requiring compliance with that policy prior to entitlements, which was defined as prior to tentative maps, because the policy did allow the specific plan and rezones to move forward. There was a legal challenge on the original version of the policy that led to the revised version adopted in 1999, which is the version we're working from today. And I am working off the bottom of page 8 on the board letter, if you want to follow along with that, but it's also, I believe, on the slide here. So in the context of various maps that were the maps that I previously referred to that were being considered, County staff brought forward this issue of compliance with PF8 back in September of 2016. At that time, at staff's recommendation, the board concluded that the second portion of PF8 could be met. So the board made a number of findings that are on your slide, that the Sacramento Groundwater Agency adopted an appropriate groundwater management plan to protect the long-term sustainable yield of the North Area Basin, that proposed water use for the specific plan is to be provided by the Water District, subject to the Sacramento Groundwater Authority groundwater management plan, and finally that there was a strategy to supply development with existing groundwater while utilizing funds from connection fees to pursue alternative supplemental water source consistent with a groundwater management plan. So essentially, we concluded at that time that this met the test, that there was assurance that the water use of the new development was consistent with the groundwater program. Unfortunately, there have been some changed circumstances that has led staff to want to seek this board workshop and discussion to confirm your opinion as to whether those findings have still been met.
I'm sorry, Leanne, how long ago was that determination? When was this established?
Sure, it was September of 2016.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And I believe we do have a staff report from that hearing attached as one of the attachments to your board letter. So some of the same changed circumstances include that the owners group discontinued funding to the Water District for participation in the potential River Arc project, which was looking at the ability to take water off the Sacramento River to supply it to a number of areas, including this area. Secondly, the Water District has expressed concerns that the connection fee that was a key component of this finding will not necessarily result in supplemental water. And that has led county staff to have concerns about the level of assurance and to whether there is actually assurance that the new development is consistent with the Sacramento Groundwater Authority's groundwater management plan, including the provision that such assurance be provided prior to entitlements, which is prior to the approval of tentative maps. The development interests want to see the maps proceed and for this to be addressed prior to their final map and addressed in the Water District's Water Services Agreement. The Water District has requested conditions to obtain a Water Services Agreement with prior to the final map. Their conditions also include a reference to compliance with PF8, which is a little bit circular because PF8 suggests you make the finding before the tentative map, but they also agree to have the WSA before the final map. So anyway, it's a little bit circular there. But the bottom line is that staff is concerned that the circumstances have changed since 2016, providing less assurance, and so we wanted to bring this issue forward to the board to have a discussion about it. Staff would recommend that we get greater assurance and then this be resolved prior to the approval of tentative maps. However, we do believe the board could affirm the prior findings and require instead that the water service agreement and this be resolved prior to final maps. So that is the conclusion of the overview by staff of the three main topics: transportation, the ag-res properties, and water supply. So I and other staff would be available to answer any questions you might have. And as I indicated, we also have a number of developer interests both to speak both on the phone as well as in the audience.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So given these two kind of broad options here that you've laid out for us in this last slide, Leanne, how does each affect the ability to pay for infrastructure and the timing of that? I mean, that seems to be one of the key considerations. I mean, there's several, but that might be one of the key ones.
Yeah, well, when we were in front of you in 2016, it seemed at that point that the developers were working well with the Water District, Rio Linda Water District, and that there was a plan to ultimately provide conjunctive use supply, water supply, that would allow the maps to go forward, potentially attracting additional investment and development to move forward, since there was the fee amount, as well as this potential participation in River Arc, although it doesn't necessarily have to be River Arc. Certainly taking the more conservative view of trying to ensure that it is addressed prior to tentative maps, which is more in line with the original philosophy coming out of the specific plan, where it clearly seemed to want this addressed before tentative maps. I think it does put more onus on the remaining pool of developers to try to figure out how to fund that. But you're still going to have to do it before final maps, so it doesn't really help in terms of you're not going to get any houses out of the ground.
No, I understand that.
Without
but
WSA.
Based on the briefing that you and I shared, and my chief of staff, the status of the overall plan right now seems to be a little stuck in terms of, maybe that's an understatement, I don't know, but it seems to be a little stuck in terms of trying to avoid that, $37 million first house.
Right.
So that's why I asked the question is, of these two options, does one bode even slightly better for the property owners or the development interests in the specific plan to contribute to help fund the next segment of necessary infrastructure, so that hopefully that begins to precipitate further interest in map preparation and entitlements?
Well, let me try to answer that. I'm not sure I'm going to be quite on point, but my understanding is that the road costs are the highest costs. So the conversations that planning has participated in on this have been, let's focus also on getting the road costs under control, because there's sort of, from the development side, what I've heard them say is there's no point if they can't tackle the transportation first, and then move on to some of the other topics. The developers had been working with county engineering on the implementation of the finance plan, which is really getting to the fee component, but they broke off that work to narrow in on just the transportation costs. So they haven't been working with county engineering, I think, since like 2017 on the actual fee amount. So how that relates to the water supply, I can't exactly answer.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Leanne, thanks for the presentation and for the summary. What's included in the report. I guess if it's appropriate time, I wanted to ask of transportation for a moment, if I could, recognizing, as you said, there's kind of a hierarchy here of, costs that begin to stack on one another. But I'd just like to have an understanding about a particular point. I've read the letters from the folks. Ms. Zuckerman had submitted. I'm sure we're going to hear from folks. But Ron, I know you were here back, as Leanne said, just a couple of months ago, and we talked about some of the work going on both in the Vineyard area, but obviously here in this area as well. I guess I'm curious as to, from your perspective, what progress, if any, you think's been made. I know you've talked about the options, the 3 and 4. I'm not a fan. I'll be very clear about it. Just letting things go to level F. And I'll say why. I had that experience during my tenure on this board in the Elk Grove West Vineyard area, where development got way out ahead of the infrastructure build and the financing for that infrastructure. And it was compared as being a bad example versus Laguna, which used Mellow Roost, and maybe that's not as much of a alternative. You still got to have sufficient property owners to come together. But where you have a rural infrastructure with 2-lane roads with roadside ditches and 90-degree intersections, to think you're going to pass suburban levels of traffic through those areas and somehow people are just going to learn to live with it. I would caution any member of this board or anybody who thinks that that's a good way to go. You got to live it to know what it's like to try to, from a traffic safety standpoint, a traffic management standpoint, So granted, there may have to be some give and take in here, but I'm curious about the conversations because, again, I'm not as familiar in this area. Certainly have been a part of the planning process as a member of this board through from 1998 to this very moment. And granted, there are some hurdles here, but part of it is obviously having enough basis of property owners to come together, but there are some financing mechanisms, and I trust that there are some things you're looking at. So I'd like to hear what those things are. You know, again, it doesn't sound like it's gotten to a point of any decisions to yet come before this board, but where are you thus far since we talked last about this a few months ago?
Thank you. Ron Beccari, Director of Transportation. I definitely recognize and heard the board as we were back in front of you in March. Certainly there was 4 alternatives that we talked about. Alternatives 1 and 2 were something that I think the board gave us, or I don't think, the board did give us direction to go ahead and move forward on. On 3 and 4, those were items that we would come back to the board after we've analyzed and moved those forward. I do want to correct item number 2 on Leanne's slide. It was to subsidize roadways, as she put it. The true item 2 or strategy 2 would be that DOT would deliver those projects that are triggered. So we wouldn't be subsidizing, but we would look to deliver those projects ourselves in-house. I just wanted to make that one clarification. So to talk about kind of what we've looked at, we have looked at applying all strategies. We have recognized, and again, as you know, we started off with, after we got our marching orders, we sort of moved forward with the gap was first. We had the most information on that. We were able to move forward with strategies 1 and 2 and free up some space. It's not, the whole thing's not solved, but we do have room to let development move forward. And we actually just came up recently with an additional way to kind of go even farther without exceeding any general plan thresholds. Then we moved to North Vineyard Station. We also were able to come up with interim solutions that can free up for and continue. So we've been very successful. We are now working on Alberta. So we've been working on it every week. We've been meeting bi-weekly with the applicant representatives to let them know where we are in the process. And so there is some definitely hope in strategies 1 and 2, recognizing, and there's some things that we can do, and we're very optimistic about just with utilizing strategies 1 and 2. As we move into strategies 3 and 4, I think that certainly those are going to be difficult things that we would have to come back in front of the board. And I should just real quickly, strategy just says for the record, since I keep referring to them, strategy 1 is to move triggers, but stay under the threshold. So we're not reaching any level of service F on any roadways. Strategy 2 would be to go ahead and look at those triggers that are problematic to development, and Department of Transportation to go ahead and build those. And we're doing that, such as, Alberta between Watt and Dutch Haven that Leanne had spoke to, but certainly in some of the other plan areas you're aware, we've taken on South Watt, which has been a big issue. So we're looking at moving those projects forward. Just to go on the record as saying strategy 3 is the same thing as strategy 1, only it's moving it to a point that at least during the peak hour, that we're going to see some level of service F conditions on the roadways. So maybe during the day it operates without a failed level of service, but there'll be some during the peak hour we'll hit the level of service F. That would be something that we'd come back to the board if we had to implement that strategy. And then strategy 4, as you know, when we started this whole process, the first thing was to come up with a new strategy so we don't find ourselves in this situation anymore. And we developed the dynamic implementation tool that's been utilized in our newer developments. So the strategy 4 would be a comprehensive effort to open everything back up and reapply a newer strategy to something which was done a while ago. So to be specific, I am optimistic. I'm optimistic about what just strategy 1 and 2 can do, but it is a very complicated plan area, and we're dealing, and there's a lot of really expensive and large infrastructure needs.
So, with the need to build backbone infrastructure that, is on the order of magnitude of tens of millions of dollars, and again, having a predominantly rural infrastructure for, in a lot of area, portions of the plan area, what other financing mechanisms, there are infrastructure, state has the infrastructure bank. We certainly have helped folks form CFDs and, Melorusas and such. You have to have the ability to back it up to make sure that the, whatever bonding or debt that's incurred, the capacity to pay that back. And I would grant that a few hundred houses is not going to be able to support all that. But in other areas of the county, there have been these challenges too. And, I'll use the Florin Vineyard Gap, North Vineyard Station, and, and Vineyard Springs Comprehensive Plan, which is a smaller component of that. But drainage and roadways were major infrastructure, elements. And, I remember sitting with, some of the development representatives and county staff, more than a decade ago, and, people charting out what those costs would be and how they would be difficult to come to grips with. But to your point, one of the benefits is, that has accrued now sometime later, but getting South Watt. But in the meantime, we did Bradshaw with a variety of monies, and, I still remember the battles over Calvine Road, now shared with the city of Elk Grove, and about the zigzag effect there, and the frustration by residents and motorists, and then the accidents occurring because of frustration. Again, I just don't think it's very smart, and obviously a specific plan doesn't represent that or reflect that, to just allow kind of on a piecemeal basis, and a few hundred houses won't do that much, and then before you know it, though, you lose the capacity to fund meaningfully the group of improvements that are necessary and they've been identified in environmental documents. So what's your sense about this here? Are there other financing mechanisms that the county could be a partner to in some cases, or is that solely on the backs of the, I guess, those that are participating as landowners or seeking entitlements?
First, I think my sense is that I'm optimistic that there's the ability to move forward some. Okay. Whether it's a minimal amount of DUEs and still stay within strategies 1 and 2. And again, I want to be very clear. We've just started this process. We just got the data a month and a half ago. Okay. We're as a matter of fact, we met yesterday, which is the reason why all these numbers are fresh in my mind, because we just went over it. We meet weekly, and again with the developers every 2 weeks. But there is so many strategies that we're using, and it includes what you're talking about. The Department of Transportation moving out quickly with projects, and in this case, one of the biggest challenges is Alberta, and that's part of a big strategy is to develop. It looks like a small piece, but it actually has some significant infrastructure within that segment. That we're moving forward, DOT is building, which will take it off the list of triggers. So that's definitely one strategy. You mentioned vineyards. Some of the things that work well is when you start to look at how plan areas can work together. Sometimes there's overlapping infrastructure needs. So that's a strategy we're looking at, how different developments and different plan areas can share in the infrastructure burden. There's, prioritizing it and trying to go after federal funds to be able to deliver those projects. So there's a whole host. I'm forgetting probably a significant number of them.
Coordination. We talked about this even in our general plan update about coordinating with not just in-county municipalities, but certainly the impacts that will come with development immediately to the north in Placer County. Has there been any ongoing conversations regarding that? Not that anybody wants to pay for, infrastructure outside of their jurisdictional boundaries, but there's going to be impact, and it can work both ways. If our county had a development and it was going to filter traffic in a certain direction, then certainly it's worth the conversation. But has that?
We continue to work very hard towards reciprocal funding agreements, knowing that our board is very supportive of them. We have been successful, as you mentioned, with the city of Sacramento, with the city of Rancho Cordova, and haven't been so successful in other areas. And I think I've mentioned in the board that some of those talks end when neighboring jurisdictions understand that they will be on the kind of the donor end of that agreement as the traffic's coming this way. And it's been hard to get, but we're certainly continuing to try to seek the impacts that other jurisdictions have on our roadways.
Okay.
And as you know, I should mention that that's one of the reasons why we've been working so hard to come up to it with a solution. We want to find a way to deliver the infrastructure so that the infrastructure doesn't lag behind the development. But it's also important to us to not have our developments who are paying fees, the ones that are stalled, and other neighboring jurisdictions continue to move forward and build so that we see the impacts developing on our roadways anyhow, just not by people that are paying fees into our program for the infrastructure. So there's been quite an effort to try to come up with solutions, but I recognize the need to make sure that infrastructure keeps up with the development.
So just one other question on the transportation then. Moving forward, let's say on item 2 where the county construct a roadway improvements, does that either here or in other plan areas, do those dollars compete for what, we've had plenty of conversation in these chambers over the last couple of years, and recently as a week ago Thursday in budget about the current state of the road system in the county, unincorporated areas. So certainly trying to address other needs, whether it's housing or to, help plans get over the bump to, actually get the energy to start. Do we compromise funding that would otherwise potentially go to repairing the system that, where we have basically a pact with our residents that we're in charge of maintaining the roads, and, but the system has continued to deteriorate over a number of decades. And so does this pull away in trying to, be the agent to build the improvements, and you correct, it's not subsidized, but actually construct them? Does that pull away from dollars that might otherwise be available for maintenance? Are those two separate pots of money, or are they blended?
I certainly can't say that there would be, zero overlap. I will say that primarily they are separate pots of money. Generally, what we're looking for as far as triggers are concerned with development is expansion projects as opposed to kind of fix-it-first type projects. In expansion projects, there's really, our Sacramento County Transportation Development fee that has to be spent on expansion projects, as well as a small piece of what comes through SACOG, regional, local, and then there's a few other small pots, but those pots are separate from those that would be applied to overlays.
Okay, thanks.
I have just a couple questions, Ron. You stated that with the transportation triggers, you can move forward with some of the projects, but not all of them. And I'm wondering which ones you can move forward with, and how can you, does that mean that the ones who move forward now, there's water where they're at? Yeah, I'm thinking about the water services agreement. And if you allow a water services agreement prior to the final map, does that mean the ones who get there first get the water, or how does that work?
Okay, so I should be.
I'm not a planner, so I'm sorry for my ignorance.
So I do want to be very clear. I hope I was clear saying I'm optimistic about there being some room. I'm looking solely, what I'm addressing is the major roadways that are overlapping with our what's called our Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee Program. It's the major infrastructure. The applicant group, recognizing that they've invested a significant amount of money, had asked that we first address that. And if that can be addressed and we can start to working with them, if we could come up with some solutions on that, they would then provide us with both the stuff that's not overlapping with the SCTDF, which is, as well as the internal roadways. and working with Bob Davidson's group, we would determine whether or not the full package is deliverable. So we're looking at the most significant piece, but it's not all the pieces. So we have to continue to go through this process. But we are seeing certainly better news than we had anticipated beginning, recognizing that we knew it was the most challenging plan area that we had from an infrastructure standpoint.
So if the development group, so what they basically did is they shifted their attention to transportation, because that was the biggest, if that wasn't going to work, it wasn't going to work, basically. And then once we know they can figure that out, they'll move to the water part of it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they shifted. I don't know if I shouldn't speak for them. I will say that transportation, recognizing this is a significant issue and that we have to be able to come up with solutions to, we have been focused on this since 2018. And we have reached out to try to solve and do what we can to come up with solutions. And they have been definitely participating and working with us along the process. We had kind of set out this process to update the SCTDF, to come up with a new strategy, which was the dynamic tool. And then we listed the plan areas in order that we were going to tackle one at a time. And we are in the middle of it with them, working with them now. And it's been I think our Department of Transportation is very appreciative of the effort that they've had and the consultants that they've allowed to work with us on this. So it's kind of been a partnership, and we're coming up with some solutions, but it's certainly not solved yet.
Chair Frost, if I could add a couple of things. Yes. We have been working on both fronts, both the transportation and the water, and whether it's planning and the water district or DOT working on the different pieces of this. So we've been trying to come up with solutions. I think one of the things when Ron's talking about the county builds them, the SCTDF is gathering funds from a lot of different projects, and what we can often do with these, where there's fairly small developments, is that we can sort of, in essence, front the money. Supervisor Cerna mentioned the $37 million house tends to be because they have to build the entire facility, even though their demand is only a fraction, but you can't build a fraction of a lane. So what I think Ron's talking about is that in other words, the SCTDF kind of fronts the money to get certain major key transportation infrastructure built, like Alberta Road, so that the house building can start, and then you start generating the additional fees to pay for some of those internal roads that would be necessary as more of the land develops. So that's kind of the approach that we're talking about. But we have been working on both fronts, not just one or the other with the applicant.
So one of the applicants wanted to have a conversation around the, just, I guess, dismantling, this plan, and then, allowing small builders to build independently. And this is probably Leanne I'm talking to. And so what does that entail? And is that something that's possible? And how does that impact all the others who come later who have infrastructure that they have to build? They're asking for it in this letter, and so I wanted to address it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it's that easy. Again, you have to go back to the origin of how this became urban development to begin with. It came out of the community plan. And so, one of the 10 guiding principles of that community plan is to require provision of adequate public infrastructure and services, including financing, prior to approval of new urban development. Then there's Land Use Policy 6 in the community plan, prior to the approval of any rezone or tentative maps in the what was called urban policy area, because it didn't start off as a specific plan, right? It started off kind of as like the UDA that we have. Prior to approval in Eastern Alberta, a specific plan shall be prepared, including an infrastructure assessment and financing plan, and then it goes on. So the specific plan, just the original contemplation of development, concluded there needed to be some sort of master plan. In this case, it was a specific plan. So you'd have to tackle, sort of the specific plan approach and amend the specific plan to explain to the community how you're going to go forward with individual maps in the absence of an infrastructure financing plan. The general plan isn't really clear because we never contemplated a situation where someone would sort of amend into the urban area, do a specific plan, and then remove it, and then try to do the maps. So it sort of doesn't contemplate that scenario. It certainly has lots of language about how you need to have infrastructure financing. So, I'm not sure how going forward with individual maps really solves the fundamental problem of needing to plan for roads and water and sewer, and all the other items. I think there has been reference to some maps over in Antelope. And I apologize, I didn't also introduce Bob Davison and Dorothy Kadani from County Engineering when I started. They were also here.
I saw them back there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So Antelope is older, but it has its own financing plan and its own plan. So I think some of those other maps, they were also in a water district that had conjunctive use already. So that made it a little bit easier.
For some
they were
of
in a
them.
different plan area, yeah.
But if you did, and if you did rescind the specific plan, wouldn't that trigger a whole new EIR for everyone in the whole area?
I don't even know what you'd do. I don't know how you'd go forward with maps absent an overall plan. That's just not how our world is sort of set up.
Okay. Okay, I think, I don't know if there are any other speakers, any others who wish to speak, like, I know George Carpenter signed up for asking to speak.
Yeah, I'm quite certain the development interests want to speak. I don't think that either the Water District or the Groundwater Authority, I think they're more here available as a technical resource, but I don't think they have any planned comments, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at this time, maybe since I have your request, maybe if you'd like to. Do we have people on the phone also?
We do. We have at least one person in the queue.
Okay. We'll get to that person next, I guess.
You want to take the call?
Yeah, after George.
Oh, okay.
Hi, George.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost, members of the board. George Carpenter with Wind Communities. And I want to address a couple of comments that I heard today. I want to first just make sure that everybody understands there clearly is a problem with the Alberta specific plan and it not being financeable. We've had 2 of the 3 approved tentative maps since the beginning of 2018, and we haven't been able to do anything with them. So the problem really does exist from just a financial feasibility standpoint. To give you a sense of the gravity of it, when we were working as the Alberta Owners Group in 2018, the capital improvement program for all the improvements was like $140 million that needed to be done by the plan area, but the fair share was only $14 million based on the Alberta specific plan's actual impact to those roadways. And so it's just hugely disproportionate, and so the solution isn't just go up front the money and get reimbursed later. It's so disproportionate you just can't do that. You can never catch up. The county definitely is in a spot where I think it's time to reconsider some of these level of service standards. The level of service is no longer in CEQA. It dictates larger and wider roadways, and that's not really where the state is going with air quality and VMT standards. And I acknowledge Supervisor Natoli's comment about having the roads be wide enough and safe enough, but the county isn't in a spot where it wants housing, it needs housing. It's way behind the rest of the region in its per capita housing supply and generation. So it's just, I think it's time just to look at this stuff in a different light. Placer County's approved 14,000 houses just north of the Alberta specific plan area. And so those houses are going to get built and they're going to come down Watt Avenue and come down 16th Street, regardless of whether something happens in Alberta. So I think it's time for Sac County to take its opportunity. There's definitely a solution here. I've personally been involved with 2 success stories that Ron and Bob and their team have done. We got 1,000 units off the ground in North Vineyard Station, and we got 500 units off the ground at the Barrett Ranch project in Antelope. And it's because DOT and county engineering put their heads together and figured out ways to get past the triggers. And so I know it's doable. One of the recommendations in the letter from the Alberta Owners Group was dedicate adequate staff and give them direction to take advantage of one of those 1 through 4 options. And I spoke before you at March of earlier this year when you looked at this stuff, and I would ask you to do the same thing again. Please, give staff, direction, give them the funding they need to get through this. There's the 4 alternatives. I don't want to go through them. That Ron did a great job on it, and I just would ask you to do that. On the question of the Supervisor Cerna had about the options for the water supply, what I would say about that is we have approved tentative maps for 1,500 of the 1,700 approved lots out there now. If these pending maps go forward, that would be about a total of 2,800. So it almost double the capacity of approved tentative map lots. And that's important to somebody like me who's looking at having to front some of these infrastructure costs. The more approved lots there are out there, the more people there are who can help share the burden of the initial infrastructure. And so, just in looking at the options, I'd offer that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before Ms.
Yes,
Carpenter leaves the podium, I had a question. The figures you cited, I want to make sure I understand them in terms of the total financing requirement for the plan at $140 million. That's all the infrastructure for the plan.
That was, I think that was traffic only.
That's okay. So that's transportation only. So, and the share that's attributable to the landowners is $14 million.
That was what the rough estimate was.
So the delta is $126 million that has to come from somewhere.
It does, and it's wrapped up in the various fee programs. But the problem is you can't go out and build that much because you can't wait for all that money to come back to you. So it's yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And George, before you go, when you said what you were suggesting in the end is if we could revisit the number of units and increase density, it would help?
No, it was more about the question between the 2 options for whether to allow the tentative maps to go forward now. I was encouraging the board to allow more maps to go forward, and which would allow more lots to be able to afford to finance all the infrastructure, water, transportation, everything that's standing in front of us.
You mean move forward with the idea of finalizing the water services agreement prior to final map?
Yeah, allowing the tentative maps to go forward and requiring it prior to final map. That's correct.
Basically the first one up there.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Do we have someone on the phone?
We do. We have one public comment. Please go ahead and transfer the caller.
Is this one of the development partners? Or?
Unfortunately, I don't.
It is. He just said it is.
No, I don't know who's in the queue. I'm not talking about the person who's on hold in chambers. There's developers that have been listening the whole time.
Oh, well, can we go to them first?
Okay, yes, that's fine.
That would be me. That would be me.
That's Jeff.
Hello? Hi.
Hi, who is that? Jeff Pemstein, or?
This is, yeah, of course this is Jeff Pemstein. And let me first of all start off by saying I am so sorry I'm not in the room with you today, and I am so grateful to be able to talk to you at least by phone. So is it okay if I commence?
Yes, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Jeff Pemstein with TCS Planning and Town Development of Sacramento. And I think George did a great job of describing certain aspects about kind of where we're at today. So our company has both been a landowner, a developer, and has represented the Alberta Owners Group for the past 10 years. We've been involved out there since 2002. And so I think a couple of things that I want to highlight with you, and I want to be judicious with your board's time today, is that there still is an Alberta Owners Group. It's a much smaller group today, and the reason why it's a much smaller group today is because, as I think Ron Bakari mentioned, we've spent millions and millions of dollars on a planning process in good faith to try and do a great specific plan. And unfortunately, in the last several years, we've come to the stark realization that the way that the specific plan has been approved, the conditions that are put on it, the exactions that are put on it, make it 100% financially infeasible to build. And so the description of what it sounded like earlier from Leanne's staff report, and I appreciate all that Leanne's done to get us to this workshop today, is that somehow we've gone away piece by piece. And it's not that we've gone away piece by piece, it's just that, to George Carpenter's point, we have a $120 million delta for the first phase of units out there. And there is no way to bridge that gap. And our assessment, and I think Department of Transportation has finally dialed into this, is that our impacts are so minuscule in comparison to the whole you break it, you fix it conditions and triggers that are on this project. So the owners group that remains, that we still represent, has chosen to take what limited financial resources we have, in good faith with everybody working on this, to try and solve the largest problem of all, and that's transportation. And to Chair Frost's point, if we can't fix the transportation, the rest of it doesn't make a difference, because the specific plan will not get built as it's designed. And so, because that's the conclusion we've come to, we've said, look, if we can't fix the transportation and we're not going to be able to build a specific plan, we should just consider rescinding a specific plan, because being in purgatory is nowhere to be. At least give us a chance to farm property, to maybe do some ag res out there in the future. Now that's just sheer frustration on our part. Our real purpose here is to have the board, and in the letters that are attached to your staff report, first and foremost is to affirm the need for housing. We're in a housing crisis. We're in a severe housing crisis. And Sac County is woefully behind on the production of housing. Alberta is your primary growth area, designated in your general plan for years for North Sacramento County. So we're trying to be very optimistic about getting it out of the ground. And we're focusing on, first and foremost, trying to get the transportation impacts right-sized so that we can move on to tackle the other areas. So I want to mention, and to Ron and his team's credit, yes, we've been working with them. We've had McKay and Somps, we've had Development and Finance Associates, working with them to try and focus in on those alternative 1 and 2 scenarios. On the water, we also too are not shy, and are, for no reason other than financial, have not put any further funding into working with the water district. But I want to be very clear about the water district and about PF8. In our mind's eye, very little other than maybe the physical world has changed since the board affirmed PF8. And we may have a disagreement among technical experts about, has groundwater changed? Is there safe yield? Is there not? I don't think that's worth debating today. What is important is that we met with the water district by phone on June 7th, and we committed, just as we have with the other approved tentative maps out there, to give us conditions to complete these handful of tentative maps that are in process, so we can at least finish those maps. We will, if we're able to figure out the traffic impacts, the next stop we're going is the water district. We are obligated 100% to work with the water district to ensure conjunctive use for both surface and groundwater, and to codify that in water service agreements with all of these maps before they go forward. So it's not that we're not recognizing our obligation or sticking to our obligation. We're 100% supportive of our obligation. We just don't want to spend more money on it if we can't figure out the transportation side of it. And then from that, all the other pieces fall into place. The sewer, yes, drainage is a major cost, but we think we can get our arms around that. If we can get through, again, transportation, my sense is optimistically we can get through the remainder of it. The other thing that I wanted to mention is is on the issue of the ag res and the Krauses. So our office also represents the Kraus family. And, we've had discussions with county staff about, the Krauses being non-participating owners. We have a disagreement among experts as to what it means to be a participating owner. If planning believes that they can do an amendment, I think it could be a minor amendment, but whatever it is, the Krauses should be able to enjoy an ag residential subdivision of their property without having to build $50 million of roadway improvements. I think, reasonable people would come to that same conclusion. And if I'm certain on behalf of the Krauses, if they had to set aside some roadway right-of-way along Palladay, I think that would probably be acceptable and easy to accommodate. It's just unfortunate, and if the specific plan is going to survive, folks like the Krauses, I think they need to be able to enjoy their property as any other ag residential property in Sacramento County would. So lastly, and I so much appreciate the time being allowed to be on here in this way. We would like to affirm with the board that they direct staff to pursue items 1 and 2 on page 6 related to the transportation improvements. And then on page 8, to work on amending the plan to allow for the Krauses ag res project to go forward. I believe as it relates to moving forward with the remaining 3 tentative maps, I believe we have an understanding and an agreement with the Water District to allow those maps to be finalized. And then we will hopefully be back in with them working on water service agreements. And all that being said, we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to figure out the transportation side. And if not, yes, we may come back and look to a discussion about rescinding a specific plan, because I'll close on the fact that specific plans were never meant to be 35-year processes and not see House 1 built. And so we're still trying to get it done. And we hope with your board's guidance and direction to staff, this is the nudge that we need to get over the hurdle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other development partners on the line?
Yes, this is Tim Kim. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you like to speak, Tim?
Please.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thanks. Hello, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. I'm Tim Kim, and similar to Jeff, I'm representing a landowner with quite a bit of property in the Alberta specific plan. I've been working on this project for, I hate to say, but about 17 years now. And the property that I represent totals about 1,000 units of residential plus commercial property. And I'd like to ditto Jeff and George's comments. Appreciate all their hard work, and we've already discussed the financial feasibility, but I certainly concur, and we've been stuck for that same reason. We have a little bit of a unique situation in that we have several tentative maps that I just referenced that have been in process for years and years. And we've had to do a lot kind of deeper dive on some of the engineering, which we finished all that. We have all of our conditions ready through the county. We've been working with the Water District to try and kind of get those final conditions approved. And what's held us up is we're being held to a requirement related to PF8 that was an additional and separate condition that the previous maps did not have. And so my concern originally was, that puts me in a kind of a disadvantage. We had anticipated having the water services agreement, which has already been referenced, and to use that water services agreement to handle all the conditions with the district. So in the end, we'll support the board's decision related to PF8. and our interest is just having us get these conditions finished, work on the transportation solutions, and then support conditions on our maps that are at least similar to the other conditions of the prior maps. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Are there any other partners on the line that would like to speak? Okay, hearing none, I will go to public comment.
Okay, I think we have one person, so please transfer the caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Oh, and could you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. You can go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Bill Kraus, representing those 2 5-acre parcels that we wanted to do a 4-1 split. And I want to thank you for this attention coming to your matter here. I paid fees a number of years ago to go to the county pre-planning meeting. I met with the staff. They admitted that there was a difficulty here that needed to be fixed. What they concluded at the end of that meeting was that they were going to require that I'd have to pay some fees, but not the bulk of the fees, and then that I would have to tap into water and sewer when it became available, which I fully understand, that they wanted me to do a 4-1 split as opposed to a 5 split for some reason, and that the roads would have a right-of-way. And I'd be building a maximum of 3 houses out there. I just want to start with building 1 for my daughter and son-in-law and my grandchildren. And I'm asking for some reasonable way. I've done everything I know to do to move through the county roadmap to do legitimately what they want done. And I've followed every rule and invested tens of thousands of dollars, and I would just appreciate for some allowance for some simplicity here so that I could progress ahead and build my home. And I thank you for your time, and I'm very grateful this has moved to your committee, the county supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Okay, I'm going to...
There's no more public callers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tongue-tied.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one more question, I guess a final question. It relates to the water. First of all, I want to say that I support wholeheartedly the idea of trying to figure out how to make this work. And I think we should make it a priority. It's in my district, but I think we should make it a priority, and I'll tell you why. The pressure coming from Placer, the Placer side, is not just around this specific plan. It's that whole side of town. It's a big deal. It's like I get complaints from people who live in Antelope about the roads and the difference between the roads and on the Placer side versus our side, and it's Placer that's driving across through our jurisdiction, and it's even having more of an impact on our roads, which are we have deferred maintenance on. And so that's like another whole growing problem on top of the specific plan and the housing need for more housing and all of that. So I see this as a priority personally, even if I wasn't the supervisor in that district. So, and I definitely appreciate that you've tried to figure out how to work with Mr. Kraus, and that it can make sense for the county to help in some way to allow him to subdivide and build, and he's strategically located, so we're lucky he was located where he was, that we could do that. The question I have on the water, though, is if we, and I guess I have the impression, I'm not a planner, I have the impression this isn't something that's normally done to, allow them to move forward with, move forward, without doing everything concurrently. But if we did do that, would it hurt any individual homeowners or water availability, or would there be any damage to any? Because the first thing I'm going to hear is, did I make a decision that could be detrimental to my community, or that was irresponsible relating to water availability? And so I don't know if that's a question for the water districts to comment on, or what, but I just need to ask that question.
Got it. Well, so let me frame it up this way. Again, the original commitment coming out of the specific plan was to try to make sure that you had assurance as to the long-term water supply before tentative maps were approved. Assuming that you're comfortable, as you were in 2016, that there is ultimately a path to not impact the groundwater, because the plan is to use groundwater in the early years, and then eventually to obtain this additional water supply. It is, as we said, as staff said, it is an option to reaffirm your prior findings and to put that off to the final maps. That gets the tentative maps approved, and then the final maps, then you need to sort of know whether you're basically handing the responsibility over the water district to agree to the water services agreement. Now the board does see the final maps, but that's usually pretty routine, right? You don't usually do an analysis about what the water supply is when the final map is coming through. So in my mind, you're sort of putting the onus on the water district on your behalf to make that decision about whether they're going to issue a water services agreement or not. And I don't know if you want to hear from the water district as well, or
yeah,
others
I think I do,
about what they think about that. But I don't think they necessarily object to getting to the final map phase.
Okay, can we? So basically, what you're saying is they still are committed to working out the water issue. It's not like they're trying to run from it. They're just trying to get to a place where they can maybe get more partners in there and get more money and more stuff going on, so that it's more feasible to move forward.
Yeah, it sort of moves it out of the board. The board is comfortable then on relying on the water agency or the water district to make that decision prior to the final map, I think.
Tim Shaw from the Water District. Thank you for reconsidering this item. 5 years ago, when the County Board of Supervisors approved this entitlement and found what they found about these projects, there were some things that weren't true in the findings that are relevant. There are things that are no longer true in the findings, and there's some things that have changed since September 2016. We're not a signatory to the Sacramento Groundwater Authority, JPA, as indicated in your staff report. And the board and the county was assured that we were working towards a alternative water supply through participation in the River Arc project. We're no longer participating in that. And some things that have changed since that time is an emphasis on groundwater sustainability through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the drought, the deepening severe drought emergency. So I think there is some relevance to moving forward with just hope that it'll all work out. I think some things need to be settled.
Okay, and so just so I understand, to Leanne, this question is, you said then we're relying on the water companies to be the final signatory. Are you saying it removes you, the county, from that decision making?
Well, to some degree, I mean, basically, you would be affirming your prior findings that you feel assured that there is an adequate water supply here. And so then I think what the steps are is, you've made your findings, and then the developers work with the water district to get this water services agreement.
Okay, so, but, I mean, and now one last question, and Supervisor Natoli is queued up, but I wonder, isn't it normal in a lot of these kinds of cases where you go for decades, developing, and working toward entitlement for things to change, and you work them out as you go, isn't that normal?
Well, I mean, in the Vineyard area, for example, that Michael Peterson could speak to, where we are the water purveyor, we had a plan for the Vineyard plant with surface water supply. So the county put a tremendous amount of work and effort as the water purveyor to have that available in many cases before we started building these specific plans. So that was done in that area of the world.
Okay. I'm going to pass it off to Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just, again, piggybacking on your questions, I wanted to ask the representative from the Water District. So if I understood you correctly, you're comfortable with, again, if we were to go back to the PF8 and stand behind what we did 5 years ago, recognizing what you said and what others have said about some changed circumstances, and certainly correcting the record relative to your participation with the Groundwater Management Authority. This then puts, obviously, as it would anyway, you still need a water services agreement, but I think the whole idea is to make sure to some reliable assurance that there was a conjunctive use pathway. Now, again, that still would require future work. And so if we say today or in the future here that we're okay with PF8, then the district, because again, there's been, again, certainly prior to your, work as the representative of the district, there's been a lot of back and forth over the years between certainly this board, the district, and other representatives. So you're confident on behalf of the district that, one, there's going to be a conjunctive use program and that there's the wherewithal working with the development community, that there's going to be a conjunctive use program for this basin out there?
No, I can't say that I'm confident that will happen. I mean, when I came to the district 3.5 years ago, and there was a lot of focus on this, and we were participating in the River Arc project. There was a lot of efforts towards getting an alternative water supply in compliance with all these planning approaches. And that began to devolve into absolutely no meetings with the developers at all. And kind of the straw that broke the camel's back was that we became aware that the developer was coming to the county trying to go around us and get a finding that they were in compliance and that the conditions we supplied could be ignored. And so I felt it's my obligation to the community that I serve to let this board know what's changed since September 2016. And those assurances that a conjunctive use program was going to be in place, and I think it was included in Ms. Moffitt's presentation on the onset, that we did have a capacity fee program in place. We still have a capacity fee program in place. Those are fees that can be used to procure capital improvements like a surface water treatment plant. What our concern is, when we started getting away from that approach, the River Arc approach, the developers suggested that there are better ways to achieve conjunctive use, and I agree there may be ways that are worthy of exploring, but the primary means alternative to a new surface water treatment facility would be a conjunctive use where you're buying surface water from a neighboring agency. when they have excess surface water and you're giving that neighbor or selling back to that neighboring agency your groundwater when a drought happens. And that's a very reasonable, efficient use of resources. I think the Sacramento Groundwater Authority and RWA, Regional Water Authority, have done a great job to push that agenda, and it's to be commended. But in that scenario where we're trying to achieve the objective through conjunctive use in a cooperative with neighboring agencies, that capacity fee doesn't help as much. You need operating costs. You need to go out and buy surface water from those agencies that have excess surface water during a rainy year or wet year. And we haven't established that infrastructure, that financial infrastructure to do that. We don't have a rates program that has excess operating costs that we could go out and buy surface water.
So initially, the reliance would be on groundwater wells, which is your supply system, and developing, I guess, an improved grid or expanded grid for that. But as far as the water services agreement, if you're not satisfied as a district that you can, meet the demand, basically, it's your ability to supply, and it provides the assurance going forward on a final map that those units or that development will have, the water for the future, for future, it allows the development to go forward. So if I understand you correctly, though, that one, you've explained it, that there's some possibilities, but none of that's assured. And I heard what Mr. Pemstein said, and certainly George in his comments, Mr. Carpenter. But what then would be the impetus for you getting the water service agreement absent you getting operating fees to purchase water? I guess if you weren't going to develop your own plant initially, and if you're not going to have a true conjunctive use program, what's the basis for then you being able to say, yeah, you can provide a will serve and have a water services agreement? It's part of negotiations, but that leaves a lot, I guess, to future speculation. My word.
I'm just trying to be as transparent.
No, you are. I'm not. I'm trying to understand.
With you and answer your questions, but I have to be honest. I can't hear 100% of
okay.
It's a mask thing.
Yeah. Okay. I guess my point is that what assurances, if we allow maps to go forward and say the water services agreement have to come with the final map, besides what you just said on operating, having fees to operate on, could you enter into an agreement then? Because if you're going to truly have a conjunctive use program, you described a couple of different ways of getting at that, and maybe others. So it puts a lot of onus on the district, understanding what you just said. And I guess, is the district willing to take that on?
The district's willing to work with the developer and the county and all the interested parties into make it work. We don't dismiss the fact that there's a housing crisis and there's an affordable housing crisis, and we don't want to be the ones that just go, unless we get 100% of what we need, we're going to be an opponent. But that's different than saying, I can assure you that a water services agreement will be executed so that you should reaffirm the entitlements that you provided 5 years ago.
Right.
It's hard for me to say that, given that how much
I get it.
Evolved it's been.
But but I mean, the premise behind the whole planning effort, as much as it may be seen as being a big hurdle, was to have the assurances, just as we've done in the Vineyard area and other areas of the county, that conjunctively you'd have the surface water and the groundwater balanced with additional demand that will be firm demand over time. And that, knowing that, and now with Sigma in place, we've got to, by 2040, certainly with the plans, are going to have to comply with that. That's the law of the land now. So, I guess, is there confidence that beyond the question I asked, well, if you don't have a conjunctive use program, how does it proceed? Let me ask it that way. So if you're just solely relying on groundwater and you don't have the capacity as a district, you can deliver the water, but it's all coming out of the ground, and there's no ability because of operating fees or infrastructure to have surface water, then you don't have a conjunctive use program. So how could you enter an agreement as the district, I guess?
It seems like the developer is still on the hook. They can't move forward without the water services agreement, right?
Well, right. No, that's true. But the premise here was to have a conjunctive use program. I understand the district's dilemma that unless they have the ability to develop the surface water component of it, they are solely reliant on groundwater.
Right.
And that's not what was intended, being an obstacle or not. Clearly there's an issue here, and some of it may revolve around financing, but implementation, it can be tricky too, to your point, Madam Chair. I get it. So, I don't want to talk in circles. That's not the idea here, but this is kind of circular in the argument that, who is going to, we're going to put the burden on the district, or does the county as the land use agent bear part of that responsibility, certainly to facilitate, meeting housing needs and such, but also to assure that there is a conjunctive use program to the degree that we can, and we have, our finger on that button right now with the land use piece of it. But if we shift it to the district, and there's no real way, unless they get more money, I guess that's a part of it, for the district to deliver. I don't know. Again, we just get into this, what was talked about here earlier. So, that causes me concern. I'll just say that.
Madam Chair, am I able to weigh in still? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Who is this? Tim?
This is Jeff Pemstein. Not
Jeff,
that I know anything about PF8 or the history of it, but I would love to be able to try and bring some closure to this to give everybody some comfort, if that's all right with you.
Please proceed.
So we and Tim, Mr. Shaw, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know we spoke with your attorneys last week. We received an email from you, as did the county, for agreeing to conditions of approval. It's not a zero-sum game here, and there's a couple things at play. First of all, the board took an action on PF8 in good faith. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know that PF8 is a policy that's meant to be reheard, reopened, reanalyzed multiple times. It was a point in time when all of us in good faith thought that the representatives of the water district at that time, they supported it. If you go back and watch the board hearing from that time, they affirmed it. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, sure, things change. But there is no way in God's green earth that ourselves or any other member of the Alberta specific plan is going to get drop of water one without a water services agreement. And if that water services agreement, as it's codified in the conditions from the district that we just received a couple days ago, says that there will be a conjunctive use program associated with that water services agreement where you will not get water, then that's what it's going to be. There are already maps that have been approved by the board based on the PF8 finding. And so again, I submit that when the board made that finding, in good faith by all participants, that finding was made. I'm not sure that it was meant to be reheard again, but I know for certain that we are not going to get drop of water one. We're not going to build water infrastructure pipe one unless we have a conjunctive use program in place with the district before we build house one. All that being said, if we don't figure out the transportation stuff, we're wasting a lot of time talking about water that's never going to amount to anything.
Madam Chair, thank you, Jeff, for the comments. I guess to the point, well, we didn't see the language that you referenced unless it came through here in the last couple of hours. And so that's important information. But the request before us is to allow tentative maps to move forward to the point of final map, understanding that a water services agreement would be in place. And that is a distinction, if I'm not misunderstanding the whole conversation here, different than was laid out in 2016. Is that accurate?
I wonder if our council can weigh in on this conversation. He's basically saying it's not appropriate to revisit the water PF8 because we've already decided that it was
right. So I do understand the argument that Mr. Pemstein is making. I think there is some validity to it. However, because the water issue has become so pronounced and so problematic, and because your findings previously and the way in which you have instructed the planning department to proceed with these plans was contingent upon that PF8 understanding about conjunctive use and things of that nature. The planning department thought it important to bring this back to you so that you are aware that changes have occurred since you made your initial finding. And specifically, they wanted you to know that the information upon which you based the findings had changed. And that those changes pertain to, the River Arc program, and the lack of participation, and basically coming back to the whole conjunctive use issue. Typically, as Ms. Moffitt has explained, these issues are worked out prior to the final map, but again, you are given the option today to change that in order to help facilitate some conclusion for these projects that have been pending for a very long time. But I think it's important, and it was important to your county staff, that before any decisions were made, that you all be aware of some of the impediments to project completion and some of the changes that occurred after you made your initial decision.
So, the way and tell me if I'm wrong, what the developers are saying is if we can't figure out the transportation, it's dead. We need to figure that out, that piece of it out before we can even know how we're going to move forward. And this doesn't eliminate the requirement to ensure that there's proper water resources. It only changes the process a little bit to help them move it along.
Correct.
Yeah, so the transportation funding is one piece. Separate from that, planning is faced with whether to move these pending subdivision maps forward to hearing for consideration. And we want to know whether the board is affirming the prior findings that you're comfortable regarding the water supply and deferring that to the final map.
And it's just going to be, you'll move it forward subject to a final map that has the water services agreement.
Yeah, there is a presumption when you approve a tentative map that it's viable to build. I think staff has some reservations that you may get new parties involved who buy those maps, who then think they can build, and, they need to know that there's risk here. They may or may not be able to get the water services agreement. And it also, to some degree, shifts the responsibility and the authority of the board because you will have made your findings, and that shifts it just down to a perfunctory decision later. I think as we articulated in the board in a previous meeting, the water district expressed concerns that if there ultimately isn't a conjunctive use supply, that their existing ratepayers could be on the hook for ultimately solving the problem if there's continued groundwater depletion. But first they would have to issue that water services agreement before you would get to that point. But that was one of the concerns that we had heard in a previous meeting from the water district.
And we can't approve it subject to a final water services agreement and put that in, like stamp it on the map or something. We have to give away that that authority.
It's more that you don't issue the water services agreement. You're not going to hold a hearing on the water services agreement. That'll just be something that's, done. It won't be in front of the board, really.
Do we have to can we move forward? Can we make a decision today? I don't know how my colleagues feel, but can we make a decision today about Mr. Kraus and about allowing them to please continue moving forward with the triggers and the solutions on transportation and I don't want to just put it off, but
Right.
I mean, we're not making a decision. This is a workshop.
It
So
is a
we're just
workshop.
giving guidance that
Yeah.
we're not saying do we have to say that today? Is
No,
the
you
answer.
don't. You could ask staff to return to your board if there's more to report. Certainly, yes. You don't have to make a final conclusion today.
I mean, I want to
May
help.
I enter? Can
I
I
wanna
enter
help-
one other quick thing?
Who is this?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
It's Jeff Penstein
Okay.
again. I'm sorry. I will just one quick thing, and then I will shut my mouth, because I do understand and I appreciate you wanting to move forward with the Krauses and the transportation. I just forwarded an email of June 10th from the Water District that county staff has, where the district gave us conditions of approval to move these last 3 remaining tentative maps forward. Emma Patton and Chris Pahuli received comments, and they're from Tim Shaw and Barbara Brenner. I think we can move this thing forward. I think the district they're going to issue the water services agreement anyway. That is their purview. So, I mean, if you want to report back on that, you certainly can. But I think the district and the development community have a tentative path forward here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pemstein. Well, I kind of feel like if we can find a way to help move this process forward, it's been so difficult for everyone. So I don't know how my colleagues feel or if we have consensus on this, but if it seems like we're going to have to require that there's water there before they build anyway. So I would support that and support moving forward with the transportation triggers to see if we can help them find solutions. And I would support the effort of trying to help Mr. Kraus with his small part of this big puzzle. Supervisor Cerna.
That sounded vaguely like a motion to me. So if you were willing to take that and then affirm the water supply option as option 1, as it's still on the screen here, that would be a motion that I could support.
You're saying affirm that they have to have a water supply prior to the final map?
They're gonna the development interests are gonna work with the water agency to acquire the water service agreement.
I'm good with that.
So is that a motion? Just so in the interest of getting...
We don't need a motion. We just need direction.
Okay, fine.
And thank you, though, Supervisor Cerna. I know you have a lot of experience in this area. Supervisor Natoli.
I'll take the last 2 that you stated. I'm supportive of certainly looking at the ag-res application where folks can move forward in that area. It was outlined in the blue line earlier today. Mr. Kraus obviously having a map pending, but with some of the stipulations that were outlined relative to road right-of-way dedication and such, supportive of that. Also consistent with certainly having transportation staff continue to look at ways to address the triggers and some of the significant hurdles relative to financing for transportation projects that are needed. On this last piece, though, I guess I want to ask a question. So apparently your staff, Leanne, has seen language that seemed to comport. Mr. Pemstein put it on the record here. We didn't have that before, so we're not hearing the maps today, but that would have been useful information. And I don't know whether you and your review thus far, it's only been 4 days, it sounds like, since you've received that, whether you're comfortable or confident. Again, I understand what the guidance is here on Chair and certainly Mr. Cerna and allowing the tentative maps to proceed. But I'm going to ask you directly, have you had a chance to review those? What's your sense of that? Obviously, it's a policy matter here before this board, but what's your sense of those conditions? Would they satisfy generally the approach here?
Yeah, there was an email to staff indicating forwarding their prior conditions from like 2 years ago. So the conditions weren't new. It was the conditions
they weren't new.
From a long time, from I think it was like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Which say they need a water services agreement, and they also need compliance with PF8. So that's one of the conditions, which is a little bit circular because I'm
Yes,
not
it
sure
is.
what that means. Is compliance with PF8 at the tentative map? Because PF8 says you're supposed to have it before. I think I tried to allude to that in my presentation. So I think staff is a little confused about what compliance with PF8 means. But I think it's really the board's decision to direct planning staff about whether you're comfortable with the option 1 above, where we move forward and hold a hearing, or whether you want to wait to hear more, fundamentally.
Okay.
I think that's the board's decision.
Thanks.
Okay. So do you concur with, do the rest of you concur with what Supervisor Cerna and I kind of summarized? Yes. And Supervisor Natoli?
Again, I'm not crystal clear on where we land. I understand allowing them to continue to work through it. I will just say final maps when they come to the board are pretty perfunctory, and by that point in time, so I have confidence that the district will work with the development community. It's the area you represent, Madam Chair, so I support it. But I guess I would just end by saying that it's very important that there be a conjunctive use program. Otherwise, I think the message is sent to the rest of the county that has to work on those guys, including rural portions of the county, in trying to monitor with Sigma and so forth. So again, I have confidence in the parties here, but it does leave a little bit a little more open-ended than I think where we discussed this over the past 10 years. But if it allows those maps to advance at least to the point of final map, I'll trust that the district, working with your office and planning, will find the right medium to address it. But I think it still presents a hurdle, but the transportation is the biggest piece, so I'm fine.
I understand your trepidation, Supervisor Natoli, and I have it also. I think this is a little different than what I even discussed with Leanne prior to this meeting around my concerns. But my big challenge is it's so hard to get something moving over on that side of town, and it's coming from the other county into us. And so we have other problems. It's like compounding our problems. We really need to move this forward, help them move forward. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, and I just want to say that I agree. I appreciate Supervisor Natoli's comments, and we need to always be vigilant and careful when looking at water, particularly after my speech earlier about how important it is. But we have dueling crises here, and one of them is a housing crisis. And I think that this is a reasonable way of moving forward, finally getting through the roadblock. I too have faith in the staffs and in the supervisor to make sure that this stays on the radar. Doesn't mean it goes away. But in order to push through the log jam, I am supportive of the direction that you gave, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, and I want to thank the water companies for helping us work through this also. I know we have a lot more work to do, and thank you, Ron. You're always there to help us. All right, I think you have what you need, and I thank you, Leanne. And thank everyone for all the time spent on this one item. It was a little bit difficult, but we're good. And so we'll move on to the next item, please.
Now we're on to your nominations. That would be item 75. And you are continuing to July 13th, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, the Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to August 10th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission and the County Planning Commission. And for your matters today, we have the Adult and Aging Commission.
Okay, the Chiefs recommend nominating Teresa Abba, Gabriel Hernandez, and Robert Van Cleef, and waive the process. Continue the remainder to July 27th. Please vote. Motion by Frost, second by Kennedy. I didn't say it, but I just assumed you were telepathic.
Oh, no, and I caught that. I'm sorry. And the motion carries with Supervisor Cerna absent. Okay. And then the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Supervisor Natoli.
nominate Brad Van Lobenzels.
Okay. And continue the remaining to
July the
27th?
27th is fine, yes.
Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Chiefs recommend nominating Martin Ross and waive the process, continue the remainder to July 27. Second by Supervisor Kennedy.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Cerna being absent. And Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council. So I have in my notes that Supervisor...
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue this item to July 27, 2021.
Thank you. And then we have the Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please reappoint Sue Galster, continue the remainder to July 27.
Thank you. And then the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls.
Okay, District 1 nominates Shane Carey A. Fernandez to the District 1 seat of the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls and waives the process.
Second.
Motion by Frost, second by Kennedy. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote with those members present. Absent. Okay, and then let's go to Supervisor Kennedy.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Thank you. I don't know about all of you, but I've gotten more extremely qualified people for this commission than any commission I've ever dealt with. I mean, this has been a really hard one.
It was hard, yeah.
But I will be nominating Tamisa Wash.
Okay. And then Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Danielle Metzinger and waive the process.
Unanimous vote with those members present. And then Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I certainly would echo the comments about the both interested but qualified applicants for this commission. And having reflected on this, I'm going to nominate Aaron Saberi, who obviously chaired the Blue Ribbon Task Force, but also, and I certainly am prepared to make the motion to waive the process, make the appointment, but I want to be clear that the remaining applications to be shared with the commission, because they're at large appointments, I think required then ratification by this board, that they be referred to the commission. So all of those, the pool of applicants that we've all had a chance to contemplate and consider, that they be considered by the commission. So I'm going to ask that those applications be shared with the commission for their consideration.
That's great.
All right, but anyway, I nominate Aaron Saberi and would waive the process, make the appointment.
Second by Supervisor Kennedy.
Unanimous vote with those members present. Before we go to the next part of this, Supervisor Frost, may I go back to Supervisor Kennedy? I just want to confirm that you don't want to waive the process.
Waive the process.
Okay, so.
Second by Supervisor Desmond.
I think so. Unanimous vote with those members present. Okay, so Supervisor Frost, we still have the youth seats.
Yes, please continue to July 27.
Okay. All righty, thank you for that. And then Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Supervisor Kennedy. And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to August 10.
And Supervisor Natoli.
We have pending interviews. Continue to July 13th, please.
Thank you. Okay, then we have Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Please continue to July 27.
Okay. And then last, we have Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Kennedy. And Supervisor Natoli.
The incumbent is Lee Miller, I believe.
I can't hear you.
The incumbent is Lee Miller. Is that
Yes.
correct? Yeah, I would nominate her for reappointment.
Okay. And when would you like to continue the remainder?
July 27th. We've got feelers out to get some other applicants. So thanks.
Okay, that concludes your nominations. Next would be the county executive comments.
I don't have any comments other than to wish you all a lovely break.
Thank you. I also wish you a lovely break. You probably deserve it more than we do. And do we have any board members who have comments? Okay, with that, this meeting is adjourned. I wish it, I'm sorry, Supervisor Natoli.
You only hold up your adjournment 30 seconds. I just wanted to note that item 83 on our information items, it was spoken to earlier today in the session, but had to do with the notice of transfer, sale of water by the City of Sacramento to the Santa Clara Valley Water District and a state water contractor. So I just wanted to, again, clear for the record, it was not the County of Sacramento, as Mr. Peterson stated. It's the city's notice of transfer, and just wanted to call that out. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. All right, with that, I hope everyone has a good break, and this meeting is adjourned.